Chapter 1. A New Beginning. In the grand hall of the Southern Culinary Academy, amidst a cacophony of jubilant voices, Zifang answered a call from his mother, Chui. Son, congratulations on your graduation. Your father and I have scrimped and saved, and we finally managed to buy back your grandfather's old shop. From now on, the prosperity of Su family cuisine will rest upon your shoulders, interjected Zifang's father, Lu Renjie, with fervor. However, Zifang hesitated, about to voice his reservations, but his father was quicker, cutting him off. Your grandfather sold our family's three-generation legacy out of financial necessity when he moved north. That has always been his greatest regret. I lack culinary talent, and I've only managed to scrape by in the dried goods business using what your grandfather taught me all those years ago. But you, my son, are a certified graduate of a legitimate culinary school. With the Su family recipes, you are destined to elevate our cuisine to new heights. Go for it, son. Once you settle in jingling, your mother and I will come to assist you. Stop making a racket. I can't hear a thing, Chui complained. It's not me. It's our son. His graduation ceremony is packed with people, was Su Lianzhang's reasonable explanation. Let's end the call. I can't hear anything. They'll send the shop details to your phone later. Chui sighed, disconnecting. Su family cuisine? Zifang sighed, as the unspoken thoughts lingered in his mind. But I really don't know how to cook. While he had indeed graduated from the Southern Culinary Academy, his studies have been focused on ingredient identification and preservation owing to the family's dried goods business. His only experience with cooking was the obligatory lessons in home-style dishes. They would suffice for satisfying hunger, but running a restaurant? Zifang deemed it better to forego that idea. Moreover, his parents' expectations rested on his ability to revitalize Su family cuisine. Although he was oblivious to his grandfather's former culinary prowess, he understood that with his current skills, bearing the mantle of Su cuisine would likely tarnish the family's reputation built over generations. I really must find a time to clarify this with them. Resolutely, Zifang decided he would speak with his father after the ceremony ended, conveying that he merely wanted to be a simple owner of the family's dried goods store, with little interest in furthering the Su family's culinary heritage. Perhaps they could pin their hopes on his future offspring instead. Ding! Amidst the din of chatter, a clear notification tone rang out, and a window materialized before Zifang's eyes. Joy Street Development System activating. He made no move, assuming it was merely a product of his fatigue from binge-reading absurd novels the previous night, now manifesting a hallucination during the ceremony. Clearly, he would need a good sleep after the event. Joy Street Development System personal version activated. Would you like to view the information? The pop-up insisted persistently. Close his eyes. Open them again. The message still loomed before him. Zifang. After a few seconds of bewilderment, he unconsciously murmured view. Bored and curious about how far his imagination could take him, he decided to indulge this bizarre occurrence. No sooner had he spoken than a complete status panel appeared before him. Joy Street Development System personal version. Host, Zifang. Specialization, Culinary Arts Novice. 129-1000. Main Quest 1. Lead Joy Street back to being a world-class commercial district. Progress 0. Main Quest 2. Inherit Su Zinko's culinary skills and elevate Su family cuisine. Quest establish on Joy Street. Please, host, complete the restaurant opening within 1 week. Task reward, a nameplate sign. Zifang rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't imagining things, swallowed hard, and called over to a nearby roommate. Can you see anything in front of me? Can't you be a little more original? What do you mean in front of you? It's just meant not flatter yourself. That's not what I meant. Zifang attempted to explain, but his roommate, laughing, threw an arm around his neck. Who cares what you meant? By the way, are we meeting for dinner tonight? I've arranged for an upperclassman who's now the head chef at the Shan County snack stall to introduce you to some job opportunities. Honestly, stop focusing solely on dried goods. Just cooking casually at Shan County could land you $4,000 or $5,000 a month, which is better than peddling dried goods, right? Seeing that his roommate was determined to continue promoting the snack stall, Zifang hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. No, I've already found a job. What job? Why haven't you mentioned it before? What's the compensation like? His roommate queried inquisitively. My dad wants me to go back and take over the family business to bring glory to our name. Accepting the reality of having a system before him, Su Zifang finally spoke calmly. Wow, does the big shot need any sidekicks, whether attacker or defender? His laid-back roommate quipped eagerly. Give it a rest, you're already working as a runner at a five-star hotel. What more could you want? Su Zifang rolled his eyes. In my case, my family only mentioned buying me a shop, nothing else. It might even end up being a roadside stall after a few months. I might just find myself leaning on you. Having something is better than having nothing. Go for it. His roommate laughed and offered words of encouragement. Once you're settled, they'll come find you. It'll cover food and accommodation. Sounds good? Su Zifang replied as his attention returned to the system status panel. Compared to the ridiculous novels he had read, the designer of this system seemed notably more organized, not only naming it with flair, but also clearly specifying the version number. The main quests radiated positivity, indicating a strategy of development where early success would uplift the rest of a rather thoughtful approach. Yet, Su Zifang felt a lingering confusion. Inheriting his grandfather's culinary skills and promoting Su cuisine was straightforward. But how was the development of Joy Street into a premier commercial area calculated? What did that progress bar indicate? What level of completion does the main quest require? Su Zifang pondered silently. Please explore on your own. This seemingly unhelpful prompt immediately emerged, leaving Su Zifang speechless. This system incredibly impressive. Buzz. His phone vibrated with a message. Su Zifang unlocked his screen to find a text from Chui. Sonny, the shop we bought is at 7, Joy Street in Jingling City. Remember to head there early to complete the opening procedures. Looking at the message, Su Zifang once again pulled up his system quest, focusing on the task for establishing on Joy Street. His mother's notification had arrived, yet the system had already laid out tasks for him. Could this just be coincidence? But if it were mere coincidence, why would the system direct him to undertake the very task he was least skilled in? Why can't I complete the main quest by running the dry goods business? Su Zifang questioned in internal strife. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Another impersonal system notification flashed before him. After several minutes of contemplation, Su Zifang let out a deep sigh, closed the system, and purchased a ticket to Jingling, briefly considering. I wonder if the system would cover medical expenses if my cooking sends a customer to the hospital? Chapter 2. Cutting-edge technology. Regrettably, until Su Zifang boarded the train and, after multiple bus transfers, finally stood before the entrance of number 7 Sheila Street, the system had yet to provide an answer. On the street, Su Zifang gazed at the slightly ajar wooden door of his shop, marred by wormholes, flanked by wooden couplets that had lost all their ink. From within to without, it exuded an air of desolation and decay. Judging by its appearance, it was only marginally better than a dilapidated building. It truly is not much better than a street vendor. With a creak, as Su Zifang was lost in thought, the door of the shop swung open from the inside, revealing a young man clad in trendy attire. Are you the owner, Su? The young man inquired. I am, Su Zifang responded, quickly rifling through his memories but finding no recollection of the person before him. He asked, Do you know me? Just a guess, the young man admitted candidly. I work at the youth hostel across the street. This morning, Boss Lu mentioned that this shop had been purchased and asked me to bring over some cleaning tools as a gesture to welcome our new neighbor. I didn't expect the owner to be so young. You truly are a promising talent. Since you're here, I'll leave the supplies with you and head off. That if you need anything, just come find me at the hostel. My name is Mu Lu, like the poet Du Mu, but you can also call me Directory. It works either way. After saying this, Mu Lu smiled and waved as he departed. Thank you. Su Zifang, still baffled, nodded to indicate his understanding. Once Mu Lu left, the door creaked open to reveal a narrow. Su Zifang turned his head to observe the interior, feeling somewhat reassured. The shop's interior was significantly better than its exterior. The blue brick floor was largely intact, and several wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, with stools stacked upside down on the tables, appearing less dilapidated than expected. However, the lanterns hanging from above were quite dusty and would require considerable effort to clean. Aside from the out-of-place cleaning tools like buckets and mops on the floor, the overall aesthetic was quite to Su Zifang's liking. As he carried his luggage inside, he soon discovered further secrets within the premises. The nearly 4-meter-high hall ceiling was adorned with over a dozen painted paper umbrellas, depicting scenes of peach blossoms and flowing water, ink-splashed mountains and stones, lotus ponds, blue and white porcelain motifs, and bamboo groves with birds chirping, a myriad of artistic expressions. Directly opposite the entrance stood the counter, with a carved menu board hanging from an ornate beam, draped in a somewhat worn red cloth. Above it was a skylight that cast a beam of light, illuminating the space splendidly. Behind the counter, a wooden shelf stretched against the wall, displaying an assortment of jars and bottles that Zifang glanced up and noticed that, aside from a few clay pots adorned with red paper, the glass bottles were all mid-range liquors from brands like Zifang, Luzhou, and Yanghe. To the right, a staircase beckoned, and as Zifang ascended, he was surprised to find two small private rooms on the second floor. However, the presence of two electric mahjong tables therein was rather off-putting, and recalling the liquor bottles downstairs, he quickly grasped the situation that it seemed that, as Sheila Street fell into disrepair, the previous owner had transformed the once thriving restaurant into a mahjong parlor and bar. But even that could not withstand the tide of change. Shaking his head, Zifang exited the incongruous private rooms, shut the door behind him, and dusted off his hands upon returning to the ground floor. He suddenly noticed a small door hidden beneath the staircase. Behind it lay a courtyard that was even larger than the front hall, with the kitchen adjacent to the wall of the counter. In the center of the courtyard stood a peach tree, densely adorned with buds, that on the opposite side was a row of rooms that appeared to be prepared as his living quarters. Navigating around the peach tree, Zifang pushed open the door to one of the rooms. The spacious interior contained little but a bed and an air conditioner. However, he was not one to be picky, as long as he had a place to rest. It sufficed he rummaged through his bag for a towel, and after some contemplation, returned to the front hall to fetch the bucket and mop. Fortunately, despite its worn appearance, the shop's water and electricity were functioning normally. The kitchen faucet, surprisingly, showed no signs of rust, the water running crystal clear. Unable to resist, Zifang dipped a finger into the water and tasted it. Remarkably sweet, it was the highest quality tap water he had encountered in over 20 years of life. Zifang couldn't suppress his curiosity. As a chef, he understood the fundamental principle that the quality of water used in cooking directly impacts the final dish. The taste of this water was entirely unlike ordinary tap water. It even resembled Evian mineral water. Did the previous owner connect the pipes to the Evian production facility? A prompt appeared before Zifang's eyes. Titanium iridium alloy water purification device. This purification device utilizes its own material to purify water and can operate in any environment, delivering sweet-tasting water suitable for cooking and direct consumption. It is an essential facility for top-tier restaurants. This device is provided by the system, and the host must pay to use it. Initially, Zifang felt a surge of joy upon reading the explanation. Who wouldn't appreciate cutting-edge technology? However, upon reaching the latter part, he was immediately struck by a sense of being taken advantage of and reflexively inquired about the price. How much? Titanium iridium alloy water purification device, 300,000 yuan. The system's response was swift and direct. Hiss. He was aware that top-notch kitchen equipment was expensive, but a water purification system priced at 300,000 yuan. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Rolling his eyes, Zifang continued to vent his frustrations. Other systems usually start with a grand gift package or a lottery. Here I am, getting nothing, just a shop, and all the equipment relies on credit. Perhaps sensing Zifang's discontent, or perhaps recognizing the unsatisfactory nature of such a pay-later approach, the system promptly displayed a new message. Titanium iridium alloy water purification device, 25. 700 yuan, 112. Annual interest, 2.8. Host, Zifang. Personal assets, negative 300,000 yuan. At this point, Zifang found himself at a loss for words. The system was indeed considerate, recognizing his financial predicament and promptly arranging an installment plan. How delightful. Zifang opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, quietly picking up the bucket to begin cleaning. Uncertain how long it had been since this place had been tidied up, Zifang put down the cloth as it approached 10 o'clock. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying. The entrance had been scrubbed clean, the hall was bright and tidy, the tables and chairs were all neatly arranged, and the wobbly stools had been propped up with rubber pads. The lanterns and paper umbrellas had all been dusted, and with the lights on, the atmosphere was peaceful, It seemed that even if he could not work as a chef, he would still excel as a housekeeper. At this hour, it was not ideal to visit neighbors. Although he initially intended to seek out Boss Lu, as mentioned by Mu Lu, it appeared he would have to postpone that visit. I still need to think about my plans moving forward. After all, my rudimentary culinary skills make it somewhat challenging to take charge on my own. Suddenly, this thought struck Su Zifang, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his phone to search how to quickly improve cooking skills. The page refreshed, displaying the top-ranking title, Learn to be a chef at Lao Nan Fong. 3 months guaranteed to teach you. 3 years of guaranteed placement. What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 3. Returning home the next day. Su Zifang rose early, opening the shop door before dawn. This was a rule imparted by their Western cuisine teacher, Jia Shibei. Those who run a restaurant must never keep guests waiting for the doors to open. The old saying goes that letting guests eat a closed-door meal is inauspicious. One must open the doors early, prepare everything, and await the arrival of guests to serve them the first soup. Su Zifang recalled a moment in class when Jia Shibei shared this rule, and a student raised their hand to ask, Teacher Jia, is there a similar rule for Western cuisine? The question left Jia Shibei blushing, stammering about chef's rules. What rules weren't rules? This was followed by incomprehensible jargon. References to forks on the left, knives on the right, and frying, boiling, stewing, baking, causing laughter to erupt among the students, filling the classroom with a lively atmosphere. Su Zifang remembered this incident vividly. Although he might not know how to cook, he understood the importance of rules. Now that he was running the shop alone, it was even more crucial to rise early to prepare many things. However, since the shop had yet to open, Su Zifang found himself needing to venture outside for breakfast at this early hour. The drawbacks of rising so early became evident. The entire Shila Street was deserted, with only a few shops open. Su Zifang felt a pang of regret, wondering if he should have gone back to sleep. Oh my, Boss Su, what a coincidence! A voice suddenly rang out. Su Zifang found it somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw Mu Lu emerging from the door with a broom, leaning against a pillar and raising an eyebrow at him. Up so early to thank me? No, I'm here for breakfast. Su Zifang, still mulling over whether he should return to bed, inadvertently voiced his true thoughts. Don't be so polite. What? Breakfast? Mu Lu stammered as he processed Su Zifang's mention of breakfast, awkwardly waving his hands. Breakfast sounds good. Thanks for yesterday. Su Zifang quickly expressed his gratitude, regaining his composure. Had it not been for Mu Lu delivering the cleaning supplies, he might still be sleeping on the ground. Hey, no problem. We're neighbors on the same street. It's only right. If you need anything in the future, just give a shout. We've got your back on this street, Mu Lu proclaimed, firmly planting his broom on the ground, striking a pose reminiscent of a monk emerging from seclusion. Early in the morning. Who are you looking for? A middle-aged man stepped out from inside, short-haired and slightly portly, his voice warm and his face exuding kindness. He was unmistakably a good person. Boss Lu, I'm not looking for anyone, Mu Lu replied, tilting his head and gesturing towards Su Zifang with his chin, then smiling broadly as he pointed. This is the Su boss you mentioned yesterday. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Lu Renjie raised his hand in a respectful greeting, his innocent demeanor truly endearing. Thank you, Boss Lu, for your assistance yesterday. Su Zifang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Say, can we step inside to chat? It's freezing out here. Mu Lu casually swept the ground a few times before cheerfully beckoning the two of them inside. With your incessant chatter, have you taken a good look at this place? Sweeping it would be a futile endeavor. And what about that spot? Isn't there a piece of chewing gum there? Hurry up and clean it up. 3 seconds later, the manager, holding a small iron shovel, moved outside with a face full of grievance. Only then did Lu Renjie turn to Su Zifang and say, Boss Su, please. He had intended to ask a question. And Su Zifang, not one to dawdle, stepped forward and entered the door in one fluid motion. Upon entering, Su Zifang immediately noticed a calligraphy piece hanging on the wall, its strokes flowing like a dragon, exuding the aura of a master. However, the content left him somewhat perplexed. Raising his gaze to the shop sign, he could not help but pause, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This Lu boss indeed had a way with women. Boss Su, what's the matter? Seeing Su Zifang stop, Lu Renjie turned back with a puzzled expression. Well, Su Zifang paused, then pointed at the sign. Lu boss, you truly have a way with women. What do you mean by that? Lu Renjie looked as if he had seen a ghost. Look, your shop is named Women, and you have treasures of women hanging in the center, but if that doesn't count as having a way with women, then what does? Su Zifang nodded, confirming his thoughts were not misplaced. Did I mess up? Perhaps too excited. Lu Renjie spoke in broken English, but fortunately, Su Zifang, being a former English teacher, managed to understand him. Ha ha ha. Standing at the door, Molu finally erupted in laughter, resembling a boiled shrimp. What are you laughing at? Su Zifang still found it somewhat unclear. Boss Su, you are truly amusing. That piece of calligraphy clearly reads a home away from home. And my shop's name isn't Women, but Home Away from Home. Upon seeing the expression on Su Zifang's face, Lu Renjie sighed deeply, expressing his disdain through action. Lack of culture is truly frightening. Is that so? Su Zifang smiled broadly to mask his embarrassment, studying the sign and calligraphy a few more times. Boss Su, I think so too. Molu leaned in and whispered in Su Zifang's ear. Last time a guest stayed here, they came in cursing. They said, your shop is clearly called Women, so why is it registered as Home Away from Home on the platform? And you, at your age, why do you have treasures of women hanging? It's obvious it's not something good. This time, Su Zifang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The Lu Renjie coughed a couple of times, signaling that he was still present, urging the two to tone it down. Yet his eyes betrayed him, darting between the two pieces of calligraphy. I must say, it does resemble women treasures of women. Of course, he only dared to think this internally. Removing the sign was out of the question, as that would render his previous explanation meaningless. By the way, Boss Su, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Molu, please fetch a breakfast ITS just in time for you to get acquainted with Boss Su. Noticing that the two were about to continue their discussion, Lu Renjie promptly changed the subject. Then I must trouble you. Su Zifang responded with a smile. Molu quickly emerged with a tray, setting down 3 bowls of congee and a plate of steamed buns. Shortly after, he returned with 3 fried eggs and 6 small dishes, simple yet not lacking in refinement. The steam wafted up, carrying the aromatic scent of rice and flour that wafted into the nostrils. While the fermented tofu, spicy sauce, chive flowers, pickled vegetables, minced meat, and sour green beans were neatly arranged, making Su Zifang's fingers twitch with anticipation, that Lu Renjie first grabbed a steamed bun and split it in half. Then deftly spread a small amount of fermented tofu evenly, added portions of minced meat and sour green beans, finally layering a piece of fried egg on top before placing the other half of the bun over it. Only then did he turn to Su Zifang with a courteous smile. A simple meal. Boss Su, please help yourself. The deliciously fragrant bun was devoured in 2 bites, slurp, slurp, slurp. The entire bowl of congee was also swallowed by Lu Renjie. Burp! A loud and satisfying belch escaped him. Su Zifang watched the untouched food before him, swallowing a lump of saliva. Truly, it smells delightful. Chapter 4. Steamed bun sandwiches. Boss Su, please don't mind. Boss Lu just eats quickly. I'll keep you company. Molu, accustomed to this, even moved Lu Renjie's utensils aside and sat opposite Su Zifang. I'm not exaggerating. Our steamed bun sandwiches are a specialty. Everyone who has tried them says they're fantastic. Would you care to give it a try? Unable to refuse such hospitality, and feeling genuinely hungry, Su Zifang mimicked Lu Renjie's actions, picking up a bun to prepare to divide it. Hey, Boss Su, you can't eat like that. You must watch me. Molu, quick as a flash, pressed Su Zifang's chopsticks down, leisurely placing a bun on his own plate. This bun sandwich is like a domestic hamburger. First, you must select the bun. It shouldn't be too soft, or it won't hold anything. It also shouldn't be too hard, or you won't be able to bite it. It should be just like this, soft, springy. As Molu spoke, he produced a knife like a magician, slicing the bun into 8 pieces. Cutting the bun has its own intricacies. You shouldn't choose one that's just out of the pot. Wait for it to cool a bit before cutting, or it will stick to the knife. As for the fillings, it's all a matter of personal preference, but minced meat, sour green beans, fermented tofu, chive flowers, spicy sauce, and pickled vegetables are 3 combinations that never get tiresome. Would you like to try? Molu said, his hands not slowing down for a moment. The sour green beans, chive flowers, and pickled vegetables were neatly arranged in front of Zifang. Oh, right, there's also a fried egg. He placed a fourth one down as well. What a pity. If only the bun were fried a bit and the egg had some soy sauce, it would be even better. Molu lamented with a click of his tongue, but Zifang imagined two golden, glistening fried buns cradling a perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg, drizzled with a circle of soy sauce and sprinkled with a pinch of pepper. That's it. Even the children next door would be drooling, unaware of Zifang's inner musings. Molu, noticing he hadn't moved for a while, couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su? Not to your liking?" "Not at all. Just lost in thought. My apologies." Zifang wouldn't admit he was daydreaming about the delicious fried buns. Looking at the 4 sandwiches before him, he eagerly reached out with his chopsticks. With just a few bites, the first bun sandwich was gone. How did it feel like he hadn't eaten anything? Surely, he had just eaten too quickly earlier and hadn't had the chance to savor the flavor. He would take another one and truly appreciate it. Wow, delicious. Zifang's face lit up with satisfaction. Wow, truly delightful. He became utterly absorbed in the taste of the bun sandwich, the sour, salty, fresh, and spicy flavors colliding in his mouth, reveling in the sensory baptism brought about by the mixture of ingredients. It wasn't until his next bite hit the hard bottom of the plate that Zifang snapped back to reality. Hey, how is it all gone? The plates were utterly clean, with even the small dish scraped through with the bun. Cleaner than if washed. Across the table, Molu drank from his bowl, casting Zifang a look that seemed to say he refused to respond. Slurp, slurp. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the two of them sipping congee. Satisfied, Zifang set down his bowl, forcefully stifling a generic expression of amazement and instead offering a simple compliment. Indeed, everyone who has tried them says they are good. Lu Renjie, having already prepared tea, beamed with pride at Zifang's words. Boss Lu, actually, I came today to ask you something. Zifang turned his gaze to Lu Renjie. Molu, perceptive as ever, gathered the empty bowls and plates together and carried them away without interrupting their conversation. Please. Boss Su, go ahead. Boss Lu, how did you know I was transferring that shop? A few days ago, your parents came to handle some paperwork, and I met them briefly. They seemed quite nice and asked me to look after you a bit. They also mentioned that the shop was sold by your grandfather, so this is a case of ancestral property returning to the family. A good thing. Ahem. Zifang felt a bit shy to respond, and instead inquired, Boss Lu, how long have you been running this shop? It's been about a decade. Lu Renjie clasped his hands with a friendly demeanor. Do you know what the shop was doing before? Zifang was inquiring normally. That shop seems to have always been a restaurant. However, it's been neglected in recent years. Had it not been for your family purchasing it, it might have remained vacant for a while longer. I see. Zifang know that. By the way, wait a moment. I'll go get something. Your parents left it with me in their haste. After explaining, Lu Renjie left for a few minutes and returned, holding a file folder. Since you're here, I might as well give it to you, so you won't have to make another trip next time. Thank you, Boss Lu. Zifang opened it to glance inside. In addition to the purchase agreement and loan contract, there were some preparations for opening the shop, which made him marvel at how thorough Chui was in her work. No need for thanks. We're neighbors, and we should look out for each other in the future. Lu Renjie smiled warmly. That's only proper. Zifang replied earnestly. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what kind of shop does Boss Su plan to open? Lu Renjie put down his teacup, curiosity evident in his eyes, that Zifang hesitated for a few seconds, considering his skills, and quietly replied, it's sort of a dining establishment. I didn't expect Boss Su to be so young and skilled in cooking. You can cook for yourself? Lu Renjie revealed a hint of envy in his eyes. Zifang hesitated, refraining from admitting that he truly couldn't cook. It wouldn't be good if that word spread before he even opened the shop. Boss Lu, are you still thinking of opening a restaurant? Molu returned from washing the bowls, just in time to hear Lu Renjie's words, and chimed in with a smile. Without waiting for Zifang to inquire, Molu began to spill everything he knew like a bamboo tube, pouring out beans that turned out that before coming to Sheila Street, Lu Renjie had also considered opening a restaurant. But limited by his knife skills and the single dimensionality of his dishes, he ultimately turned around and became a hostile owner, and it had been 3 years since. Now my greatest joy is going to the kitchen to chop vegetables and indulge a bit. Once Molu had finished his introduction, Lu Renjie sighed, sounding like a wronged little wife. Unlike Boss Su, who can cook every day in the future. Task. Please assist Boss Lu in realizing his dream by experiencing a day in the life of a chef. Task reward, a couplet. Upon seeing the task notification, Su Zifang's gaze towards Lu Renjie ignited with fervor. Such a magnate, capable of assigning tasks even during casual conversations, was indeed a golden opportunity to seize. This time it is a couplet. Next time, it might just be a renovation. Su Zifang, suppressing his excitement, thumped his chest and assured, "Leave this matter to me, Boss Su. When my establishment opens, you shall preside over the kitchen for a week." Really? Lu Renjie instantly became animated. His eyes fixed on Su Zifang, a glimmer of dreams dancing within his gaze. Absolutely. Boss Lu's stuffed buns will undoubtedly attract countless repeat customers. Su Zifang provided a confident affirmation. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. When is Boss Su likely to open? We should prepare a flower basket to celebrate. Mu Lu chimed in from the side. Not so soon. Lu Renjie chuckled, admonishing Mu Lu. Boss Su has just arrived. The shop's renovation will take at least 2 to 3 months. How could it possibly? Next week. Su Zifang tentatively responded, contemplating the system's deadline for the task. What? At that moment, both Lu Renjie and Mu Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, next week. Su Zifang exhaled, checking the countdown on the system menu, which indicated 6 days remaining. That he nodded affirmatively. I must say, little Su, the opening of a shop is a significant affair. You cannot afford to be negligent, did I say, even if the kitchen matter takes a few months. You must not be careless with your establishment. Lu Renjie, now exhilarated, began imparting his business wisdom, even changing his address from Boss Su to little Su. Zifang felt slightly awkward. After all, Lu Renjie's enthusiasm stemmed from goodwill. Yet he couldn't disclose the existence of the system. Contemplating, he decided to enlist Mu Lu to assist in his defense. Actually, the shop itself is quite decent. The original decor and furniture are rather good. As long as the kitchen and backyard undergo some renovation, we can commence operations. That Mu Lu saw it the other day, didn't you? Lu Renjie cast a skeptical glance at Mu Lu. No doubt about it. The place is quite nice. After this explanation, Lu Renjie finally believed that Su Zifang's hasty opening wasn't solely for him to take charge of the kitchen, smiling. Then, next week, I shall prepare a welcome for Boss Su. That sounds great. Su Zifang smiled back at Lu Renjie, eagerly anticipating the initiation of more tasks. Both displayed expressions of satisfaction, as if they had struck some mysterious accord. Oh, oh, oh! Outside, a rooster crowed, heralding the dawn of Joy Street, which was finally beginning to awaken. Chapter 5, Terrible Mathematics After Breakfast. Su Zifang, following Lu Renjie's recommendation, set out to purchase essential items for his shop, as he needed to procure pots, bowls, and stoves, in addition to organizing his residence. A grocery store? Su Zifang paused in front of a storefront on Joy Street. Gazing at the azure rolling shutter with a perplexed expression, Lu Renjie claimed that this shop could provide what he desired, but what could a grocery store possibly offer? The establishment appeared rather small. How much inventory could it possibly contain? Surely, it must lack a comprehensive selection of daily necessities such as tobacco, alcohol, and groceries. Had it not been for Lu Renjie's strong recommendation, Su Zifang might have turned away. Whoosh! The rolling shutter made a noise. Bang! Bang! It seemed someone was kicking the door from behind. Clatter! Finally, the shutter moved, revealing a gap that stirred up nearby dust. In an instant, the azure rolling shutter was fully raised, unveiling the grocery store and its proprietor, Wang Fugue. People from Shun City enjoy smoking. The merchandise here is decent, but the owner has a tendency to be a bit shrewd. Su Zifang recalled Lu Renjie's description of the grocery store owner, confirming the assessment with a quick glance. Dressed in a white undershirt, the fabric and faded brand label indicated it was part of a promotional campaign, while a pair of wrinkled linen shorts adorned his lower half. His slippers appeared to have been borrowed from a bathhouse. Most notably, his hair, styled with gel, was meticulously arranged from left to right, obscuring his balding crown, while his eyes, clouded yet sharp, held a glint of shrewdness, noticing someone outside. Wang Fugue was unfazed, casually inquiring, "Morning, have you had breakfast?" "Just finished," Su Zifang replied, unwilling to concede. "What do you want to buy?" "Boss Wang, I am from shop number 7, sent by Boss Lu." Su Zifang patiently clarified his identity. Upon hearing Lu Renjie's name, Wang Fugue's demeanor softened, and he squeezed out a smile. "Oh, I see, please come in." Upon entering, Su Zifang soon understood Lu Renjie's recommendation. In the modest shop, a dual-lane elevator stood prominently in the center, leading down to an underground supermarket the size of a football field. "What do you need?" Wang Fugue asked, standing nearby, oblivious to Su Zifang's astonishment. Unperturbed, he retrieved a mirror to adjust his remaining strands of hair. "High-powered stove, pots, ladles, seasonings, dishware set, chopsticks, bedding, and bed linens." Su Zifang recited a lengthy list of items. "Everything is downstairs. Help yourself and settle up here." Wang Fugue gestured towards a wall adorned with a QR code, unexpectedly speaking a sentence in standard Mandarin. All right, Su Zifang thought nothing of it. Shopping in a supermarket was familiar territory. However, as he ventured deeper into the underground supermarket, he was utterly astounded into silence. Slogans such as "Dig deep, accumulate grain, defend the homeland," and "Build China" were plastered everywhere, while shelves painted with red stars were strategically placed, leaving a wide path for vehicles in the middle. The overhead lights and exposed electrical wires exuded a heavy industrial punk vibe. This supermarket had clearly been converted from an air raid shelter. Su Zifang walked slowly between the shelves, the overhead ventilation systems humming, reminiscent of a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, yet evoking the spirit of a supply and marketing cooperative from the industrial era. Fortunately, directional signs were placed at intervals on the ground, and different areas were color-coded, preventing Su Zifang from getting lost. Navigating through several aisles, Su Zifang came to a halt beside the seasoning section that a casual glance at the shelves revealed a complete array of standard seasonings, including rare finds such as rose salt, sour soup from Kylie, and cayenne pepper, which many supermarkets wouldn't stock. Grabbing a bottle of curry powder, he noted that the production date was 3 months prior, further assuring him of the store's quality. Generally, the turnover rate of goods in supermarkets determines their quality, particularly in the fast-moving consumer goods sector. If products linger for 6 months to a year, not to mention foot traffic issues, selling items nearing expiration would be challenging. Although this supermarket had an unconventional style, its capabilities were indeed commendable. After all, acquiring goods that were 3 months old, considering transportation and customs clearance, was no easy feat. Moving on to the fresh produce section, he was even more pleased to see live seafood in tanks akin to an aquarium, silently calculating his needs. Su Zifang pushed a shopping cart to embark on his procurement journey, stocking up on high-powered stoves, dual-handle iron pots, and heavy-duty Chinese chef knives. The cart soon overflowed, reaching a height comparable to himself. And it was only after he huffed and puffed back upstairs that he felt utterly spent. Wang Fugue remained in his undershirt, now wielding an old fan, while the radio on the counter hummed a tune from an unknown opera. Only when he heard the commotion did he lazily open his eyes, propping himself up in the rocking chair. "Back already? Oh, you bought quite a bit." Su Zifang glanced at the rocking chair, weakly responding, "Isn't this for earning you money?" "Boss Wang, you have a way with words, don't you? You buying things has nothing to do with me collecting cash," Wang Fugue said dismissively, eyeing Su Zifang with disdain. "Boss Wang sells goods, and I buy goods. The more I buy, the more you earn." Such flattery. Huh? Su Zifang had never encountered anyone who could so brilliantly embody the yin and yang in mere 4 words. Yet, considering the sincere abundance in his shopping cart, Wang Fugue eventually stood up to scan the items. What followed was a demonstration of the fabled Rainbow Bridge's invisible hand. The sounds of rapid beeping resonated as the contents of Su Zifang's cart visibly diminished, while 4 hefty shopping bags materialized at the counter, accompanied by Wang Fugue's rapid-fire words. "For large bags, 108, all packed up for you, totaling 3,693.8. Let us round it up to 3,700. "What? You're rounding it down like that, Boss Wang? My math skills are poor. Don't deceive me." Su Zifang paused mid-motion as he reached for his phone. No worries. I've read a lot. I wouldn't deceive you, Wang Fuguei replied, setting aside his fan and effortlessly switching between Mandarin and Shanghainese. WeChat or Alipay. Even as Wang Fuguei drove him back to the shop in his van, Su Zifang remained bewildered at how he had agreed to pay. Glancing at his account balance, barely reaching 1,000, he wholeheartedly concurred with Lu Renjie's assessment of Wang Fuguei. The goods are fine, but he does have a penchant for small profits. No, at this point it seems he is not just fond of small profits. This is oppression and exploitation. Su Zifang resolutely noted in his mind. Next time I buy groceries, I must reclaim my dignity. I absolutely cannot allow Boss Wang to showcase that dreadful mathematical ability. Chapter 6. Starting the stove upon arriving at the shop just past noon, Su Zifang emerged from the kitchen to find that the streetlights had already been illuminated. Despite the soreness in his shoulders, disbelief was evident on his face. Just a day ago, the little shop had exuded a sense of desolation, yet within a single day, it had regained 70% of its former glory. Aside from a few walls that require repainting, the upstairs compartment remains unkempt, while the downstairs area bears no distinction from an ordinary small restaurant. However, Su Zifang still faintly feels that he has overlooked something, yet he cannot quite recall what it is, which is genuinely disorienting. Goo, his stomach rumbled in a timely manner, and only then did he realize the crux of the matter. Throughout the day, he had only partaken in a breakfast at Rugua and had not consumed a single grain since. No wonder he felt dizzy. It was simply hunger. It was time to eat that Su Zifang closed the shop door, intending to sort a few dishes to reward himself for a day of hard work, but upon opening the refrigerator, his expression noticeably changed. Oh no, I forgot to buy ingredients. Previously, while at school, the fridge was always stocked to the brim, to the extent that he had gathered kitchen supplies from the supermarket but had completely forgotten to purchase ingredients. Now, gazing at the barren fridge, he could only sigh in disappointment. Boss Su, are you home? A voice suddenly called from outside. Yes. Just a moment. Su Zifang was somewhat astonished. The voice sounded like Lu, but what could he possibly want so late? However, such thoughts were fleeting, and as he responded, he moved to the front hall to open the door. Creak! The door opened a crack, revealing half of Lu's face. Boss Su, have you eaten? I have. Not yet. The courteous words were interrupted by the honesty of his body, prompting Su Zifang to display a polite yet slightly awkward smile. The customers in the shop placed an order, but when Boss Lu had everything prepared, they decided to eat out instead. That we've already eaten, and Boss Lu said you were busy with renovations and probably didn't have time to eat, so he asked us to bring you something. Don't mind it, Boss Su. Boss Lu also said that if you need anything, feel free to take it from the shop first. Don't be shy. After Lu finished speaking, he lifted a plastic bag, revealing its contents: pork belly, ginger, and green onions. Boss Lu is very considerate. Please thank him for me, and I appreciate your help too, Brother Mu. Su Zifang accepted the bag with a smile, expressing his gratitude. No need for pleasantries. I'll take my leave now, that I'll come back to disturb you when Boss Su opens for business. Lu left promptly, not even allowing Su Zifang the chance to invite him in for a seat. Of course, even if he had entered, it would have merely been for a brief visit, as Su Zifang had not even had the time to purchase tea leaves, leaving only water to drink in the shop. The thought of water reminded Su Zifang of the painful cost of the water purifier's usage fee, that he wondered if using the water provided by the system for cooking would grant him any buffs. Ideally, it would glow when opened, and the dishes would be so fragrant that they would linger in one's memory long after tasting. With a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Su Zifang returned to the kitchen for his first cooking endeavor since moving to Shilla Street. The pork belly, sourced from the pig's abdomen, is characterized by its structure of alternating layers of fat and lean meat, resulting in its name. However, depending on the specific cut, there are distinctions between upper and lower pork belly. Regardless of the part, pork belly has long been the unrivaled star of Chinese dining tables, with classic dishes such as dompa pork, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and stewed pork with preserved vegetables, all featuring it as the main ingredient. I've heard that the finest pork belly has a delightful balance of fat and lean meat, with layers that can reach up to 10, yet after several years of study, the best I've encountered only had 6 layers, It's rare to find pork belly in the market that meets the standard. Zifang laid out the pork belly that Lu Renjie had sent, reflecting on his classroom knowledge while quickly trimming the excess fat. The actions of skinning and degreasing had been practiced countless times in class, so executing them now was effortless, with a swift motion of his knife. 3 chunks of fat were set aside on the cutting board. TSK. This piece of pork belly is incredibly fatty, Zifang lamented, gazing at the remaining less than half portion of the marbled meat. While the fat could not be used for cooking, it was perfect for starting the pot. Nowadays, many people purchase ready-made non-stick pans or so-called textured non-stick pans, and few engage in the ritual of seasoning a new pan. However, as a graduate from the South, Zifang had been instilled with an unwavering belief. A pot that hasn't been seasoned with lard laxol, and the dishes cooked in it won't be fragrant. He meticulously scrubbed the wok with dish soap to eliminate any residual machine oil, turned the switch, and the powerful burner emitted a blue flame, reminiscent of the planetary engines in the wandering Earth. Gripping the pot handle with a towel, Zifang carefully positioned the pot above the flame, instantly producing a sizzling sound as water droplets vaporized. That he tentatively stirred the iron spatula in the pot, practicing the flipping motion, and as the bottom of the pot began to darken, he finally rotated the wok to ensure even heating on the outside. The stove's fan whirred mercilessly, and the iron pot visibly transformed into a deep red hue. Almost there, Zifang used long chopsticks to pick up a piece of fat and placed it in the pot, whereupon a distinct aroma of roasted meat wafted up, and droplets of oil gradually flowed from the pork fat, settling at the bottom of the pot. That he then rotated the wok to allow the grease to coat the inner surface. While the chopsticks moved tirelessly, scraping along the pot walls, soon, the entire chunk of fat had transformed into crispy bits, turning golden and shriveled, releasing an enticing aroma that stirred his desire to take a hearty bite. Yet, upon seeing the dark, unknown sediment at the pot's bottom, he abandoned that thought. Hot oil cannot be poured directly down the drain, so Zifang carefully transferred the grease into a porcelain bowl, rinsing away the remaining residue before repeating the earlier steps. Once all 3 pieces of fat had been rendered into crispy bits, the iron pot finally achieved the desired appearance. Its surface gleamed with a dark sheen, revealing a blue-black metallic luster characteristic of quenched steel. After scrutinizing the pot for a few minutes and confirming that it was ready for use, Zifang let out a sigh of relief. It's done. Unlike home use, restaurants have higher demands for pots due to frequent usage and the handling of various ingredients. Thus, the quality of a well-seasoned pot directly impacts a chef's performance. However, as the seasoning process is irreversible and the cost of repeatedly purchasing pots is not low. Even in the South, Zifang had only a handful of seasoning experiences that he never expected this attempt to be a complete success on the first try. I must post this on social media to show off. Zifang, uncharacteristically enthusiastic, though influenced by the lack of noteworthy content previously, felt that this nearly perfect wok was indeed worthy of showcasing. After sifting through over 50 photos, he selected the one that pleased him most. Flawless in sheen, angle, and background. I'll just season a new iron pot. ISN, fantastic. Zifang quickly typed a caption to accompany the photo of the iron pot. Yet, just as his fingertip hovered over the send button, he hesitated, wondering, could this be too deliberate? When it comes to showing off, if it's too forced, it falls flat, that IT needs to appear casual. Yes, that's it. After some contemplation, Zifang deleted his earlier message and instead selected a few photos of the tidied-up shop, assembling them into a 6-grid collage to post. Officially settled in at number 7 Sheila Street today, I kindly ask for everyone's support. Beneath the text, the dark iron pot, gleaming with a bluish hue, stood out strikingly. Chapter 7. Braised pork. After posting on social media, Zifang set his phone aside and began to focus on preparing his dinner. After all, likes do not satisfy hunger, only through cooking. With aromatic and oil-laden braised pork, can he find fulfillment for his appetite? With the fat trimmed, the pork belly was now a foot long, perfectly sized as Zifang swiftly sliced through the meat, stacking the pieces on the cutting board into a pile the size of mahjong tiles. Each piece beautifully marbled, evoking thoughts of how delectable they would appear once transformed into braised pork. That a basin of clean water had already been prepared nearby. With a flick of his knife, He sent the cut pieces into the water, causing a layer of oil to float atop the surface that Zifang was taken aback. Typically, it would take several minutes of washing to achieve such results. Yet today, it required no effort on his part. The water processed by the purification device is highly active, making cleaning ingredients more effective. Zifang gazed at the pop-up notification, suddenly realizing that he had almost forgotten that he was still a system user after several hours without seeing any prompts. However, this feature was indeed practical. Pre-processing ingredients is undoubtedly one of the most crucial aspects of running a restaurant. The system-supplied water allowed for a more efficient cleaning process, saving both labor and water costs. Calculating it this way, a monthly expenditure of 20,000 ISNT unmanageable. Zifang mused silently. During his first cooking session in the shop, he did not rush but adhered to his usual rhythm and process for washing, kneading, and rinsing, ensuring that each piece of meat was free of floating oil before laying it out on kitchen paper to absorb excess moisture. Picking up a piece to his nose, he sniffed it carefully, finding no trace of any fishy odor, further satisfying his appreciation for the system's innovative technology. With all the ingredients for braised pork prepared meticulously, salt, sugar, and seasonings neatly categorized in their respective bowls, Zifang was ready. This was part of his cooking habit. Aside from the sauces that needed to be prepared on-site, everything else had to be ready in advance to avoid any mishaps once the fire was lit. Caramelizing sugar is a technical task, with online debates raging over the use of granulated sugar versus rock sugar, each side firmly entrenched in their stance. However, the key lies in selecting the appropriate main ingredient for the dish. For braised pork, one should opt for granulated sugar, which yields a richer color and more robust aroma. Zifang heated the pot with cool oil before adding the sugar, and once the syrup achieved a caramel hue, he swiftly added the moisture-absorbed meat chunks. The spatula flew, ensuring each piece was coated in syrup before he removed the pot from the heat, filtering the excess oil into a separate container before washing the pot again to stir-fry the seasonings. Ginger slices, star anise, and bay leaves were added to the pot in succession, sizzling until a rich aroma filled the air, followed by a splash of cooking wine that he then combined everything into a warm clay pot, adding a half pot of boiling water for stewing. Covering the pot, the gentle heat caressed the bottom, with bubbling sounds releasing the fragrance of the braised pork through the steam vent, filling Zifang's nostrils and prompting a natural increase in his saliva production. The aroma is so different from what I used to eat. As a chef, he held unwavering confidence in his sense of smell. However, the ultimate judgment would only come once the dish was served. Zifang glanced at the time and quietly set an alarm for 20 minutes later. Ding! As soon as the alarm sounded, he swiftly silenced it, then proceeded to lift the lid, grasp the chopsticks, and savor the dish in one fluid motion. Huff, huff! A quick succession of breaths, two short, one long, confirmed the sound was a result of being scalded. Hiss! Zifang let out a cry of anguish and hastily picked up a glass of cold water to rinse his mouth. Yet as soon as he set the glass down, he instinctively picked up a piece of braised pork and began to chew slowly. This time, it was not out of hunger. Rather, he realized that the dish he had prepared was strangely delightful, delicious. The caramelized exterior of the meat, a result of the myriad reaction, exuded a distinctive charred aroma, while beneath the sugar glaze, the succulent fat melted in his mouth without an ounce of greasiness, even giving him the illusion that his tongue was dissolving. The lean meat, enveloped in fat, revealed its texture with each bite, leaving intricate patterns between his teeth. The triumvirate of sugar, fat, and meat erupted into a profound sense of satisfaction within Zifang's palate. Though it was merely 3-flour pork raised on feed, he experienced the taste of a 5-star Wagyu beef, invigorating his spirit as he devoured nearly half a pot, his expression lingering on the edge of insatiability. What a thrill! Zifang felt as though he had not indulged so freely in a long time. Ever since he began his culinary journey, he had restrained himself from enjoying fine food. No matter how exquisite the restaurant or the ingredients, he would subconsciously analyze the components, seasonings, and cooking techniques, thereby losing the purest pursuit of a diner. In the words of his roommate, with daily training, even the most delectable dish becomes just an assignment. Do you truly enjoy doing assignments? Yet, this recent dish of braised pork made him realize the sheer happiness of savoring delightful food. If he could indeed become a proficient chef and provide such exquisite ingredients for all patrons, perhaps that would bring him immense joy as well. That Su Zifang recalled an elderly flower seller he had encountered in Shanghai, who, with a thick accent, had told him, "In this life, I sell flowers. In the next, I shall be beautiful." A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. How wonderful it is to be someone who creates happiness. Slightly turning his head, he glanced at the progress of the system's tasks. However, he was taken aback when the panel appeared. The first thing to catch his eye was his embarrassing culinary experience. Specialization, Culinary Arts, Beginner. 129-1000. After creating such a delicious dish, I still don't gain experience. This system is toxic. Su Zifang's face was a canvas of confusion. Nevertheless, he understood that complaining would not resolve the issue. It was imperative to clarify the experience gain and loss system behind the interface. Thus, in the kitchen of shop number 7 on Joy Street, Su Zifang began to mutter to himself like a fool. How can I enhance my experience? The system remained unresponsive. How do I increase specialization experience? Su Zifang rephrased his inquiry. Specialization experience can be increased by completing dishes. Upon seeing the familiar symbol, Su Zifang continued without hesitation. The system will comprehensively assess the host's specialization proficiency and the quality of the dish. Only by completing dishes that meet or exceed the current proficiency level will experience be awarded. The host's current culinary specialization skill level is Beginner. 129-1000. That the system has determined that the difficulty of this dish falls within the host's current capabilities, thus no experience bonus will be awarded. It seemed the system was concerned that Su Zifang might not understand, as it kindly provided a personalized supplementary explanation. After reading it several times, Su Zifang finally grasped the system's convoluted explanation. Immediately envisioning 1,000 lashes for the system's copywriter in his mind, that wasn't this akin to a graduate student from Tsinghua University struggling with elementary math problems, written in a manner designed to confound. Speaking of which, these days, with so much news consumption, who isn't a logical genius? However, Su Zifang could not discern that this regulation was intentionally established by the system to prevent him from exploiting experience points. After all, he had previously mentioned the idea of bottling the system's water for sale. Without an experience barrier, should Su Zifang attempt to gain specialization experience by simply mixing scallions with tofu or preparing cold tomatoes? It would certainly become a more amusing affair. Where has the trust between people gone? Realizing that his plan to use cold tomatoes to boost his culinary experience was unattainable, Su Zifang felt a tinge of regret. Please focus on enhancing your culinary skills. Perhaps sensing Su Zifang's thoughts, the system popped up a prompt dialog box, reminiscent of a multitude of likes. Isn't it just cooking? Who's afraid of whom? After all, I am a connoisseur of all culinary delights. I know the protagonist's aura. Su Zifang dismissed the dialog box and let out a satisfied burp. Truly delightful. Chapter 8. Shop name. After forcing himself to finish the remaining half pot of braised pork, Su Zifang washed up and collapsed onto his bed, content. After 2 days of effort, he had finally brought the shop up to a standard fit for opening, but he had also taken the time to reserve a number online for obtaining the business license the following day. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, he would complete the paperwork in the morning, and this long-dormant establishment would be ready to welcome customers once again. The thought of opening filled Su Zifang with excitement. Not many graduates from the prestigious Southern Culinary Academy managed to own their own restaurant immediately upon graduation. With this in mind, Su Zifang felt no pressure regarding the 300,000 yuan loan. With the system at his disposal and the protagonist template in place, perhaps by the time I return from handling the paperwork tomorrow, I will receive a divine-level fried rice recipe that I could sell it for 188 yuan a portion, effortlessly achieving my monthly goal. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was deeply entrenched in the absurdity of internet literature. First, I'll handle the paperwork tomorrow, then buy the ingredients and open for business. Perfect. Su Zifang meticulously arranged his itinerary for the day, double-checking the process on his phone before switching to the interface of a casual puzzle game that as a man who had distanced himself from trivial pursuits, Su Zifang had no other hobbies besides playing this game in his leisure time. Back in school, his days were consumed by culinary practice and clearing levels in the game. Tio prolonged his gaming sessions. He insisted on achieving 3 stars in every level. This obsessive dedication had led him to reach over 2,000 levels. Yet he remained stuck at level 191. Nevertheless, this was hardly a concern for him, as it meant he had over 1,900 levels left to gradually conquer for 3 stars. Pure bliss. As his fingers glided across the screen, the sounds of good, amazing, and unbelievable began to reverberate through his bedroom. However, perhaps due to a stroke of bad luck, Zifang was unable to secure 3 stars in level 191, even after exhausting all his stamina. Oh well, it's time for bed, he sighed, glancing at the time before placing his phone back on the bedside table and drifting off to sleep. Late nights were detrimental to his kidneys and would lead to hair loss. 2 outcomes Zifang could not abide. Thus, despite the allure of the game, he chose sleep as a means of self-preservation. Knowing the approval process could be tedious, Zifang rose early the next day, armed with the necessary documents, and hurried to the service hall. Upon arrival, he found himself at the back of a line of over 20 people. "Hello. How long do you expect I will have to wait to process my restaurant's business license?" Zifang surveyed the queue and decided to swiftly consult the staff regarding the estimated wait time. "Not many people. Most are here for appointments. It won't take long. Hand me your documents, and I'll get you a number." The staff member at the inquiry desk warmly assisted Zifang in obtaining a ticket, directing him to sit nearby. "You are number 24, and it should be about half an hour. You might want to think of a name in the meantime. It's best to have a few ready, just in case of any name collisions. A guy a few days ago was so unfortunate that he came up with over 20 names, all of which were duplicates, causing quite a stir behind him. Do make sure to think it through." The staff member elaborated with a real-life example. "All right, understood," Zifang responded, slightly dazed. "What? You haven't thought of a name yet?" The staff member eyed him suspiciously. "Do I really seem like the type who would come to open a shop without having a name in mind?" Zifang retorted defiantly. "Fine. Just wait for your number to be called, and I'll get back to work." As the staff member departed, Zifang let out a sigh of relief and began rapidly brainstorming suitable names. Midnight. Never mind. Such a classic name might attract unwanted attention from fans. He shook his head, dismissing the first idea that entered his mind. After all, the image of Kobayashi Karu was too ingrained in the public consciousness, with his blue chef's uniform and scarred face. He needed only to stand there for a story to unfold, evoking visions of a bygone culinary master returning to a humble kitchen, coupled with the ever-silent figure of the man in a black suit. The duo exuded a palpable chemistry reminiscent of "It feels like meeting an old friend." What if he were to adopt a similar appearance? Zifang sighed. He was well aware that, even if he opened a Michelin 3-star late-night eatery, he would only be complimented on his good looks, devoid of any narrative. How about trying Yanchuan Restaurant or Chrysanthemum House? He mused, recalling top-tier restaurants he had seen in comics. However, considering that one specialized in Sichuan cuisine and the other in Cantonese cuisine, both unrelated to his own culinary skills, he silently shelved those ideas. Next, number 24. The staff member's call interrupted Zifang's train of thought. Exhaling deeply, he handed over his ticket and stepped forward. "Here. If you have any issues filling out the forms, look here. The pen is on the side. Please provide your documents. ID, and write the shop name on a small piece of paper for me." The long-haired staff member pointed to a form affixed to the counter, speaking with efficiency and without any unnecessary words. However, when she looked up and caught sight of Zifang's face, her demeanor softened, and she added gently, "Of course, you can directly tell me the information, and I can fill it out for you." Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her smile was as sweet as a spring breeze. Moments ago, as I departed with my watch, I chanced to glance back and witnessed a scene that stirred my emotions. Taking a few more steps, I caught sight of Zifang's profile and couldn't help but exclaim, "In this world that judges by appearances, how bitter it is." Upon hearing my lament, Zifang turned to the staff member in front of him and softly inquired, "Does this count as taking a shortcut?" "Of course not. This merely provides some convenience for the citizens." The young lady hastily corrected herself, sensing the tranquility in Zifang's gaze and retracting her initial thought. "Thank you for your assistance." Zifang responded with a considerate smile. For maintaining a good rapport with government officials is an essential skill for a small business owner. Such opportunities are rare. If not seized, one could imagine Jia Shibei flying in from school to give him a crash course. Of course, if the young lady were privy to Su Zifang's thoughts, she might very well suffer a heart attack upon realizing, "I regard you as my idol, yet you see me merely as a connection." Fortunately, the young lady remembered her duties and refrained from further inquiries, instead pointing to the blank space for the establishment's name. "Your shop's photo has a lovely vintage aesthetic. What is it called? I shall invite some friends to try it out another day." Her gaze held a hint of eagerness, suggesting sincerity rather than mere small talk. Su Zifang paused for a few seconds, as if time itself had frozen before him. And only when the young lady's eyes fluttered, her lashes creating delicate ripples, did he softly utter 3 words. "Food speaks not." Immediately, a plethora of dialogue boxes appeared before him, filling his line of sight. Chapter 9. The Invitation to Taste. Task completed. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade completed. Content updated. Congratulations, host. The shop sign has been issued. Please check it. An upgrade? Is this system capable of patching itself at any time? Su Zifang muttered as he summoned the panel. And indeed, he observed that the original interface had transformed, increasingly resembling a game. In the upper left corner was his avatar, and at the bottom of the interface, in addition to the previous information and tasks, there was now a package icon. Shifting his gaze to the package, the interface automatically displayed the storage compartment screen, where a plaque-like item lay quietly in the first slot. Food speaks not, shop sign inactive. To activate, equip it in the shop. Effect: shop's visibility 1. Can be upgraded. Su Zifang gazed at the 3D rotating image on the panel, somewhat incredulous. Was this truly the same system that couldn't even handle punctuation a mere few days ago? Not only had it developed a 3D display module, but it had also introduced an upgradable equipment system. If domestic gaming companies could adopt such an attitude towards system development, they wouldn't be left in the lurch. Upon inspecting the task prompt bar, he noted that the main quest remained unchanged, while the shop opening task had turned gray, merely appended with a tag indicating it was awaiting activation. It seemed that securing the shop sign would conclude it. Su Zifang suddenly felt a surge of joy. He could finally delve into the main storyline. To better assist the host in accomplishing the main storyline, the system will conduct upgrades at appropriate times. Please strive to enhance your abilities. The system's final prompt read as such. Although Su Zifang suspected this was merely an excuse from the author for not having determined when to introduce new plot lines, it didn't diminish his satisfaction with the new system. After all, no one would begrudge their tools improving, would they? "Hello, here is your certificate. Everything has been processed. Should you require further assistance, feel free to contact me." While Su Zifang was engrossed in examining the system, the staff member had completed the necessary formalities, presenting him with a file bag containing all the documents, which thoughtfully noted the document names along with a clearly personal phone number on a sticky note. "Cai," Su Zifang read aloud. "Indeed." Chui replied with a bright smile. "Su boss, you must offer me a discount when I visit your shop." "Certainly, your patronage is welcome," Su Zifang replied, setting aside Chui's number before jotting down his own. Just as he was about to write down his address, Chui suddenly picked up the sticky note, waving it in her hand. "I have yours." "Oh," Su Zifang remarked, somewhat puzzled. "This," Chui pointed to his registration details. "Ah, understood. Then I shall look forward to your visit." Su Zifang recalled that he had left his information during registration, making it easy for Chui to contact him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." He politely expressed his gratitude as he departed, though he sensed that Chui seemed eager to engage in further conversation. The intense gaze of the queue behind him was almost palpable, prompting Su Zifang to hastily exit. It was nearly 11 o'clock. If he delayed any longer, the best ingredients for lunch would be picked over. For a chef intent on completing the task of opening a restaurant, running out of ingredients to practice with would be an unforgivable oversight. As for the young lady, she was hardly as engaging as cooking, and certainly less enjoyable than clearing levels in a casual game. Su Zifang boarded the bus home, brimming with pride. Upon returning to Sheila Street, it was precisely 11 o'clock, and the market was still bustling with activity. Su Zifang chose a modest stall with limited vegetables, enthusiastically purchasing the entire stock and assisting the owner in transporting the goods back to his shop for storage as he surveyed the fully stocked refrigerator and shelves. A sense of familiarity washed over him, igniting an irresistible urge to start cooking immediately. Fortunately, the clock on the wall instilled a sense of reason. It was not yet mealtime, and enjoying some casual gaming was the priority. The organized hall was clean and tidy, sunlight streaming through the skylight, casting cheerful patterns on the floor, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Zifang stood behind the counter, perusing the comments on his social media, and noticed that his cooking post had garnered over 50 likes overnight. It seems I have quite the following, Su Zifang mused to himself, a smile creeping onto his face as he began to respond. Most comments were variations of inquiries like, "You've opened a shop? What is it called? Where is it located? Haven't been to S County." Su Zifang uniformly replied, "Thank you all for your support. The new shop is located at No. 7 Shilla Street, name Food Speaks Not. Feel free to drop by and give it a try." Zifang, you've opened a shop so quickly. Impressive. I'll definitely come by when I visit Jingling next time. One user, nicknamed 10,000 volts, responded almost immediately. Su Zifang clicked on the name, discovering that 10,000 volts was a Pikachu wearing a chef's hat. Upon reviewing the chat history, it was entirely blank. After pondering for a while, he couldn't recall when he had added this junior and hastily replied, "Thank you." Wow! Impressive. I want you to set one up for me. His roommate teased in a message. Su Zifang, not to be outdone, retorted, "Dream on. The cooking is going well, but surely one pot isn't sufficient. What cuisine do you plan to focus on? Should you practice Huayang cuisine a bit more before opening in Jingling?" The messages flowed in, filled with exuberant enthusiasm, and upon glancing at the name, it was indeed Jia Shibei, and Su Zifang didn't rush to reply. Rather, he diligently noted down Jia Shibei's suggestions, as they were the golden principles of experienced chefs. After contemplating for a considerable time, he picked up his phone. "Thank you for the reminders, Chef Jia, that I plan to start with a couple more pots to ensure I'm prepared. Focusing primarily on home-style dishes. Do come by for a review sometime." The last sentence was somewhat courteous, yet not entirely so, for the essence of dining etiquette in Huaxia is rooted in humility and decorum, ensuring that both host and guest feel they have performed their roles satisfactorily. In truth, this etiquette is a product of a unique era in the last century when resources were scarce, and everyone struggled to fill their bellies. When guests visited, the astute housewife would graciously invite them to dine, while the considerate guests would insist on declining. The two parties would engage in a tug-of-war at the door for several minutes before the guests were finally allowed to leave, illustrating the hospitality of the host and the courtesy of the guests. Naturally, if departing was impossible, that would lead to a different scenario altogether. The host would prepare a chicken or fish for their guests. Yet the guests would often stop eating halfway, leaving a substantial portion for the host's family and children. Su Zifang vividly recalled Jia Shibei adding, "When I was young and my family was poor, I would watch as guests devoured half a fish, and unable to contain myself, I would rush out crying, shouting, 'Mom, he flipped the fish, he turned the fish over.' All right, I will definitely come." Jia Shibei surprisingly replied almost instantly. Just as the comment came in, a system notification materialized before Su Zifang's eyes. Task: the host is to issue an invitation for a tasting session. Please ensure to provide satisfactory dishes upon the arrival of the tasters. Task reward: 1 random recipe. Su Zifang. What? Another task already? Chapter 10. Noodle making. What astonished Su Zifang was not the task itself, but the reward. 1 recipe. Although uncertain of its contents, the mere fact that this was the first recipe reward he had received since acquiring the system was enough to excite him. I wonder what kind of recipes the system provides. Can I create luminous dishes? He eagerly opened the task details. 3 days for invitation, 2 days for calling, and the same day for gathering. The host must invite tasters within 100 days, with all dishes provided by the host. It is prohibited to induce tasters to praise in any manner. The condition for reward acquisition is the satisfaction of the tasters. Upon reading the detailed explanation, Su Zifang remained fixated on the absence of luminous dishes and finally comprehended that the difficulty of this task did not lie in the invitation, but in satisfying Jia Shibei. As a chef, creating dishes that please diners is a given. But to truly satisfy Jia Shibei, Zifang could not suppress a shiver as he recalled Jia Shibei's sarcastic remarks during the first culinary class. You are undoubtedly the most inept group of students I have ever encountered. Just look at the dishes you've prepared. If one could even call them dishes. Frankly, the concoctions you produced are hardly fit for swine. I'd hesitate to feed them to pigs for fear of stunting their growth. Many students assumed this was merely hyperbole, only to discover that Jia Shibei had indeed adopted a large white pig from the school's agricultural base as their culinary critique tool. She even prepared a chart to meticulously document the pig's weight daily, sharing it in the class group to spur their motivation. If what you create can't even fatten up to Bai, you might as well return home. Bai was the name given to the chosen pig. A robust specimen of the large white breed, hence the moniker. Easy to remember and straightforward. What on earth are you all? In just 1 week, Bai has lost 10 pounds. Have you come to the wrong place? The swimming pool next door could certainly use your talents. Goodness, there's a genius among you. Yesterday, that bucket of vegetables was poured into the trough, and Bai didn't even glance at it. Have you all truly forgotten how to prepare pig food? Throughout his 4 years in culinary school, such exclamations echoed countless times within the classroom, leading to a significant drop in attendance whenever Jia Shibei's cooking assessments were scheduled. The past is best left unexamined. Zifang gazed at the countdown timer, marking 100 days, silently shutting down the system interface, reflecting that reminiscing about bygone days served no purpose. It would be more prudent to focus on completing his tasks. However, before embarking on that endeavor, he first needed to satiate his hunger. Since rising, Zifang had not consumed a single grain of rice. In the midst of his busyness, he had hardly noticed. But now, with a moment of idleness, he felt a gnawing hunger that pressed against his back. How about a bowl of noodles? A thought flitted through Zifang's mind that he had no particular dietary biases regarding regional cuisines. Welcoming both rice and noodles alike, of course, to maintain a balanced diet and to experience a variety of culinary styles, he typically alternated between rice and noodles, with the lingering aroma of yesterday's braised pork still in the air. Preparing a meal of rice would require additional accompaniments, which felt overly rich. Instead, a bowl of light, oil-free yanchun noodles, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and garlic shoots, and a dash of white pepper, would be refreshing and delightful. Imagining the golden wheat grains being hulled, ground into flour, and transformed into chewy noodles slipping into his mouth, Zifang hastened to the kitchen, his salivary glands already on high alert. In the cabinet, 3 containers of flour were neatly arranged: high gluten, medium gluten, and low gluten flour, all complete that Zifang had planned meticulously. High gluten flour reserved for making bread and flaky pastries, medium gluten flour designated for dumplings and common noodles, low gluten flour intended for cakes and cookies. He embodied the spirit of a seasoned Southern graduate. Though he lacked skill, he believed in preparation for any eventuality that in reality, many households only stock one type of flour, whether for dumplings, buns, noodles, or pancakes. One bag suffices for all. While this approach is not without merit, selecting the appropriate flour based on the desired dish invariably enhances the texture that white cooking chefs possess a deeper understanding of flour, offering a more diverse selection, often considering proportions. Thus, the same dish can yield varying textures and presentations depending on the flour ratios employed by different cooks. For instance, although soup dumplings, boiled dumplings, and wontons all involve a wrapper encasing filling, each of the white cooking instructors at school possesses their own secret ratios, all resulting in delicious outcomes. Zifang reminisced about the techniques taught by his instructors that he scooped out a bowl of medium gluten flour, pinching it between his fingers to assess its texture, before adding half a bowl of high gluten flour to the mixture. This combination would optimally ensure the noodles' chewiness. Almost there. After gauging the flour's consistency, Zifang retrieved 3 eggs from the refrigerator, carefully cracking them open to extract the egg whites while retaining the yolks in their shells. Incorporating egg whites into the dough would enhance the noodles' elasticity and chewiness, aligning perfectly with his preferred texture. Since mastering this technique, Zifang had indulged in the luxury of substituting egg whites for hot water in every batch of noodles he prepared, leaving the yolks for his classmate who specialized in Western pastries. Zifang had calculated astutely. Each egg cost 8 dimes. After using the egg whites, he could sell the yolks for 5 dimes each, effectively making the egg whites free when factoring in the yolks resale. Now that he was running his own establishment, he could not afford to waste the yolks either. Once the noodles were complete, he could fry an egg to accompany the dish. How delightful! As Su Zifang envisioned the bowl of Yanchun noodles that made his mouth water, he diligently kneaded the flour in the bowl, even taking a moment to compliment himself. What a clever little soul I am! Kneading the dough was not laborious. One merely needed to push the lumpy mass of flour mixed with egg whites in a consistent direction. Rolling, pressing, and squeezing until the flour coalesced into a cohesive ball, thus completing the kneading process. However, Su Zifang was not a professional dough maker, and his technique did not rival that of seasoned northern housewives who had spent years making noodles. After kneading for over 10 minutes, he finally achieved the desired smoothness. Shaking out his stiff neck from standing too long, Su Zifang prepared to let the dough rest. Those who have savored hand-pulled noodles find it challenging to settle for dried noodles. Primarily because the texture simply does not compare, in northern parlance. They would say, not chewy enough. Allowing the dough to rest is crucial for determining its chewiness. During the kneading process, the flour's proteins absorb water, forming gluten, which, under pressure, interconnects and entangles, causing the dough to contract. Therefore, freshly kneaded dough often feels rough and lacks elasticity. Resting allows the dough to have ample time to relax and restructure the protein molecules, enhancing its extensibility. In practice, this step is more complex. Insufficient resting time results in overly firm noodles, while excessive resting leads to mushy ones. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the resting process is closely linked to the quality of the flour and water. With only seasoned chefs able to master the perfect resting duration, Su Zifang naturally lacked such expertise, but that did not hinder him from executing this task. He placed the dough on the cutting board, inverting a transparent bowl over it, and stood by, intently observing the changes within. His thought process was simple. Since I don't know how long to let the dough rest for optimal results, I'll watch it until it reaches the ideal state. Chapter 11. In the spring of March, 20 minutes later, the kneaded dough gradually expanded within the bowl, its hue a blend of wheat and white, growing smoother as small air pockets closed up, the entire mass appearing seamless and devoid of any angularity. Su Zifang lifted the bowl's cover and gently prodded the dough with a finger. The room temperature was not high, and his fingertip felt a slight coolness against the dough, quickly captivated by its delicate texture. Before he realized it, the area he had touched began to warm, and pressing down firmly revealed a subtle indentation that rebounded slightly. Satisfied, Su Zifang pressed his entire palm against it. The system's prompt was clear and precise. A piece of ordinary dough, color between white and wheat, taste slightly sweet, with a hint of wheat aroma. Moisture content, approximately 65, extensibility, moderate, elasticity, quite good. Su Zifang withdrew his finger, dismissing this professional evaluation from his thoughts. After all, for most people, these parameters would be distilled into the simple phrase, the dough has rested well. A well-rested dough signifies that it is time to cut the noodles. Su Zifang cleaned the countertop where he prepared the noodles, grabbed a handful of high-gluten flour to sprinkle, and pressed the dough onto the surface, rolling it around to coat evenly with flour. The heavy rolling pin made of jujube would felt reassuring in his hands as he exerted energy, deftly rolling out the dough into a flat disc with just a couple of strokes. After rotating the dough and repeating the process, it quickly transformed into a thin, translucent sheet. Su Zifang sprinkled more flour over the surface, carefully spreading it out before folding the sheet in an S shape. With a sharp sound, a flash of cold light reflected off the blade of a Chinese chef's knife that now rested in his hand. The knife, narrowing at the front and widening at the back, bore the patina of years of use, evident from its well-worn handle, and a circular stamp on the side hinted at its origin. Unlike other chefs, Su Zifang relied on this old knife throughout his culinary training for all tasks, except for intricate processes like floral designs. Although this meant he had to wash the knife several more times than others, he remained indifferent to changing his ways. Naturally, he would use this knife to cut the noodles as well. Standing firm with the knife in hand, Su Zifang swallowed hard, taking a deep breath, with his left hand adjusted to grip the handle. His forefingers braced against the blade. He began to chop, producing a relentless series of rhythmic thuds as the noodles, the thickness of toothpicks, appeared on the right side of the knife. That is a bit much, Su Zifang mused. Eyeing the pile of noodles accumulating beside him, he swiftly retrieved 3 plastic bags to pack the excess noodles, not forgetting to sprinkle a bit more flour over them before sealing. With the noodles packed, the water he had boiled earlier was now bubbling vigorously. Seizing a handful of noodles, Zifang dropped them into the pot, using a pair of long chopsticks to separate them and prevent sticking. While he prepared another pan to fry the scallions, flames danced beneath the stove, and a thick slab of lard sizzled as it melted within moments in a crackling oil that Zifang skimmed off the residue and added the chopped purple onions into the pan. Sizzle! A symphony of sounds erupted as the spatula flew. White smoke billowing from the pot as the onions began to take on a golden sheen that a blue and white porcelain bowl filled with soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and sugar awaited nearby. Carefully, he splashed in the fried scallion oil, and an aromatic wave of scallion fragrance, mingled with the distinctive essence of animal fat, enveloped Zifang's senses. There was little time to savor the aroma as the pot of noodles began to boil. The delicate strands required no additional water splashing to be ready. Using a slotted spoon, Zifang lifted the noodles, rinsing them quickly under the system-provided Evian water, before flipping them into the blue and white bowl, then ladling in a scoop of hot broth. Thus, a steaming bowl of Yanchun noodles was finally ready. Neglecting the front hall, Zifang casually propped open a stool and settled beside the stove, indulging in a bowl of Yanchun noodles. With a loud slurp, he inhaled a hefty mouthful, chewing and swallowing, even mixed with light and dark soy sauce. The broth retained a clear brilliance, and while it lacked the richness of a hearty stock, it stirred a gust of flavor that fully awakened the essence of the Yanchun noodles. Once the noodles broke apart in his mouth, they released an unparalleled fragrance of wheat, transforming under the broth's accompaniment into a burst of flavor akin to a juicy beef ball that Zifang felt as if he were transported to the Jiangnan region in March. Witnessing the wheat seedlings unfurling their leaves, sprouting ears, and filling with grain, blanketing the ground in gold, farmers donned in straw hats toiled in the fields, while the river bordering the wheat fields shimmered like jade. Boats gliding by as time flowed. Heavy heads of wheat exploded across the fields, forming clouds of dough. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating a figure reclining contentedly atop the dough. Zooming in, it was none other than Zifang himself. Ah! Zifang exhaled deeply, eyes closed. Ending his daydream, he patted his belly, surprisingly finding himself still unsated by tea that moment. He began to comprehend why some succumbed utterly to the allure of culinary delights, transitioning from 90 to 180 pounds in just a year. The sin of indulgence was not merely a craving of the palate. Ultimately, however, it was not his weight that deterred Zifang from ordering another bowl, but rather the unexpected sight of his inventory interface, which revealed that the shop sign had transitioned from inactive to activatable status. Shop sign, activatable. Detected host is within the shop. Activation of equipment is possible. Equipment effect. Shop visibility 1. Upgrade available. The thought of the effects following the activation of the shop sign stirred Zifang's curiosity and desire. After all, the concept of visibility was nebulous, intangible, and unpredictable. Only through personal experience could he discern its true value. With a blink, Zifang dragged the shop sign from his inventory, and before he could confirm any action, the system promptly displayed a notification. Shop sign equipped. Shop system officially activated. Upon glancing at the interface again, he noticed a new column of shop information beside his personal details. Naturally, he would not overlook this newly opened section, and with a swift glance, he entered the new page, which presented the basic information of food without words, complete with a floor plan and descriptions of various parameters. Food without words visibility. Unknown reputation. 1 passersby may glance once. Customer flow. None. Currently no customer traffic. Signature dishes. None. No signature dishes available. Satisfaction. None. No satisfaction surveys completed. Gazing at the string of knowns, Zifang's once enthusiastic expression turned somewhat awkward, akin to a student exuberantly returning home to boast about a test score, only to discover that he had misread it. Not a 92, but a 56. Fortunately, he no longer faced the prospect of being subjected to corporal punishment or mixed relay sparring, or he would undoubtedly be bedridden for 3 months. Stepping outside, he found a brand new sign where the plaque was once placed, the 3 bold characters of food without words strikingly written. their strokes vigorous and flowing, clearly crafted by a masterful hand. Beside the sign, 2 red ribbons were affixed, symbolizing a prosperous opening. Just opened, it will gradually improve, Zifang reassured himself, summoning a surge of determination, his heart brimming with ambition. After all, the story was just beginning. Chapter 12. The Grand Floral Basket. Hey, Boss Su, is this your grand opening? Just as Zifang prepared to enter, he heard Mu Lu's voice. Turning around, he saw Lu Renjie and Mu Lu striding directly from across the street. Indeed, the paperwork is all settled, just hanging a sign for now. After a brief pause, Zifang recalled something. By the way, Boss Lu, is there any procedure for opening a shop on the street? What procedure? Caught off guard by Zifang's inquiry, Lu Renjie appeared momentarily bewildered. I suspect Boss Su is inquiring about an opening ceremony? Mu Lu interjected, noticing Lu Renjie's silence and continuing. In the first couple of years, when the street was bustling, there might have been an event. Now it's quiet, and no one has the inclination. Oh, that's good, Zifang casually replied, thinking it was quite advantageous to save on the cost of opening reception. Still, let us have a little something, Lu Renjie suddenly suggested. I'll introduce you to the other shop owners on the street to liven things up a bit. After a brief pause, he added softly, even if just for good fortune, it has a good omen. Zifang connected Lu Renjie's words, dragging out an elongated O, as comprehension dawned. He understood the significance of good fortune. He could discern the weight of Lu Renjie's expression and swallowed the remaining thoughts. Seizing the moment of silence, he looked around, noting the sparse foot traffic and the desolate street. Once a vibrant hub, Joy Street had transformed, leaving Zifang at a loss for words that he recalled his childhood when Joy Street was the most bustling commercial avenue in Jingling City and indeed across the nation. Only to witness its gradual decline, the cause of which remained a mystery that in recent years, it had completely lost its former glory, with only a few scattered pedestrians, mostly locals or nostalgic shop owners reluctant to leave. Sigh. All that remained was a deep exhale. Let us settle on it then, Boss Su. You needn't make a grand affair. I'll arrange it. Just a small gathering in the shop inviting a few nearby shop owners. And it will count as a good opening, wishing you prosperous business in the future. Lu Renjie spoke with excitement, his cadence reminiscent of a rhythmic tongue twister. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Lu. With Lu Renjie's insistence, Zifang felt compelled to oblige. Moreover, he had a system task at hand. If he didn't cultivate good relations with the shop owners of Joy Street, how could he lead it back to the pinnacle of the world? Let us do it tomorrow, then. It's a fortuitous day. Mu Lu raised his phone, the screen glaringly displaying the auspicious date for opening a market. I'll notify them right away. Lu Renjie glanced at the screen, his face breaking into a smile as he trotted back toward Rue Gay, his slightly plump figure bobbing along, leaving a distant remark. Mu Lu, you go with Boss Su to buy some ingredients, and also get 2 sets of firecrackers, the biggest ones. Understood. Mu Lu responded loudly to Lu Renjie. Standing aside, Zifang felt somewhat out of place, as if his shop opening brought more joy to others than to himself. Yet, pondering the camaraderie among the neighbors on the street, he believed that life would be harmonious moving forward. And thus, he too donned a smile. For supplies, he headed to Wang Fugui's underground supermarket. En route, Zifang repeatedly encouraged himself, determined to ensure Wang Fugui rounded down the total this time, refusing to be led astray by the shop owner's poor mathematics. However, after totaling everything, there was not a single cent off. The total came to exactly 1,300 yuan. Observing Wang Fugui's half-smiling, half-skeptical expression, as if questioning whether Zifang had been calculating in the supermarket, he found it impossible to utter the words round down. After all, a total of 1,300 yuan, even with rounding down, would leave 130 yuan remaining. He had his pride. He could not stoop to that. Like last time, Wang Fugui drove Zifang and Mu Lu back to food without words in his van. Along the way, it was uncertain whether there were stones on the road originally, or if Wang Fugui, having heard Mu Lu invite him to support Zifang's opening, slammed on the brakes, nearly sending Zifang and Mu Lu tumbling from the rear compartment to the windshield. Uncle Fugui, you must come tomorrow. Lu invited Su Zifang, taking a more formal approach, hurriedly wrote an invitation card, respectfully handing it to Wang Fugue. Sure, I'll definitely be there on time. Wang Fugue accepted the invitation, casually placing it in the car, causing Su Zifang to suspect he might forget it entirely along the way. Uncle Fugue, Boss Su is your biggest client. Many shop owners will come tomorrow. You mustn't vanish. Got it? You talk more than Boss Su. Wang Fugue, adjusting his hairstyle in the rearview mirror, disparaged both Lu and Lu Renjie in turn. As Su Zifang unloaded all the goods from the car. Wang Fugue waved his hand. See you tomorrow. And with that, he sped off back the way he came. Boss Su, do you think Wang Boss will show up tomorrow? Probably. The two stood at the door, watching Wang Fugue's vehicle disappear from sight before lugging their bags into the shop. I wonder how many people will come tomorrow. Su Zifang gazed at the few tables and chairs in the hall. Frowning, I forgot to ask Boss Lu. If too many come, it will be quite awkward if there's not enough seating. Lu chuckled. Don't worry, Boss Su. At most, a dozen will come. Afterward, he counted on his fingers for Su Zifang. You've seen Wang Boss from the supermarket. Boss Shun from the clothing store will definitely be invited, and those from the leisure center should also show up. The hardware store's Boss Yang, Dr. Luo, Nurse Lee, and others might come too. Boss Lu usually interacts with these people, so it's unlikely he'll invite more. That's good then. Su Zifang quickly calculated the outcome in his mind. 2 tables pushed together should suffice. Serving the dishes will be easy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, followed by Lu Renjie's booming voice. Lu, come help. His voice resonated like a bell, prompting Su Zifang, who was organizing ingredients in the kitchen, to hastily set aside his tasks and dash outside. Upon stepping out, he was astonished by Lu Renjie's grand gesture. 2 workers were unloading an enormous floral basket from a pickup truck, while another had already been placed at the shop entrance. Su Zifang quietly approached and measured it against himself, only reaching 2/3 of its height, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was not short, but if he were any shorter, he might as well be Alice wandering Joy Street. What do you think? Boss Su, I specifically asked a friend to prepare this for you, the largest one. You want to find another pair of floral baskets this size in all of Jingling City. Lu Renjie patted his chest and declared, the larger the flower basket, the more prosperous our future business will be. It is not easy to open a new store on Happy Street, but we must persevere. He then unfurled a ribbon that read, gathering guests from all corners, welcoming wealth from all directions, and another stating, may joyful Huatang flourish and create new brilliance. It was somewhat cliché, yet undeniably heartwarming. Although Su Zifang understood that these inscriptions were not solely for him, but for the entire Happy Street, he still felt as if sand had entered his eyes, tears brimming and vision becoming hazy. That moment, a notification appeared, silently conveying a profound sense of human kindness to Su Zifang. Main quest. Lead Happy Street back to the world's top business district, Progress 0. 1. Chapter 13. The hidden culinary master. The joy of advancing the main quest lingered into the following day, and Su Zifang completed his morning routine with a broad smile, nearly colliding with a utility pole during his run from sheer exhilaration. Upon accessing the menu, he found that the interface had become more user-friendly. Unfinished tasks were displayed separately, and the information presented was more comprehensive. Host, Su Zifang Specialization, Culinary Arts, Beginner. 129-1000, Store, Silent Feast Reputation, Unremarkable Visibility. 1. Passers-by might glance. Foot traffic, none. Currently no customers. Signature dishes, none. No signature dishes yet. Satisfaction, none. No satisfaction surveys completed. Main quest, lead Happy Street back to the world's top business district, Progress 0. 1. Side Quest 1. Assist Lu Renjie in realizing his dream by experiencing a day in the life of a chef. Task reward, a couplet. Side Quest 2. Issue a tasting invitation, ensuring satisfactory dishes are provided upon the arrival of the tasters. Task reward, a random recipe. Gazing at the task list, Su Zifang suddenly had an epiphany. Since Boss Lu is coming to the store today, getting him to assist in the kitchen for a day should count as completing a task, right? Seeing that the system remained silent for a while, Su Zifang realized his assumption was correct and cheerfully made his way to the store. From a distance, he spotted Lu sweeping outside. Given their close relationship, the atmosphere was no longer awkward. "Good morning, Brother Mu. Did Boss Lu send you to sweep so early today?" Since the two of them were not your typical boss and employee, a little banter was harmless. Indeed, with Boss Lu being so stingy, he insists on making me do everything alone that I've told him countless times to hire another server, but he simply refuses. The last 4 words were spoken through gritted teeth. Yet a smile adorned his face. But we can't really blame Boss Lu. It's a small business, and saving money is crucial. Noticing the shift in Lu's tone and his gaze drifting elsewhere, Zifang subtly shook his head, as if understanding something. Turning around, he indeed saw Lu Renjie emerging from the store, stretching lazily. "Good morning, Boss Lu." Zifang smiled and greeted him. The Lu Renjie struggled to open his eyes. Nodding slightly, the heavy dark circles under his eyes practically spelled night shift. "Boss Lu, is everything set for lunch?" Although reluctant to disturb his sleep so early, confirming the lunch arrangements was essential, especially since he needed Lu Renjie's assistance for a task related to his dream. The thought alleviated much of the pressure associated with waking him so early. "Ah, no problem. I'll be there on time for lunch," Lu Renjie replied, stifling a yawn and mumbling. "By the way, Boss Lu, could I trouble you to lend a hand during the banquet?" "Sure, no problem," Lu Renjie exclaimed, excitedly clapping Zifang on the shoulder. "Such an opportunity. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have offered my help. I'll check the time." "Oh dear, it's getting late. Wait for me. We'll head over right now." Lu Renjie hurried back inside. The Zifang watched as the earnest Lu Renjie dashed away, unable to suppress a smile. Boss Lu is really kind. Unfamiliar with the context, Lu gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, Boss Lu is the best boss on this street. Let's go, Boss Su." Lu Renjie, now clad in a chef's uniform, with a tall chef's hat perched on his head, wielded a frying pan in one hand and a spatula in the other. He looked even more professional than Zifang himself, and with his endearing smile and robust figure, he could easily serve as the ideal model for a promotional video about Southern cuisine. "I bought this out of boredom. I never expected it would come in handy," Lu Renjie explained, urging the two to hurry along. "If we delay, we won't have time to prepare." Banqueting has historically been a vital aspect of Chinese cuisine, not only showcasing the essence of various regional dishes, but also serving as a display of Chinese etiquette. Zifang had taken a course on dining etiquette in his Southern culinary studies, covering the dining customs of various countries and cuisines, including seating arrangements, entering, sitting posture, communication, serving dishes, and toasting. These topics were elaborately discussed over a semester. And when the course concluded, Jia Shibei expressed her longing for more, saying, "There is so much to explore about cooking and cuisine in this world. This semester's lessons simply weren't enough that I hope you all can travel the world and witness the culinary arts firsthand." Immersed in Jia Shibei's extensive discussions on various etiquettes, Zifang naturally excelled in this course, making the arrangement of a banquet for a dozen people seem effortless. That as the host of the banquet, he would certainly sit at the head table, with Lu Renjie as the guest of honor beside him. Conveniently, one of the guests was Dr. Luo, a retired physician from Huxia Hospital, highly respected for his age and reputation that he chose to remain in Jingling City for its tranquility, making him the most esteemed figure on the street. After a moment's contemplation, Zifang decided on the seating plan. Dr. Luo would occupy the main seat, with himself on the left and Boss Lu on the right. Wang Fugui and Nurse Li would sit on either side, while the remaining guests, being younger, would not fuss over seating arrangements. Interspersing genders would suffice. 2 long tables would be combined into a large round table, seating 3 on each side, perfectly accommodating everyone without the need for 2 separate tables. After finalizing the seating, Zifang briefed Lu on a few details before diving into the kitchen. Although he had only asked Lu Renjie to assist, he felt a bit guilty for delaying in the front while Lu Renjie prepped inside. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped in, he was taken aback by the sight of the cooking station brimming with meticulously arranged dishes. "Boss Lu, are you a hidden culinary master?" Chicken, duck, fish, meat, ribs, pork belly, liver, kidneys, potatoes, lotus slices, and loofah were all neatly organized. The preparation was flawless, deboned, sliced, diced, and chopped with precision. even surpassing some lifelong chefs. Lu Renjie, hearing Su Zifang's exclamation, took his time finishing the last few slices of ginger before setting the knife aside, washing his hands, and drying them with the towel around his neck. He then turned to Su Zifang. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply enjoy practicing." Su Zifang swallowed hard, pondering if he had mistakenly picked up the wrong script. His neighbor casually practices and possesses such exceptional knife skills. Perhaps the title of this book should be changed to My Neighbor, the Innkeeper, turns out to be a culinary genius in hiding. But gazing into Lu Renjie's earnest eyes, Su Zifang could not harbor any doubts and could only internally lament. What a splendid talent. It would be a shame not to utilize it. Chapter 14. A ground of red blossoms in the kitchen. The two were still discussing the lunch menu when voices of conversation resonated from outside. Uncle Fugue arrived early. "Please come this way." "Oh, Dr. Luo is here too. Why didn't Li Jie come with you?" "Please have a seat." Since we have new neighbors, naturally, I had to come by to say hello. Dr. Luo's hearty voice responded to Mu Lu. After greeting each other, the older guests settled in, and several others of similar age gathered around. Mu Lu. "Since you're familiar with Boss Lu, I just made a fully automatic vegetable cutter. You must bring him to see it someday." The speaker was Yang Mo, the hardware store owner, who loved filming videos of his inventions. Despite being nicknamed Yang Disheng, the practicality of his creations was notoriously low, with a failure rate of 99. "Spare me. The last time you made me that Grand Slam coffee stirrer, it shattered 8 of my cups. And I didn't even demand compensation. Don't bring your mischief to Boss Su." Lu Ear chimed in, patting Mu Lu on the shoulder. "Well, I have to start calling you Boss Mu." "Wait, are you and Boss Su opening a business together? Should I bring a couple of cans of coffee as backup?" "Get out of here. That coffee of yours, whether cat poop or bird droppings, sounds terrible. I wouldn't take it even if it were free." Mu Lu disdainfully pushed Lu Ear's hand away. "Is Boss Su busy? I specially prepared a pot of flowers to wish him prosperity." The speaker was Yi Zheng, the flower shop owner, struggling to hold a pot of fortune blossoms. "Why are you carrying the flowers yourself, Yezi? Why not let Lu Ear carry them? You're going to tire yourself out." Mu Lu took the pot from Yi Zheng, chiding Lu Ear. "Hey, I was supposed to carry it, but then someone in the store was selling books, claiming they were rare editions from the Qing dynasty. P.S. probably still haggling over the price," Lu Ear replied. Throwing his teammate under the bus with an innocent expression, Yi Zheng pursed his lips, wanting to kick him, but only managing to sulk back into her seat. "I'll put the flowers on the counter for now. Let Boss Su thank you himself when he comes out." Mu Lu graciously accepted the flowers and placed them on the counter. "Finally, we have reached an agreement." A bespectacled young man with a buzz cut hurriedly entered, waving at Yi Zheng and Lu Ear, then quickly turned to Mu Lu, asking, "Am I late?" Yang Mo glanced at Yin Junqing, eager to tease him. "Bookworm, why have you only just arrived? We are all finished and ready to disperse." Upon hearing Yang Mo's words, Yin Junqing's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a look of disbelief. "Ah, it's my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have lingered so long. You all didn't wait for me, did you?" Seeing that Yin Junqing was genuinely flustered, laughter erupted from everyone in the room. Even Mu Lu, who was about to step in to alleviate the situation, couldn't help but clutch his stomach in amusement. "I say, Bookworm, only you could be fooled by Yang Di. What time is it now? How could we have finished eating? Hurry over." After hearing this, Yin Junqing chuckled. Scratching his head, and with a couple of O's, he walked towards his seat, showing no sign of annoyance to be by the time Su Zifang and Lu Renjie heard the commotion and emerged, the guests outside had already taken their seats. All gazing at the two of them in unison. Some clasped their hands, others waved, some smiled and nodded, while others pursed their lips and stroked their beards, all wearing expressions of delight, much like relatives meeting their son-in-law for the first time. Phew. Su Zifang took a deep breath and greeted the crowd. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Zifang, a graduate of Old Southern, and the owner of the restaurant Food Without Words. Please feel free to call me Handsome Su. As we are now neighbors, I hope to receive much support from you all. Youngsters are so audacious. This shamelessness is far greater than what I exhibited in my youth." Dr. Luo, seated at the head of the table, teased Wang Fugue. "Su boss, did you hear that? Dr. Luo is reminding you that you are not as handsome as he was back in the day, Mu Lu added, relishing the moment. I haven't even entered yet. And I can already hear your voice, that Emu Lu. That box of Lu Wei Di Huang one you took from the shop last time, has the tea been paid for? Shall we settle that now? A woman in her 40s, still possessing charm, walked in, initially teasing Mu Lu before turning her gaze towards Su Zifang. Oh, is this young gentleman Su Boss? He truly is handsome. Caught off guard by the playful banter, Su Zifang initially intended to retort, but, considering this was his first public appearance on Joy Street, he refrained, shyly replying, Sister, you jest. Such sweet words. Next time you come, seek me out, and I shall gift you a few bottles of my treasured medicinal wine. Sisterly is quite biased. I would buy that wine. Yet you refuse to sell it to me. Why is it that upon meeting Su Boss, you are so generous? Could it be that sisterly desires? Yang Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow across the table, leaving an intriguing pause. The youth of today, alas, are utterly lacking in decorum. Wang Fugue clicked his tongue, casting a glance at Dr. Luo. Noticing that he was oblivious, he jabbed Dr. Luo with his elbow. Make sure to save me a few jars of that wine. Dr. Luo met Wang Fugue's gaze with a wry smile and nodded, softly adding, Don't drink too much. It's too nourishing. Listening to their chatter, Su Zifang maintained a composed expression. Suppressing his laughter, he was professionally trained not to smile under normal circumstances unless he couldn't hold it in. Once nursely settled in, Su Zifang discreetly counted the number of attendees and winked at Mu Lu, indicating that one person was still missing. Why hasn't Boss Shin arrived yet? Yezi, do you know? Mu Lu asked, gesturing towards Yizheng. She didn't say she wouldn't come. Let me check. Yizheng replied, pulling out her phone and tapping the screen a few times before looking at Su Zifang. Su Boss. I apologize, and Yin said she will be here shortly. Shin and Yin, such a lovely name, Su Zifang murmured, reflecting inwardly. She must be as enchanting as her name suggests. In Su Zifang's memory, all girls with the surname Shin were remarkably beautiful, such as Shin Jiai and Shin Meizhuang. And he couldn't help but feel a heightened anticipation for this Shin Boss, that he had heard that Shin Boss ran her own clothing store, personally handling the design and tailoring. So she must possess that gentle elegance typical of Jiangnan women. Suddenly, a rhythmic thud, thud, thud echoed at the door, laden with a captivating cadence, as if stepping to a graceful beat that a brief pause followed, indicating someone had stopped at the entrance. I apologize for my tardiness. A voice as clear as spring water flowed in. And the room fell silent as everyone turned to the door, that a graceful figure clad in a yellow-green cheapao with knotted buttons stepped into food without words, her feet adorned with black suede pointed heels. And she carried a grandmother green lacquered handbag featuring a painting of a girl holding an umbrella, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes shimmering with vitality. Boss Shin, Miss Shin, and Yin. Different voices of greeting erupted within the room. Welcome, Miss Shun. Su Zifang stepped forward to greet her. Thank you, Su Boss. Shin and Yin extended her hand. Their handshake was brief, and Mu Lu guided Shun and Yin to her seat before returning to Su Zifang and Lu Renjie, whispering, Everyone is here. Shall we commence the banquet? Yes, Su Zifang and Lu Renjie exchanged a glance, both feeling a surge of excitement. All right then, Mu Lu responded, heading to the door to set off 2 lavish firecrackers that burst into a splendid display of crimson flowers. Congratulations on your opening. May your business flourish, and may your seats be filled with guests. The people in the room tilted their heads towards Su Zifang, offering their heartfelt wishes that as the fuses ignited, the firecrackers exploded amidst their blessings. Crackling and popping, as if a rain of red flowers had fallen upon the bluestone steps, paving the way for a brilliant future on Joy Street. Chapter 15. A grand display of talent in the kitchen. Lu Renjie looked at the ingredients before him and inquired, Su Boss, what dishes do you plan to prepare? I can assist you. Su Zifang scanned the cutting board and mentally calculated the number of guests before listing a string of dishes as if reciting a comedic script. Braised bamboo shoots, steamed bass, sweet and sour ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried kidney, cold lotus root slices, beer duck, stir-fried loofah with eggs, chicken soup with mushrooms, and spicy chicken shreds. With so many women present, these dishes should suffice. Can you manage all that? Lu Renjie looked apprehensively at the stove. It will take quite some time to prepare so many dishes. Won't it? No worries, Boss Lu. Just handle the few stir-fries, and I will take care of the rest. Since Lu Renjie was there to assist, Zifang felt it inappropriate to burden him with labor-intensive main dishes. He cleared a burner for Lu Renjie while he himself ignited two others. The base had already been scaled and gutted by Lu Renjie, and after checking it for any issues, Zifang felt assured and proceeded with the next steps. He made several diagonal cuts on the fish to enhance the flavor absorption, stuffing the belly and cuts with ginger slices, scallions, sea salt, cooking wine, soy sauce, and oyster sauce, then adding a few drops of lemon juice to create a marinade that he evenly spread over the fish before setting it aside to marinate. In a cold pot, he boiled water and added the cut rib pieces, pouring in half a bowl of cooking wine and ginger and scallion sections, skimming off the blood foam. After rinsing the ribs in warm water, he set them aside for later use. He followed the same procedure for the chicken, wrapping it and the ribs in cheesecloth to boil in another pot, knowing that while it wouldn't yield as rich a broth as using large bones, it would still produce a delightful soup. With the soup simmering, Zifang blanched the deboned duck meat in cooking wine with ginger and scallions to eliminate any gamey flavor, rinsing it clean and marinating it in a bowl. The duck was submerged in beer mixed with soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine, making each piece of duck meat incredibly enticing. Zifang gathered spices from the counter, smashing garlic cloves and star anise with a knife blade, slicing cinnamon and ginger, having dried chili peppers, and splitting scallions to expose their white sections, ensuring he had all the peppercorns intact. The flames licking the iron wok heated it through, and Zifang swiftly poured in a ladle of oil, pausing for a few seconds as he watched the oil start to bubble before quickly adding the spices to saute. The kitchen was instantly filled with an aromatic fragrance, judging the heat perfectly. He added all the duck meat, and the mingling scents of oil and cooking wine wafted upwards, tantalizing Lu Renjie's taste buds and causing him to salivate incessantly. Boss, this dish smells too good. Lu, who had intended to help, found himself captivated by the delicious aroma, his eyes glued to the pot as if he wanted to abscond with it. Hurry and steam the rice. Stop dawdling, Lu Renjie admonished. Unable to resist chiding Lu for his leisureliness, Lu made a silly face and laughed as he walked away, seemingly unfazed. And before leaving, he encouraged Lu Renjie, Boss Lu, give it your all. We are all looking forward to your performance. While they spoke, Zifang had already poured the previously marinated duck sauce into the pot, the maltiness of the beer enhancing the duck's natural flavor. Covering the pot, he glanced at Lu Renjie's station, where his stir-fries were fairly standard, allowing him to relax as he began preparing the braised bamboo shoots. Since Lu Renjie had already completed the blanching and soaking process for the spring bamboo shoots, a full plate of neatly arranged bamboo slices awaited him, eliminating the need for further processing. He drained the excess water from the plate and heated the oil in the wok. Once the oil was hot, he added the peppercorns to fry, turning off the heat to strain them out before reigniting the fire to toss in the cinnamon, star anise, and ginger slices, stirring until fragrant before adding the spring bamboo shoots, soy sauce, and sugar, ladling a scoop of hot broth from the soup pot to begin braising. After tasting a spoonful of the broth for seasoning, Zifang was satisfied and set a steaming rack over the pot, placing the marinated base on top of the braised bamboo shoots. The base was relatively small and had already been cut diagonally. After 10 minutes of braising, the residual heat would perfectly steam the base, and the mingling of the broth would impart a unique flavor. By utilizing similar cooking methods for both dishes concurrently, he promoted a fusion of flavors. This culinary technique was something only the most talented students at Old Southern would master. Boss Lu, how are things on your end? Zifang inquired during a brief pause to catch his breath. Almost done. I just need to stir-fry the kidney. I can do that right before serving, Lu Renjie replied confidently while arranging the cold lotus root slices on a plate. Zifang remained silent. Preparing 4 dishes in half an hour was quite a challenge for him. Indeed, such a banquet could not be accomplished by a single person. The ribs and chicken in the pot were fished out and drained, while Zifang scattered a few plump shiitake mushrooms into the remaining broth, covering the pot to let it simmer on low heat. Seizing the opportunity with both pots cooking, Zifang swiftly prepared the sauce for the sweet and sour ribs. A spoonful of salt, 2 spoons of cooking wine, 3 spoons of vinegar, and 4 spoons of light soy sauce, all stirred together until well blended. The aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. The fragrance of the beer duck grew increasingly intense. And as Su Zifang noticed that the liquid in the pot was nearly evaporated, he promptly turned off the heat, using the residual warmth to stir the sauce evenly before plating it. After washing the pot, he heated it up again, pouring in a generous layer of oil, turning the heat to high, and first frying the ribs until their exteriors turned golden and crispy, before leaving some oil in the pan to caramelize the sugar. With granulated sugar added to the pot, Su Zifang skillfully caramelized it, tossing in the ribs until they were all coated in a glossy syrup. Quickly, he poured in the prepared sauce, commencing the final reduction process. Still not ready? How about I handle the pepper chicken? Lu Renjie, having finished stir-frying the kidney slices, turned to see Su Zifang still busy preparing the dishes and could not help but ask. Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Boss Lu, Su Zifang replied cheerfully, having calculated the timing for his dishes. Initially, he had worried about Lu Renjie's culinary skills, but after witnessing his prowess, Su Zifang began to question his own abilities. Lu Renjie meticulously removed the chicken from the cheesecloth, gently pounding it with a cleaver before shredding it into small strips, which he then scattered into an enamel basin. Skillfully, he added the seasonings, dried chili flakes, Sichuan peppercorns, minced ginger, scallion segments, white sesame seeds, and salt, all neatly piled in the center of the chicken strips. Boss Lu, I've heated up the oil here, Su Zifang called out as Lu Renjie prepared the pepper chicken strips. Meanwhile, all of Su Zifang's dishes were ready, with the sweet and sour ribs drizzled with sesame oil and sprinkled with white sesame seeds and scallions, exuding a tantalizing aroma and an irresistible sheen. The oil-braised bamboo shoots infused with broth, alongside the steamed perch, released a delightful fragrance. The tender fish was topped with slivers of green and red peppers, lightly dusted with pepper and sea salt, awaiting the final touch of hot oil to complete the transformation into culinary masterpieces. Be careful of the hot oil, Su Zifang warned as he turned, holding the iron pot, and Lu Renjie stepped back. With a sizzling sound, a spoonful of hot oil was poured over the spices, the crackling resounding in the air. The gleaming lard thoroughly brought out the flavors of the chicken and fish. And a spoonful of salt served as the finishing touch to the fragrant mushroom chicken soup, culminating in a feast of exquisite flavors. Time to serve. Su Zifang and Lu Renjie carried the trays into the dining hall, where Mu Lu lifted the curtain and called out loudly, and the patrons of Joy Street sat at the table, their faces alight with anticipation. Chapter 16. Heartstrings as the dishes were served. No one rushed to pick up their chopsticks. Instead, they collectively turned to Su Zifang. Boss Su, would you like to say a few words? Lu Renjie inquired earnestly, raising his gaze that Su Zifang opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon meeting the eager stares of the crowd, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally managed to utter, "As long as everyone enjoys the meal, I hope you'll take good care of each other in the future." Laughter erupted around the table, and several seasoned restaurateurs exchanged glances, growing increasingly fond of Su Zifang. Good job, little Su, everyone hurry and dig in. Let's not waste Boss Su's efforts. Dr. Luo, seated at the head of the table, encouraged, promptly helping himself to a piece of fish. The tender fish melted in Dr. Luo's mouth, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Having tasted various delicacies in the capital, he had rarely encountered such exquisitely tender steamed perch. There was not a hint of fishiness. Instead, it was fragrant and savory. The initial taste of the lard mingled with the saltiness of the perch. And within moments, the heat of the pepper and the richness of the ginger and scallions burst forth in an unparalleled explosion of flavor. Though using the phrase "almost bit my tongue off" to describe how delicious it was had become a cliché, Dr. Luo felt compelled to say it, for he indeed had nipped his tongue, a testament to the freshness of the fish and the sharpness of the pain that he opened his mouth, displaying a comical expression of exasperation. Wang Fugui glanced at Dr. Luo, leisurely chewing on his ribs before commenting. "I've always said, don't rush through your meal. Just look at you. Did you bite your tongue?" The sweet and sour ribs perfectly delighted Wang Fugui's palate, allowing him to savor a taste of his hometown after many years away. Though perhaps not entirely authentic, it was far superior to anything he had eaten before. The others, unlike Wang Fugui, were too preoccupied with their food to speak, their mouths full of deliciousness. Yang Mo swallowed a piece of spring bamboo shoot, quickly following it with a chunk of beer duck, still clutching lotus root slices with his chopsticks, while the aroma of the mushroom chicken soup wafted upwards. 666. Yang Mo gestured with his left hand. And Su Zifang couldn't shake the feeling that if he were live streaming, Yang Mo would send him a rocket. Shen Anyun and Yijing ate with relative grace, though that was only in comparison to the others. Their speed in picking up dishes resembled that of someone trained in the art of swift movements. Delicious. Absolutely delicious, Yin Junqing exclaimed, giving Su Zifang a thumbs up after swallowing a rib. Lu savored the mushroom chicken soup, occasionally clicking his tongue in appreciation, although as a native of Chaosan, he too could make soup. This bowl was in a league of its own. For him, drinking soup was the most important part of a meal, and he believed everything else could wait until the soup was finished. This gathering owes its success to Boss Lu. Su Zifang quickly directed attention to Lu Renjie. Let us not just thank me. We must also express our gratitude to Boss Lu. Indeed, my boss Lu has slimmed down from all the hard work these past few days. Mu Lu added earnestly after setting down his bowl of rice. The room erupted in hearty laughter at Mu Lu's words. If Lu Renjie was considered slim from busyness, then half the people present must be malnourished. And thanks to Boss Lu for organizing this gathering, another voice chimed in. Who would have thought Boss Lu was such a skilled cook? Perhaps he should open a restaurant with Boss Su, someone suggested. Boss Lu is truly dedicated, another added. Eat! Eat! Lu Renjie chuckled, encouraging everyone to dig in without responding to the light-hearted teasing. Su Zifang glanced at Lu Renjie, sensing a hint of melancholy in his eyes, but with so many people around, he refrained from probing further. After all, Lu Renjie's knife skills and culinary abilities surely held more depth than just what Mu Lu had mentioned. There were likely untold stories hidden within. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and within an hour, the plates were completely cleared. Not only was the mushroom chicken soup gone, but even the sweet and sour ribs had been scraped clean by Mu Lu with his rice, leaving them so shiny that Su Zifang almost doubted he would need to wash them. After a while of chatting, the group avoided the hottest part of the afternoon and began to disperse. Having celebrated Su Zifang's new restaurant opening, with the understanding that they would be back to business in the afternoon, Su Zifang collected all the utensils and returned to the kitchen, only to find Lu Renjie sitting at the table. Still motionless, that he remained silent until Lu Renjie broke the stillness, asking, Boss Su, do you think I'm simply not cut out to be a chef? Su Zifang. Who am I? Where am I? What should I say? Lu Renjie seemed unfazed by Su Zifang's stunned expression, continuing to speak to himself. You know, back then, I was a chef just like you, and I even placed third in the school's knife skills competition. Lu Renjie spread his hands, and Su Zifang noticed the calluses and scars on his palms and fingers. Then why didn't Boss Lu stay in that line of work? Because I just couldn't cook well, Lu Renjie admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment as he lowered his head, resembling a less refined version of Lin Xu. Lu Renjie spoke in fragmented sentences. Su Zifang pieced together the story that in his youth. Lu Renjie was a day student who had fallen for a girl living in the dorms. The cafeteria meals didn't suit her taste, and every time they chatted, she would complain about the cafeteria's tomato scrambled eggs being dry and sour. Utterly unpalatable. Determined to impress her, Lu Renjie practiced his cooking skills, hoping to create the perfect tomato scrambled eggs for her. Perhaps in his youthful naivety, he believed that loving someone meant doing everything yourself, never once considering simply bringing her a takeout from the bustling stir-fry shop next to their home. Indeed, it seemed to Su Zifang that in Lu Renjie's mind, this was not merely about cooking for a classmate. It was a vision of a harmonious family meal with 3 or 4 people gathered around the table. Unfortunately, life doesn't always reward effort. Young Lu Renjie stubbornly dedicated 3 months to mastering the art of cracking eggs with one hand and the fluid motion of flipping the pan. Yet when it came to tomato scrambled eggs, Su Zifang knew all too well what kind of dish a chef would disdain, that it was akin to poison in the hands of a demon. A darkness darker than darkness itself. A biochemical weapon unfit to be named. Later on, the girl got accepted into university, and Lu Renjie, too, entered culinary school, both with bright futures ahead of them. I just don't understand. Why can't I cook? Lu Renjie lamented, clutching his head in a moment of existential questioning. Su Zifang found himself at a loss for how to respond that he could say, "Boss Lu, you're doing well now," which was true. Or he could offer the cliché comfort, "It's in the past, let it go," though it would hardly hold any weight. Yet, none of these were the answers Lu Renjie sought. What he wanted was to untangle the knot in his heart. That lingering memory of the perfect tomato scrambled eggs that he could never create. Ding! Suddenly, a dialog box popped up from the system. Task: create the perfect tomato scrambled eggs in Boss Lu's mind, grade B or above. Reward: a random recipe. If you are youthful and accomplished, unashamed, understanding what is precious, and those beautiful dreams have eluded you, I carry the guilt of a lifetime. Su Zifang. What kind of divine system is this? While the task description perfectly aligned with the context, why was it quoting lyrics? After some contemplation, Su Zifang felt it necessary to respond to Lu Renjie. Perhaps it is a matter of guilt. Upon hearing Su Zifang's words, Lu Renjie lifted his head. Guilt, you say? That could be the case. If Lu Renjie gazed out the window, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 17. The delivery has arrived. Completing a day of assisting in the kitchen allowed Lu Renjie to experience the task in full. And not only did Su Zifang become acquainted with other proprietors on Sheila Street, but he also unexpectedly acquired a new task, rendering the day quite perfect. The couplets provided by the system lay within the storage compartment, the small screen making the content difficult to discern. However, the accompanying attribute of visibility made Su Zifang eager to experiment. Noticing that no one was around, he swiftly equipped the couplets, welcoming guests from all directions, delighting in the treasures of the seasons. The two wooden couplets filled the void left by the previous pillars, and system notifications promptly followed. Couplets equipped, couplets activated, visibility 2 upon opening the attribute panel for silence while eating. Changes were evident in the data. Silence while eating, fame, unknown visibility. 3. Passersby will glance twice. Foot traffic. None, currently no foot traffic. Signature dishes. None, no signature dishes available. Satisfaction. None, no completed satisfaction surveys. Su Zifang gazed at the description following visibility, feeling utterly despondent. What difference did it make if 1 or 2 extra glances were cast? When nothing was displayed, it was ignored entirely, yet with the sign and couplets hung up. Passersby could at least see the shop name on the first glance and the couplets on the second. Truly, 2 extra glances meant just that, only 2. Please strive to enhance all attributes, host. The system's prompts were consistently succinct, yet left no room for rebuttal. Having secured the couplets, Su Zifang opened his task list, where the previous evening's perfect tomato and egg dish by Lu Renjie proudly occupied the top position. What does B-level mean? Su Zifang called out to the system. The culinary rating system introduced after the system upgrade is categorized into levels S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. This task requires the completion of a designated dish of B level or above. Having perused a considerable amount of system documentation, a question had lingered unasked until now, and with the system at his disposal, he decided to inquire. Why is it that B level can represent Lu Renjie's ideal tomato and egg dish? What if B level doesn't satisfy Lu Renjie, right? On what grounds does the system dictate that B level is B level? What if Lu Renjie only desires C level? Stop. Let us discuss this properly. Su Zifang's reckless musings were abruptly interrupted by a dialog box before him. Host requests to adjust task difficulty to A level, currently under confirmation. 30 seconds later, Su Zifang, feeling dispirited, closed the taskbar. The A-level tomato and egg dish finally imparted a life lesson to Su Zifang. That nitpickers deserve their fate. Su Baobei? Su Baobei, are you there? Suddenly, a loud voice resonated beside him. Not here, Su Zifang blurted out, pausing for a few seconds as an exasperating thought crossed his mind, turning to the delivery person clad in red. Wait, who are you looking for? Sobeya. In the brief pause, the delivery person lowered his head to double-check before confidently pointing at the name. See, it's correct, right? Su Baobei, stop. Su Zifang decisively interrupted the delivery person's call. The syllable Bei had been held back for what seemed like an eternity, finally transforming into a question. What's up? Under the delivery person's piercing gaze, Su Zifang sighed and murmured, "I am the person you seek." The delivery person responded with a nonchalant "oh," his expression revealing a skeptical demeanor. As he calmly uttered 4 words, "phone number," Su Zifang skillfully recited his mobile number. And after the delivery person verified the receipt, he gently shook his head, refraining from voicing his inner thoughts. Do I really seem like someone who would shamelessly claim such an embarrassing name just to deceive a delivery? Here, your package. Unaware of Su Zifang's inner monologue, the delivery person struggled to unload box after box from the vehicle, neatly stacking them beside Su Zifang. Why are they placed so low? Need a hand? Su Zifang rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to assist. No need. This truck is all yours. That I have other packages to deliver, so I won't trouble you with moving them inside. The delivery person set down the cardboard box, beaming brightly. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The delivery person's 3-wheeled vehicle vanished around the corner. Cradling a package that weighed nearly as much as himself, Su Zifang's mood mirrored the ellipsis above, confused, helpless, and at a loss for words. The worn delivery slip bore elegant handwriting, faintly revealing the sender's name, Chin. A little fairy. This was the WeChat nickname of Su Zifang's mother, Chui. Glancing at the address, memories of a place he had called home for over a decade flooded back. Upon opening the box, he found an abundance of shiitake mushrooms, red dates, goji berries, longans, not to mention matsutake, ginseng, bird's nest, and fish maw, the sheer volume and variety sufficient to sustain a dry goods shop sales for half a year. Still astonished at the sudden influx of items from home, Su Zifang's WeChat pinged with a notification. Chun, a little fairy invites you to a video call. Son, did you receive it? Your father and I sent over the household stock. As soon as he clicked confirm, Chun Chui's voice emanated from the speaker, the screen gradually widening to reveal a warmly decorated living room. No cutting in line, I get to speak first. You haven't even asked about your son's restaurant. Move aside. Su Zifang recognized his mother, Chen Chui's reprimand directed at his father, and patiently awaited his turn. Moments later, a middle-aged woman with a graceful visage appeared on the screen. You child, you didn't even think to mention your opening, and it's been days since you called home. Do you think that now that you've graduated, you don't have to care for your family anymore? A barrage of inquiries left Su Zifang retreating, unable to utter even the word mom that lingered on his lips. The screen shook as a shiny bald head squeezed into view from the side. Stop monopolizing the phone. I want to speak with my son too. Recognizing the voice, it seemed his father, Lu Renjie, had mustered the courage to seize the phone. Xiao Fong, don't mind what your mother says. A man should venture out into the world, prioritizing his career. Seeing you open your own restaurant brings both your mother and me great joy. The items we sent are dry goods we cleared from the warehouse that we had no use for them. And throwing them away would... no, your mother insisted that you could make use of them, so remember to keep them well. Son, keep pushing forward. Your father and I need to go stock up, so that is all for now. Goodbye. Chen Chui's voice overpowered Su Renjie's. I told you not to speak. And look, you still let something slip? Beep. The screen went dark as the call ended. Su Zifang, holding his phone, fell into endless contemplation. Am I really their biological child? He was aware that the family operated a dry goods store. Yet, gazing at the mountain of provisions, he found it hard to believe that this was merely the household's surplus stock. With an array of exotic delicacies, it seemed as though his mother had sent over the entire warehouse. And now he was instructed to store it. But with his current lack of resources, where was he to find a warehouse? Detected that the host has received a large quantity of ingredients. Warehouse function has been officially activated. Please place the ingredients into the warehouse. Capacity 050. Warehouse. Store each type of ingredient in its optimal preservation environment, greatly extending the shelf life. Due to the host's insufficient capabilities, the storage space is limited, and the number of ingredient types must not exceed 50. The system interface transformed, and on the layout, a new room labeled Warehouse appeared beside his bedroom, with an icon for the warehouse also added to the item bar. Su Zifang opened the warehouse page, discovering that various ingredients from the shop were listed on the left. Even the half-used peanut oil occupied a slot, while the right side remained utterly vacant. So all I need to do is place the ingredients inside. Right? Su Zifang confirmed with the system. Please store the ingredients as required. What a cold-hearted machine. Zifang shook his head and carried the ingredients toward the warehouse, drawing from his years of gaming experience. He understood that as long as he properly placed the ingredients on the warehouse page, the storage function would activate. However, he still chose to put all the boxes into the actual warehouse. After all, having so many ingredients left outside would attract too much attention. Chapter 18. Menu Classification. Please prepare a menu promptly to prepare for the opening. As Zifang emerged from the warehouse, he was met with a prompt from the system, leaving him no room to catch his breath. A menu? Zifang was taken aback. It seemed he had never truly considered how to formulate the menu for silence while eating. In school, everyone generally followed the teacher's culinary tasks, and upon his arrival at Sheila Street, there had been no customers, relying solely on his own inclinations to prepare dishes. Yet, one could not treat patrons this way upon opening. After all, diners were accustomed to ordering from a menu that if guests were allowed to order freely, Zifang could easily envision the chaos that would ensue. Boss, I'd like 5 pounds of Australian lobster. Waiter, bring me a platter of 3-head molten heart abalone. If he were to serve 5 pounds of Australian lobster, how much should he charge the diners? And if he didn't serve the 3-head molten heart abalone, would it be considered not available or could be? Contemplating the potential complexities of operating without a menu, Zifang concluded that he should diligently prepare one, that the ornate menu board had long been cleaned, and even the red cloth had been replaced with a new one, presenting a refined appearance. Having practiced calligraphy during his schooling, although he lacked any impressive works, he still felt confident in his ability to craft a menu. After grinding the ink, he lifted his brush and began to ponder the dish names. The first dish shall be braised pork belly. Although this was not Zifang's most proficient dish, he found it to carry significant sentimental value as the first culinary creation completed at Silent Cuisine. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, a bold red prompt box appeared before him. Current dish level is too low. Please change to a higher level dish. In order to enhance the restaurant's reputation and the host's abilities, only dishes rated B or above are eligible for inclusion on the Silent Cuisine menu. The system's additional commentary was blunt and unyielding, almost as if it were conspicuously advertising Zifang's incompetence. Level too low. Upon reading these 4 words, Zifang remained unfazed internally. How could the culinary creations of an esteemed graduate from the Southern Culinary Institute lack even the qualification to be listed on a menu? It was inconceivable. His expression conveyed a sense of disbelief, as if he were being mocked for amusement. With renewed determination, he tried again, refusing to believe that braised pork would not qualify. Current dish level is too low. Please change to a higher level dish. The system's prompt remained unchanged. Oil braised bamboo shoots. Zifang ceased his struggle and swiftly opted for another dish. Current dish level is too low. Please change to a higher level dish. Beer duck. Current dish level is too low. Please change to a higher level dish. After 3 consecutive failures, Zifang, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as an alumnus of the Southern Culinary Academy, began to compromise. May I see which dishes are currently eligible for the menu? Steam base, B level. Suggested price: 88 yuan. Sweet and sour tenderloin, B level. Suggested price: 38 yuan. Yanchun noodles, B level. Suggested price: 10 yuan. Fried eggs, B level. Suggested price: 3 yuan. Zifang, although he lacked cooking skills, surely there must be more than 4 dishes worth considering. In an instant, he felt as if over 20 years of hard work had been devoured by a dog. However, upon glancing at the suggested prices, Zifang regained some confidence in life. At least the prices were somewhat higher than those in S County. After being inundated with exorbitant prices from various culinary articles, he had worried that the system would set prices too high, leading to a lack of interest. To counter this, he had even devised a marketing gimmick, claiming that all water used in Silent Cuisine was of Evian quality and that the ingredients were stored in an environment meticulously mimicking their natural habitat. Ultimately, the system's down-to-earth pricing left him devoid of any anger. Nevertheless, Yanchun noodles could be considered a staple, and fried eggs merely a side dish. The true culinary offerings comprised only sweet and sour tenderloin and steamed base, which was rather meager for a restaurant, especially considering that even the snack menu in S County boasted over 60 items. Zifang recalled the afternoon he had declined the offer from S County Snacks. feeling as though his heart had turned as cold as an eternally frozen block of ice in a cold storage. After a brief silence, an idea suddenly struck Su Zifang. What if a customer orders a dish not listed on the menu? If the host prepares a dish not registered on the menu, it will be considered a registration challenge that if successfully completed with a B-level dish or above, the restaurant's reputation will increase. If the dish does not meet B-level standards, the restaurant's reputation will decline. But what if? Su Zifang had a bold thought, yet it was quickly stifled by his own reasoning. Having experienced the consequences of reckless ambition, he understood the essence of quietly amassing wealth. Oh, Su boss, are you busy? The recognizable voice of Mu Lu came from outside. Nothing much, go ahead, Su Zifang replied, clearing the writing materials from the counter, nodding in acknowledgement. I suddenly craved some sweet and sour ribs after yesterday's meal. How about we whip up some guabo roe? Mu Lu raised an eyebrow. Why not ask your boss Lu? Doesn't he know how to make it too? Su Zifang said as he hung the menu back on the rack. Oh, come on, you know as well as I do that while boss Lu can handle small dishes, he tends to mess up the larger ones. Besides, it's a grand opening. Let us give you a good start. Perhaps it was a characteristic of Northeasterners to possess persuasive charm, but after just a few exchanges, Su Zifang found himself ensnared by Mu Lu's words, bewildered as he stumbled toward the stove. Yet, as he grasped the spatula, 3 questions remained unresolved. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I making guabo roe? Guabo roe is a renowned dish from northeast China, originating in the Guangxu era, crafted by the Harbin chef Zheng Xingwen, who adapted the salty and crispy meat strips to suit foreign tastes, resulting in the sweet and sour dish we know today. The entire history, preparation, and methodology of the dish have been covered in class, yet Su Zifang had missed the second half of that lesson due to an absence. Hence, he had never attempted to make guabo roe himself. However, standing before the stove, retreat was not an option. Recalling the steps discussed during class, he began to practice. Mixing starch with water, he prepared a bowl of water starch. Cutting the tenderloin into 3-millimeter thick slices, marinating them with salt before coating them evenly in the starch mixture. Once every slice was thoroughly coated, Su Zifang poured aged vinegar, cooking wine, granulated sugar, soy sauce, and sesame oil into a bowl to create the sweet and sour sauce. To be honest, he felt a twinge of apprehension while measuring the ingredients. What would distinguish his guabo roe from sweet and sour tenderloin? However, the oil in the pan demanded his immediate attention. Dishes like guabo roe and sweet and sour tenderloin, which require a batter coating, typically undergo 2 frying processes, the first at a lower temperature to cook through, and the second at a higher temperature to achieve a crispy texture. Timing was critical. A misstep could lead to disaster. As the oil began to bubble, Su Zifang swiftly placed the battered meat into the pan. The sizzling sound of the meat hitting the hot oil filled the air, and the distinctive aroma of fried food wafted around him, making him almost feel the crispiness of the starch coating on the meat. Using long chopsticks, Su Zifang flipped and separated each piece, ensuring they all received even exposure. A few minutes later, the interior of the tenderloin was nearly cooked, but the outer starch shell was not yet crispy enough, prompting Su Zifang to decisively retrieve the meat to prepare for the second fry. Adjusting the heat to high, he waited until the oil reached the perfect temperature before placing the meat back into the pan. This time, it required only about a minute. Su Zifang quickly scooped out all the pieces with a slotted spatula. Pouring the excess oil back into the bowl, he sliced some green onions, ginger, and garlic to accompany the fried meat, readying the sweet and sour sauce. With the base oil heated, Su Zifang added the ginger and garlic to release their fragrance, then quickly added the meat and sauce, stirring to coat everything evenly, allowing the sauce to be absorbed by the meat. Just as the sauce was almost dry, he turned off the heat and sprinkled cilantro on top. Thus, Su Zifang's maiden attempt at making guabo roe was completed. Chapter 19. Menu function activated. Shall we taste it? Su Zifang presented the dish to the table, and Mu Lu, already eager, swiftly picked up a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. Crisp, crisp, the satisfying crunch resonated in his ears, evoking the same joy as munching on potato chips, leading Mu Lu to become enraptured. After a few bites, however, Mu Lu's expression suddenly faltered. What's wrong? A bad feeling stirred in Su Zifang's mind. The taste is all right, Lu swallowed the piece of meat, his gaze somewhat unfocused, but it just doesn't quite taste right. Zifang felt a stab in his chest, noticing Zifang's lack of expression. Lu continued, and the sauce, it's off, just like the sweet and sour ribs we had yesterday. It doesn't have the authentic guabo roe flavor. Another stab to Zifang's heart. Yes, I remember now. This flavor is reminiscent of sweet and sour tenderloin. It's not guabo roe at all. Yet another stab at K.O. Zifang stood beside Lu, expressionless, his heart heavy with desolation. Being critiqued by a northeastern person made him realize just how much he had failed. Clearly, the system had not been mistaken. This approach would indeed irritate the diners. Oh, by the way, boss, your guabo roe isn't even as good as what is served in the cafeteria at Jingling University. What? Upon hearing that his dish was inferior to that of a university cafeteria, Zifang's face displayed disbelief. It is well known that university cafeteria food, as a unique culinary category distinct from the 8 major cuisines, has always prided itself on innovation and the challenge of tradition. In recent years, not only has it introduced bizarre dishes such as 5-nut mooncake stir-fried with meat, grape corn soup, and orange braised ribs, but it has also pioneered cooking techniques like the Parkinson's spoon technique, which combines elements of shingy, drunken fist, and spoon flipping, subtly hinting at a shift towards traditional culinary arts that if Zifang's previous disappointment stemmed from being critiqued by an authentic Northeastern person, the revelation that his skills were inferior to those of a university cafeteria chef ignited a fervent resolve to defend his dignity as a chef. I refuse to believe it. I am not lying. At Jingling University, you'll know for yourself once you taste it. It's the real deal, guabo roe, and I've yet to find anything that delicious, even in Harbin. Which window? Hearing Lu's unwavering conviction, Zifang began to wonder if there truly was a culinary master hidden within Jingling University. It seemed he would need to make time to visit this chef. 3rd cafeteria, 2nd floor, Zhao's stir-fry. Lu recalled it vividly. Let us pack up. Boss Lu has matters to attend to. I'll head over first. Watching Lu depart, Zifang returned to the stove and took another taste of the sauce. This sweet and sour flavor is quite authentic. I scent it. After a moment of silence, he began to lower his head to wash the pot. The sweet and sour sauce he had prepared for the guabo roe had been instinctively mixed, yet it had still turned out tasting like sweet and sour tenderloin. It was no wonder the system had included his sweet and sour tenderloin on the menu, while the similarly sweet and sour dish, the sweet and sour ribs, had suffered a crushing defeat. If only I could improve my culinary skills more quickly, Zifang murmured softly. No sooner had his words fallen than a task prompt materialized before his eyes. Task: please elevate your culinary skills to an advanced level within 1 year. Current specialization: Culinary Arts, Beginner. 133-1000. Task reward: 1 S-level dish. Astonishingly, it had increased. Zifang recalled that prior to hosting the banquet for the people of Shilla Street, his culinary expertise was a mere 129 points, but it has now risen to 133. Reflecting on his evaluation as a B-level chef, particularly in the context of the steam base, he understood the path ahead. It appeared that by completing 250 dishes classified as B-level, he would be able to ascend to intermediate culinary skills. With this thought in mind, the task seemed quite manageable. Contentedly, Zifang placed the freshly washed pot on the stove, dried his hands, and began to ponder what the S-level dish might be. Buddha jumps over the wall. Water-boiled cabbage, or perhaps 8 treasure melon duck. The dishes that Jia Shibe had mentioned countless times danced vividly in his mind. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he opened the system interface. Is there no instructional video available? I've seen other systems provide such resources. Recipe function activated. Following this succinct prompt, an icon resembling an ancient book gradually materialized on the system interface. Task: please follow the instructional video provided by the system to complete the designated dish. A rating of B or higher will be considered task completion, allowing entry into the next stage. Current task dish: Wincy tofu. Task reward: achievement for diligent inquiry. 50 points in culinary expertise. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the recipe, Wincy tofu. Excitement surged within Zifang, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Wincy tofu, a renowned dish from the Huaiyang cuisine, is known for its stringent selection of ingredients and meticulous preparation. requiring exceptional knife skills. Its fame has led many to regard it as a quintessential representation of Huayang's delicate and light culinary artistry. It is said that any Huayang restaurant, even those located in distant lands, must feature wensi tofu as its signature dish. Otherwise, it risks being deemed unworthy by discerning patrons. Upon seeing the recipe for wensi tofu, Zifang felt an overwhelming urge to spin in place. Overwhelmed by joy and nearly brought to tears, the system had finally shown some benevolence by granting him a dish worthy of presentation. However, upon glancing at the task requirements, the thrill dissipated within seconds. Replaced by a sense of futility and regret, the system's recipe function mandates that one must complete a dish before progressing to another, resembling a boss level in a game, where defeating one unlocks the next. He was acutely aware that his knife skills, in the system's estimation, were likely below even the E-level threshold. The challenge of creating B-level wensi tofu seemed almost as daunting as attempting to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University without any study or preparation. In that moment, Zifang felt he might end up akin to the legendary sword god of Shirley Slope, endlessly laboring over the novice task of wensi tofu until his demise. Alas, with a long sigh, he couldn't resist the urge to open the recipe page. Even if I can't complete the task, learning something would still be beneficial, he reassured himself in silence. The layout of the recipe page bore resemblance to skill pages in other games. On the left was a list of recipe names, with wensi tofu framed in orange, indicating it was likely an S-level dish. The right side was divided into two sections. The upper portion contained a richly illustrated cooking description detailing the preparation of wensi tofu, alongside a video that was still loading. The lower section displayed the current highest level and system commentary, which remained empty as Zifang had yet to prepare wensi tofu. After quickly perusing the cooking steps, Zifang found them to be similar to what he had seen on Baidu Encyclopedia. The images were notably more detailed, featuring numerous close-ups and even intricate shots of the knife work and broth preparation. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zifang decided to watch the newly loaded video, eager to discern what differentiating insights it might offer. Upon pressing the play button, the surroundings gradually darkened, transforming the once mundane kitchen into a foreign landscape. Red walls and green tiles surrounded him, and the sign of Tianning Temple slowly faded into view, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of chanting and the gentle clanging of bells and wooden fish. Had he arrived at a temple? Chapter 20. Wensi tofu. Mr. Banqiao has arrived. This way, please. The master has been awaiting you for quite some time. As Zifang stood in a daze, a young novice hurried towards him, bowing respectfully. Mr. Banqiao. Zheng Banqiao. Zifang gasped. Though he was a culinary student, he was well aware of Zheng Banqiao's illustrious reputation that a representative figure of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. He was a renowned calligrapher, painter, and literary figure, celebrated for his mastery in poetry, painting, and calligraphy, that he lived passionately among bamboo, orchids, and stones, famously proclaiming himself as the orchid that never wilts through the seasons, the bamboo that remains evergreen, the stone that withstands the ages, and the person whose essence remains unchanged through the millennia. His legacy has left an indelible mark in the annals of Chinese history. To introduce a dish and yet summon such a towering figure, could there be an untold story behind this? Zifang wondered, following in Zheng Banqiao's footsteps. How has your master been lately? Zheng Banqiao appeared to be in his late 40s, exuding the relaxed demeanor of a scholar, yet there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The master has been reciting scriptures and meditating daily, as per usual. However, he has been grinding beans in the temple kitchen for the past few days, prompting complaints from other monks about the abundance of tofu in the temple's vegetarian dishes. Grinding tofu? Upon hearing the novice's words, Zheng Banqiao chuckled, stroking his beard. Your master is indeed an extraordinary person. He has his own reasons for doing things. Indeed, Mr. Banqiao speaks wisely. The novice, upon hearing Zheng Banqiao's words, halted and bowed respectfully. No need for formality. Let us proceed. With a flourish of his long sleeves, Zheng Banqiao signaled for the novice to continue leading the way. Having visited Tianning Temple several times, he found the young novice endearing. After a few steps, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, So, How does your master's vegetarian dish taste? He couldn't help but look at the novice with a glimmer of anticipation. I have not tasted it, so I cannot say. However, since Mr. Banqiao has arrived, the master will surely prepare it, and if you find it delicious, then it is indeed good. The novice replied with utmost seriousness. Ha! Well said. It is as it should be. Others' opinions are ultimately their own, and it is better to try for oneself. A bright voice resonated from within the room, followed by the door, swinging open to reveal a monk clad in patched robes, holding a string of prayer beads, and wearing a joyful expression. Mr. Banqiao, please come inside. Huixin, go prepare some tea. Yes, master. The novice entered the room with a tray, leaving only Zheng Banqiao and the monk inside. Why is Master Wenxi not in the vegetarian hall today? What brings you to await Mr. Banqiao's visit? Zheng Banqiao spoke, and Su Zifang finally realized that this monk might be the very inventor of Wenxi tofu. Otherwise, it would not bear his name so prominently. Yet Su Zifang remained curious, given that the later iterations of Wenxi tofu were seasoned with chicken broth. How would it be prepared by a monk? I have heard that Mr. Banqiao recently wrote a preface for Mr. Zhuzi's Yangzhou bamboo branch lyrics. But alas, the mountains are high and the temple is distant, preventing me from witnessing it. Upon hearing of your visit today, I naturally wish to inquire. There is no rush. However, I heard Huixin mention that Master Wenxi has been diligently practicing in the vegetarian hall lately. I wonder if there are any exquisite dishes to savor. Su Zifang had initially thought the two would delve into discussions about Buddhist philosophy and poetry, planning to leisurely explore the temple as if on a tour. To his surprise, Zheng Banqiao seemed even more eager than he was, opting to wait patiently at the side. There are no delicacies, but there is indeed a vegetarian dish. Master Wenxi, with a graceful bow, addressed Zheng Banqiao. Having traveled this distance, I find myself rather hungry. Let us enjoy the vegetarian dish before discussing poetry. Zheng Banqiao playfully set down his fan, gazing at Master Wenxi. The mealtime in the temple is not yet upon us, which presents a bit of a dilemma. However, we ran out of tofu yesterday, and I must prepare a new batch today, that if Mr. Banqiao wishes to sample it, I shall make the preparations. Master Wenxi rose and bowed, and Zheng Banqiao reciprocated the gesture. That sounds splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Master. Master Wenxi turned to leave, leaving Zheng Banqiao to admire the calligraphy and paintings within. Compared to the indecipherable artworks, Su Zifang was evidently more intrigued by Master Wenxi's tofu-making process. He hurriedly followed, but no matter how he rushed, Master Wenxi remained a good distance ahead. Just as he saw Master Wenxi turn into a door, he thought he would finally catch up. However, by the time he reached the door, Master Wenxi had emerged holding 3 pieces of tofu, casually shutting the door behind him. After several attempts to push it open, the door remained immovable. Whether by design or the system's intent, Su Zifang found himself unable to enter the closed door, even if it was merely ajar. Shaking his head, he hastened to follow Master Wenxi, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness the tofu-making process, that if he were to miss out on the preparation of Wenxi tofu, then this entire video would have been in vain. Moreover, Su Zifang was concerned that such videos could only be viewed once, making him treasure this opportunity all the more. Greetings, Master Wenxi, Master Wenxi. Master Wenxi navigated the hallways with ease, entering the kitchen while greeting the monks he encountered along the way. I didn't expect this monk to be so popular, Su Zifang mused, his gaze fixated on the tofu in Master Wenxi's tray. The tofu floated in a basin of clear water, swaying gently with the ripples, resembling a fine piece of mutton fat. Master Wenxi, you have returned today? But why is the tofu soaking in water? A novice paused in his tasks to inquire. This tofu is too delicate. If placed directly in a bowl, it would be crushed and rendered unusable, Master Wenxi explained, evidently in good spirits. I shall borrow this table for a moment and return it shortly. After speaking, Master Wenxi scooped some water, cleansing the cutting board and his hands, pouring half a bowl of water beside him. Cautiously lifting a piece of tofu from the water and placing it on the cutting board, Monk Wenxi calmed his mind that he poured water on both sides of the blade and, with delicate care, began to slice the tofu. Initially, Monk Wenxi applied gentle pressure, wielding the knife with caution. However, after a few strokes, his approach transformed dramatically, the blade crashing against the cutting board, producing a series of rhythmic sounds. Zifang intentionally shifted to a closer angle to observe the intricate details. As the dampened blade glided through the tofu, the delicate slices fell away, gathering in a soft mound. After every few dozen cuts, Monk Wensi would push outward, spreading the neatly sliced tofu across the board, which now resembled a creamy pile. With his left hand, he sprinkled a handful of water from a bowl and, gripping the knife with his right, began to cut the tofu into shreds with a steady motion. The only sound that filled the air was the continuous, fine clash of the blade against the board, the knife moving at a deliberate pace. Had Zifang not been positioned so closely, one might have assumed the monk's knife remained still. Monk Wensi displayed no haste, seemingly indifferent to the passage of time, as he stood at the edge of the board, rhythmically bringing the knife down, while Zifang watched with wide-eyed fascination. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, the sound of the knife ceased, jolting Zifang from his reverie, his expression revealing astonishment. Chapter 21. The soup awakens from a dream. On the cutting board lay a puddle resembling tofu paste. Monk Wensi retrieved another bowl of water, using the blade to scoop up the tofu paste and placing it into the water, where he gently dispersed it, stirring slowly in one direction. Instantly, the intertwined tofu paste transformed into countless strands as fine as hair. The tender and fragrant tofu shreds dancing in the bowl, a smile graced Monk Wensi's face as he watched the tofu strands, and he began to prepare the other ingredients: mushrooms for flavor, bamboo shoots for freshness, and greens for color. Each ingredient was indispensable. With a flat knife technique, he sliced the mushrooms and bamboo shoots into thin pieces, then switched to a straight knife technique to cut them into shreds akin to the tofu strands. A large pot on the stove bubbled with boiling water as Monk Wensi blanched the bamboo shoots and mushroom shreds to eliminate any earthy aroma, setting them aside. Next came the preparation of the soup base. The aspect that intrigued Zifang the most. The temple prohibited meat, so how would Monk Wensi concoct a sweet and savory broth? He rummaged through a corner of the kitchen, returning with a bounty of cabbage, winter melon, and radishes, first brushing off the dust before washing his hands and the vegetables. The cabbage leaves were sliced into fine shreds, while the stems and radishes, along with the winter melon, were peeled and chopped into chunks, all added to the pot to simmer. During the soup-making process, Monk Wensi mysteriously produced a strip of kelp from somewhere, cleaned it, and cut it into small pieces to toss into the pot, the rising aroma instantly becoming sweeter and more fragrant. Curiously, while the system had muted Zifang's sense of touch, it had not suppressed his sense of smell. The fragrant steam wafting from the boiling pot tantalized his senses, igniting his appetite. After approximately half an hour, Monk Wensi ladled out a bowl of soup to test its seasoning, nodding in satisfaction before turning to a young novice on the other side. "This pot of soup is ready. I will take 2 bowls, and the rest can be saved for the mealtime." "Thank you, Master Wensi." The young novice beamed at the prospect of a lighter workload. Monk Wensi cleared the vegetables aside, ladling only 2 bowls of clear broth into a smaller pot, to which he added the mushroom and bamboo shoot shreds, stirring them together before thickening the mixture slightly. Then he incorporated the tofu strands and a pinch of salt, gently swirling the ladle over the surface of the soup to disperse the tofu. Finally adding the cabbage shreds. Once lifted from the heat, the soup gleamed with a vibrant hue and an enticing aroma, divided into 2 bowls and covered with lids, as Monk Wensi carried the tray out of the kitchen. "Has the master finished?" Zheng Banqiao, having arrived at the dining hall, lit up with joy upon seeing Monk Wensi. "Having known you for months, this is my first time witnessing Mr. Banqiao. So excited, it seems the monk's words pale in comparison to his culinary offerings." Placing the tray on the table, Monk Wensi sighed and recited a verse. "Not at all. One can grow weary of a monk's words, but the monk's cuisine has yet to be tasted. The two cannot be compared." As the two continued their conversation, Zifang could hardly contain his eagerness, wishing to lift the bowl lids and sample the soup first. "Mr. Banqiao speaks wisely. The monk cannot argue with him." Monk Wensi gestured for Zheng Banqiao to take a seat. "Then, Mr. Banqiao, after enjoying the monk's meal, we shall converse further." "Excellent." Zheng Banqiao stroked his beard, a smile gracing his features. Lifting the lid, he beheld the mushroom shreds forming ink-like outlines, the tofu and bamboo shreds offering generous blank spaces, while the vibrant green cabbage shreds added a splash of color, creating an exquisite visual akin to a fine ink wash painting. "Is this tofu soup?" Zheng Banqiao asked incredulously. "It has no name yet. However, the main ingredient is tofu, so one could consider it as such," Monk Wensi replied nonchalantly. The master's culinary skills are truly beyond compare. Zheng Banqiao's admiration was heartfelt. Throughout his life, he had encountered many exquisite delicacies. Yet Monk Wensi was the first to present tofu in such a remarkable manner. The desire for culinary pleasure is a sin. To his surprise, Monk Wensi shook his head at this remark, falling silent. Zheng Banqiao understood the monk's sentiment and offered words of comfort. Confucius said, "One should not despise exquisite food or fine cuts of meat. If the people of the world suffer, how can there be delicacies? The desire for culinary pleasure is merely a reflection of a prosperous life." Mr. Banqiao speaks truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, Monk Wensi agreed with Zheng Banqiao's perspective, a smile gracing his face. "That is indeed wonderful. Let us begin." Zheng Banqiao, having persuaded Monk Wensi, eagerly extended his spoon. The tofu strands, as fine as hair, melted in his mouth, the fresh and tender texture causing his brow to unfurl in delight. The soft elasticity of the mushroom shreds complemented the crispness of the bamboo shoots, exploding in unparalleled flavors within his palate. The occasional appearance of vegetable shreds added a final touch of sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After a spoonful, Zheng Banqiao could no longer restrain his scholarly demeanor. Lifting the bowl and consuming the entire tofu soup in a whirlwind, exclaiming, "Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm." Since Master Wensi's dish remains nameless and is prepared in the dining hall, it would be inappropriate to give it an extravagant title. Why not simply call it Wensi tofu? Mr. Banqiao overstates. Monk Wensi responded with a hint of shyness, yet could not resist the name proposed by Zheng Banqiao. As the scene faded, it gradually began to dissolve, and moments later, Zifang found himself back in the quiet kitchen, reflecting on the previous experience with a heart still stirred. Even the most advanced virtual reality technology could not replicate what he had witnessed, the birth of Wensi tofu. Upon reopening the system, the video display revealed a countdown. 47, 59. For 7.it appeared this video could only be viewed once every 2 days. Amidst his disappointment, Zifang felt a thrill. At least it wasn't a one-time event. There was something to anticipate, so waiting was not a burden. Buzz, buzz. In his pocket, Zifang's phone began to vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number from Jingling City that he typically refrained from answering unknown calls. But considering he was new to Jingling, it could be from one of his neighbors on Shilla Street. After a moment's thought, he pressed to answer. "Hello, this is Zifang. May I ask who is calling?" "Mr. Su. I wish you great success in your new venture." A familiar voice resonated on the other end, yet he struggled to place it. Logically, those who could call him from Shilla Street had already visited. None of his old classmates from the south seemed to be from Jingling City. Pondering for a moment, Zifang replied honestly, "Hello, may I ask who you are? I don't have your number saved." "I apologize." "Taya." The female voice on the phone seemed surprised by Zifang's straightforwardness and added, "From the administrative hall. I helped you with your certificate." "Oh, it's you." Zifang suddenly recalled. She was the girl who mentioned wanting to come by to support him. He had thought it was a mere courtesy, but it seemed she genuinely called. "Remember to save my number this time, Mr. Su. Don't forget." Chui's gentle voice flowed through the phone. All right, Zifang quickly agreed, then inquired, "You didn't call just to have me save your number, did you? Right? I almost forgot that I wanted to ask if you could make some delicious food that doesn't lead to weight gain. I'm currently on a diet, but I can't resist the temptation." Chui's voice grew softer as she spoke, eventually trailing off, likely feeling that her request for weight-friendly delicacies was somewhat excessive. Zifang recalled Chui's appearance. She must weigh only around 90 pounds. Why would she need to diet? He truly did not understand the thoughts of women, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. After all, just as he contemplated declining, a task appeared on the system's taskbar. Task: please prepare a dish for the guest that is delicious yet does not contribute to weight gain. As fulfilling this will satisfy the achievement attracting attention, and the system rewards will be granted in advance. Congratulations, you have received the recipe, Shrimp Cakes. Chapter 22, Shrimp Cakes having acquired 2 recipes in a single day. Zifang felt elated as though he were the simple-minded son of a village headman, hardly paying attention to Chui's words on the phone, merely responding with enthusiasm. Once the call ended, he reflected that Chui had mentioned coming over after work to enjoy some delightful, weight-friendly cuisine, asking him to prepare something. Prepare what? Something delicious, yet not fattening. Could he possibly whip up shrimp cakes for her? As he glanced at the system reward, a thought struck him. Indeed, shrimp cakes could be an excellent choice. Shrimp cakes were popular along coastal regions across the country, yet the methods of preparation varied widely. Some were pan-fried, others deep-fried, and some used whole shrimp while others employed shrimp paste. Additionally, there were countless regional variations in seasoning, incorporating ingredients like eggs, scallions, salt, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, and sweet wine, among others. As Zifang finished his classes, he found that his teacher was from Jiangsu. Thus, the cooking methods were imparted with a Jiangsu flavor. Having grown up in Jingling City, Chia likely had a fondness for Su-style shrimp pancakes. However, to be prudent, Zifang decided to consult the recipe to observe the preparation of the shrimp pancakes. After his experience with Wensi tofu, he was now quite eager to uncover the story behind the system's recipes. As large-scale productions with one-to-one special effects and immersive viewing experiences surely deserved a 5-star rating, especially when it came at no cost. Upon opening the recipe, Zifang noticed that the border of the shrimp pancake was solely blue, indicating it was a B-grade dish. To his surprise, the rating revealed a C- record, along with a note stating that it was created by the host at the old Southern Culinary School on February 11th. If he recalled correctly, it was produced during Jia Shibei's tasting class. He thought it was quite delicious, and Jia Shibei seemed to enjoy it as well. Poor Teacher Jia. 8,000 miles away. Teacher Jia sneezed. Who is thinking of me? The border color serves merely as a gauge of culinary difficulty. Every dish adheres to the ultimate rating system of SF. Perhaps to alleviate Zifang's concerns about understanding the rules, the system provided a hint indicating that the border color was irrelevant to the culinary grade. Dishes possess varying degrees of difficulty in preparation, yet their flavors can differ significantly. That a skilled chef could elevate a low-difficulty dish to an S-level flavor, while an inexperienced one might transform a high-difficulty dish into a complete disaster. I see. Zifang nodded in comprehension before clicking on the video. However, contrary to his expectations, the video for the shrimp pancake was rather mundane, showcasing a seasoned chef skillfully preparing the ingredients before frying them. There was no music, no narrative, no emotion, and even the precautions were conveyed through subtitles. Do blue dishes not deserve their own unique stories? Zifang felt the harshness of reality keenly. Indeed, only dishes like Wensi tofu, accompanied by memorable tales, could achieve historical significance, while street foods like shrimp pancakes had long since faded into obscurity, with even their inventors becoming less significant. The host is encouraged to explore the stories behind the dishes. Those that gain narrative bonuses may possess unexpected effects. After a fleeting system prompt, it vanished. Yet Zifang felt invigorated, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. It seemed time to post a notice at the shop's entrance. I have dishes. Do you have stories? Of course. Zifang merely entertained the thought. After all, given that he hadn't even completed his current task, pondering such unlikely possibilities was futile. It would be wiser to focus on preparing the evening's dish. The shrimp pancake was something he had practiced in school, and having viewed the system's video once, his understanding of its preparation was now more refined, provoking an itch to begin. After completing the Wensi tofu, Zifang was filled with confidence. Had it not been for the remnants of rationality pulling him back, he might have attempted to challenge the S-level dish with his rudimentary culinary skills. Now, with the shrimp pancake as his practice, he resolutely seized the opportunity. Traditional shrimp pancakes required lard and flour, considerably distant from the notion of guilt-free indulgence that to meet Chia's expectations. Zifang planned to embark on a new endeavor. The shop had fresh river shrimp, so he took half a pound, peeled them, removed the intestinal tract, and marinated them with pepper and yellow wine before setting them aside. That he washed fresh lotus root and carrots, peeled them, and meticulously diced them into small cubes, a challenge for Zifang's knife skills. Fortunately, with a small quantity, after an hour, he managed to produce diced vegetables that met the requirements, using the back of the knife. He minced the marinated shrimp into a paste, combining it with the vegetable cubes in a bowl, then cracking 2 eggs into the mixture that he stirred with chopsticks in one direction until all the ingredients were thoroughly amalgamated, forming a sticky consistency that Zifang breathed a sigh of relief. As the most challenging step was finally complete, he drizzled a ring of olive oil into the frying pan, transforming the entire surface into a glistening sheen. Under the licking flames, the distinctive aroma of olive oil wafted through the air as Zifang seized the moment to shape 2 shrimp pancakes, with insufficient oil to gauge by chopsticks. Zifang could only sense the temperature of the pan from a distance 40 centimeters away. The air's heat still surpassed his body temperature, indicating it was time. He quickly slid the shrimp pancakes into the pan. Upon contact with the oil, the pancakes emitted a sizzling aroma, blending the scents of shrimp, carrot, egg, and lotus root, creating a peculiar vision before Zifang's eyes that a speckled hen raced across verdant lotus leaves on the water's surface, chasing after the occasional leaping river shrimp, and eventually, it pecked at a hapless one. Cluck, 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 echoed 3 crowing sounds as the hen laid an incredibly fresh red-skinned egg on the lotus leaf, only for the scene to abruptly shift to a carrot. Surely this can't be dark cuisine. Zifang shook his head, dispelling the imagery from his mind and deftly flipping the shrimp pancakes that he had made both vegetable and shrimp pancakes several times without disaster. Hence, the combination of their merits into a vegetable shrimp pancake should also yield success, right? Zifang dared not delve deeper, choosing to wait until they were finished before making a judgment. The shrimp and eggs were not difficult to cook, and the finely diced lotus root and carrot should also be done while retaining their crisp texture. After a moment's thought, Zifang sprinkled a pinch of salt unevenly over the shrimp pancakes and plated them. On the white porcelain plate lay 2 shrimp pancakes. With no need for additional adornment, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks, blew on it a couple of times, and took a hearty bite. Crunch! The exterior was as crispy as if it had been fried, while the interior maintained a tender and firm texture, with the unevenly sprinkled salt enhancing the delightful flavors in every bite. Delicious, such a simple word. Glancing back at the recipe, the original shrimp pancake section had transformed into a drop-down menu, revealing the vegetable shrimp pancake noted as a dish created by the host Zifang in response to customer demand. This time, before Zifang could pose a question, a system prompt appeared. Host successfully improved the vegetable shrimp pancake. Rating B-, awarded 30 points in culinary specialization. Current specialization, culinary beginner, 163-1000. Gazing at the system's experience points, Zifang felt elated, as if he had reached a pinnacle. Chapter 23, Culinary Delights and Utensils. Boss Su. Is anyone there? A voice called from outside, and Zifang entered the hall to find Chui had arrived. I'm here, please take a seat. He gestured toward a table near the counter, feeling somewhat awkward. This place is truly unique. It suits your temperament very well, Boss Su. Chui didn't sit immediately, taking a moment to admire the ambience before approaching the counter and inquiring, Boss Su, have you prepared delicious dishes that won't make me gain weight? Yes. Just a moment. Zifang nodded and returned to the kitchen to prepare the vegetable shrimp pancakes he had just created, following the same steps as before and with his hands now accustomed. He quickly prepared 6 shrimp pancakes in just a few minutes. As he took out a white porcelain plate, he reconsidered and switched to a bamboo square plate lined with lotus leaves. He placed the sweet vinegar sauce in the center, arranged the shrimp pancakes around the dipping dish, and garnished it with a few half-moon slices of white radish, making it undoubtedly more visually appealing than using a porcelain plate. The accompanying chopsticks were also made of bamboo, with wave-like patterns carved on the ends, perfectly complementing the dish's aesthetic. Many believe a chef's standard is measured by the visual appeal, aroma, and taste of the dishes produced. Yet Jia Shibe had always told them that a chef's true standard encompasses color, fragrance, taste, shape, vessel, meaning, and nourishment. Color, fragrance, and taste are traditional expectations reflected in a dish's appearance, aroma, and flavor, and can be seen as the foundation of culinary creation. Mastery of shape, vessel, meaning, and nourishment signifies a chef's true mastery. Shape was initially encompassed within color, but evolved into an independent category as food carving developed, demanding aesthetic appeal in dish shapes and decorations. Vessel refers to the dish's container, a tradition in Chinese culture that emphasizes matching food with appropriate utensils, underscoring the vessel's significance in cuisine. Meaning pertains to the cultural essence of the dish, similar to the tea ceremony. Cuisine must emphasize cultural connotations, with names resonating with the ingredients, exemplifying dishes that epitomize simplicity and complexity, still represented at state banquets. Nourishment hints at nutritional content, as the belief that food sustains life has long been a traditional perspective in Chinese culture. Thus, a good chef must also pursue the nutritional efficacy of their creations. Of course, this knowledge was not meant for outsiders, as ordinary diners would merely exclaim how delicious the food was, shouting praises. High-end diners, however, scrutinized these details more intensely than the chefs themselves. As Zifang approached with the shrimp pancakes, he was met with Chui's astonished gaze. Glancing down, he noted there were no vegetable leaves clinging to him and no tomatoes underfoot, prompting him to ask in surprise, "What is the matter?" "That was fast," Chui blurted out. Zifang found himself speechless, encountering a diner astonished by the speed of service for the first time. It was worth noting that during his internship at a restaurant, almost all complaints stemmed from slow service, even when dishes occasionally arrived quickly. Well, that had never happened. Shaking his head to dispel those scattered thoughts, Zifang replied to Chui, "I was just testing the dish when you arrived. It happened to be perfect timing. Give the vegetable shrimp pancake a try." Noticing the unusual glint in Chui's eyes, he quickly added, "It won't always be this coincidental." "Thank you, Boss Su. This is wonderful." Chui smiled brightly, revealing two adorable dimples. "Is it going to be very oily?" The young girl still harbored some concern. "It's lightly pan-fried with minimal olive oil." After receiving a positive confirmation from Zifang, Chui let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That's great." She then picked up her phone to take a photo. "Let's eat first and edit the pictures later. They'll get cold otherwise," Zifang kindly reminded her. Yes, that I just want to show my friends and make them envious," Chui replied. After finishing her sentence, she raised her phone to record a video. "I told you not to come dine with me, but here I am enjoying the vegetable shrimp cakes personally made by the handsome Boss Su. And of course, the boss is quite dashing." Zifang, unexpectedly prompted, didn't appear displeased when the camera turned to him. Instead, he smiled and waved in response. The restaurant had just opened and lacked patrons. Encountering a willing diner was a rare opportunity to showcase their offerings. After all, he bore the burden of 1,000,000 yuan in debt. And without customers, he might have to resort to selling blood to repay it. Just the thought was bittersweet. After sending a WeChat message, Chui picked up a piece of the shrimp cake and took a small bite. Crunch! Although the shrimp cake had been sitting for 2 to 3 minutes, its crisp texture remained intact. This is truly delicious." Chui, her mouth full, continued to praise Zifang, reminiscent of a hamster determinedly munching away. "Thank you." For Zifang, the highest compliment was knowing that his cooking was appreciated. After finishing one, Chui picked up another, this time dipped in sweet vinegar. It wasn't as crunchy, but the sweet vinegar fully brought out the shrimp's natural sweetness, making it even more delectable and whetting her appetite. She glanced at the menu, contemplating whether to order another dish. "Boss Su, why isn't this dish on your menu?" Chui, with keen eyes, inquired upon noticing the absence of the shrimp cake on the menu. "It's a new dish. I haven't had the chance to add it yet." "Please wait a moment," Zifang replied as he took out his tools to write vegetable shrimp cake on the menu, adding a price of 8 yuan each. "Boss Su, you didn't mention this was sold by the piece." Glum. Gazing at the 4 shrimp cakes on her plate with dismay, Zifang, hearing her words, was momentarily bewildered. He seemed to have instinctively prepared 6 pieces based on his own appetite, not considering that Chui was a girl on a diet. However, he realized that it was indeed inappropriate not to inform the customer of the price before preparing the dish. Therefore, he earnestly told Chui, "Tasting the dish is free." After all, for shrimp cakes weren't cheap, and it was not right for the customer to bear the cost due to his oversight. This much he understood. "Oh, that's good." With the news that she wouldn't have to pay for the 4 shrimp cakes, Chui felt even happier. Earlier, When the dishes were served, she had thought that a serving consisted of 6 pieces and even considered taking the leftovers home. However, midway through, she was so captivated by Su Zifang's culinary skills that she wanted to order another dish. Yet, upon seeing the prices, she felt that spending over 60 yuan for a meal was rather extravagant. Little did she know, Su Zifang had waived the charges under the guise of a tasting. In light of this, she declared, "Boss Su, I would like a bowl of plain noodles with a fried egg." Chui cheerfully raised her phone, saying, "WeChat payment. I haven't activated WeChat payment yet. Please transfer it to me." Su Zifang replied while handing over his phone's QR code. "All done." Chui returned the phone to him. Upon seeing a new notification on WeChat, Su Zifang opened it to find a friend request. "Little Matchstick wants to add you as a friend." Looking up, he found that Chui was watching him. "Is it you?" "Yes." Chui nodded. "I'll send you a red envelope." Not seeing any issue with it. After all, receiving money was the same whether it was through a red envelope or a transfer. No problem there. Chapter 24. Debt Crisis after bidding farewell to Chui. Su Zifang received his first income since opening the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a rather unfriendly prompt popped up on the system. This month, the host must repay a debt of 27,500 yuan. Current income, 15 yuan. Please work hard, host. Su Zifang longed to tell the system, "This adorable little thing you're selling is not cute at all." However, recalling that the terms for repaying his debts lay in the hands of the system, he nodded understandingly. "Okay, I will." Closing the prompt, Su Zifang gazed up at the skylight above the counter, his expression filled with confusion. Considering both principal and interest alongside his living expenses, he needed to earn 30,000 yuan in less than a month. What kind of business could possibly yield that? Perhaps he could sell fried rice outside the dorms of Jingling University. A serving of fried rice costs 15 yuan. And if he sold 80 servings a day, he could meet his target. Feeling clever about his idea, he gave no thought to how he might actually sell that many portions of fried rice. It seemed the system was equally flabbergasted by his intelligence as it promptly displayed another message. Income for repaying debts can only be generated from selling dishes in the restaurant. Engaging in other production activities will not count towards the total. Go. Su Zifang felt utterly defeated. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor drew Su Zifang's attention to the door, where a striking figure appeared in his mind. "Is Boss Su here?" Shen Anyun stood outside. Her fingers curled inward as she lightly tapped on the wide-open door of the restaurant. "Miss Shen, please come in and have a seat." Su Zifang hurriedly exited the counter, pulling out a chair for her. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Shen Anyun had noticed Su Zifang's furrowed brow at the door. Her tone tinged with a hint of apology. "Not at all," Su Zifang replied, choosing not to disclose his troubles. After all, they were neighbors on the street, even if he were to share his struggles with business. The words of consolation he might receive would merely echo the sentiment of the broader economic climate. As for the monthly 30,000 yuan debt, Shen Anyun would likely be of no assistance. It was better for him to strive on his own. "Are you really okay?" Shen Anyun tilted her head playfully. "Yes." "Really duppy by the way. What brings you to the restaurant today, Miss Shen?" Su Zifang, wishing to divert the conversation, intentionally shifted the topic. This was a tactic he had learned from others, by inserting a transitional phrase into the dialogue. The other party would be drawn to the subsequent words, thus forgetting the previous topic. Sure enough, Shen Anyun's attention was immediately captured. "As long as you're all right." This was the first time Su Zifang encountered someone as straightforward as Shen Anyun. And after a brief pause, he helplessly asked, "Are you here for a meal, Miss Shen?" "Yes." Shen Anyun nodded. "You can choose from any of the dishes on the menu. Take a look, Miss Shen." Su Zifang gestured to the menu displayed on the counter. Sweet and sour pork, steamed base, plain noodles, vegetable shrimp cakes, fried egg. Shen Anyun paused for a moment and then asked, "Is that all?" "What do you mean, is that all?" Su Zifang responded, somewhat perplexed. "Does Boss Su only serve these 5 dishes? I remember the Banquet had other dishes that were quite good," Shen Anyun remarked, tilting her head to reveal her graceful neck. "Well, I was dissatisfied with some dishes, so I didn't include them after all. As a chef, the first criterion is to be satisfied with one's own cooking," Su Zifang explained casually, almost convincing himself in the process. Upon hearing this, Shin Anyan's perception of Su Zifang improved significantly. Nowadays, restaurant owners often desired to list as many dishes as possible on their menus. Even if they couldn't cook them well, as long as they could mimic others, that it was rare to find someone like Su Zifang who refrained from listing dishes he was not skilled at. Prompting her to compliment, Boss Su is indeed strict with himself. So, what would you like to eat, Miss Shen? Su Zifang felt it inappropriate to continue the conversation. After all, he was not as remarkable as Shin Anyan believed him to be. And too much talk could lead to missteps. A bowl of plain noodles and a shrimp cake. I prefer something light, since I haven't eaten yet. All right, please wait a moment, Su Zifang replied as he turned and walked into the kitchen. Shin Anyan had not tasted the dishes prepared solely by Su Zifang. She had only heard Lu Renjie rave about his culinary skills. Since she had not eaten that day, she thought of visiting Shizuyu to satisfy her hunger. If the food was good, she might well return frequently in the future. In the kitchen, Su Zifang prepared Shin Anyan's meal. The noodles were made from dough that had been kneaded and rested in the morning before being cut into thin strands. Conveniently stored in portions for easy cooking. As for the shrimp cakes, he had enough leftover ingredients to make 3 or 4 more, requiring no waiting. He lit the stove and boiled water, moving fluidly through the steps. In just a few minutes, he presented Shin Anyan's dishes, inevitably earning another that was quick remark. This time, Su Zifang served the noodles in a white ceramic bowl, leaving layers of scallion oil along its rim. The coarse white of the bowl contrasted beautifully with the delicate white of the noodles, while a few green onions dotted the scene like peaks on a mountain range. The aromatic fragrance of scallions wafting from the bowl infused the plain noodles with a refreshing essence, causing Shin Anyan's appetite to stir. A bite of noodles, a sip of broth. The warmth and satisfaction that enveloped her upon consuming such food was unparalleled, a delight that transcended any other form of gratification. Unique to the allure of good cuisine. Delicious! This is even more authentic than many old jingling plain noodles, Shin Anyan exclaimed as she wiped the oil from her lips, resembling a plush toy that had just pilfered a can of treats. And there's the shrimp cake too. If we wait too long, it won't taste as good. Su Zifang pointed to the sweet vinegar sauce beside her. That small dish is the dip for the shrimp cake. You should give it a try. Shin Anyan nodded. Picking up the shrimp cake. Crunch, crunch. The crispy outer layer resonated between her teeth, while the cooked shrimp released the unique fragrance of river delicacies, mingling with the lotus root and carrot. Shin Anyan closed her eyes to savor the rich textures brought forth by the shrimp cake. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed in her mind, followed by the image of a plump chicken racing across a lotus leaf, its feet dancing atop the vast expanse of leaves as it stretched its neck to chase the lively shrimp leaping from the river. It's still that familiar recipe. Boss Su, this is simply exquisite. Shin Anyan gazed at him with eyes full of admiration. It's the dish that's delicious, not me, Su Zifang replied earnestly, delivering a typical straight man response. By the way, the total is 18 yuan. Would you prefer WeChat or cash? After finishing his words, Su Zifang deliberately raised his phone to display a QR code. Why is it to add friends? Shin Anyan silently took out her phone, and only after scanning the code did she realize that no payment prompt had appeared. Perhaps I made a mistake. Never mind, it's on you. Su Zifang scratched his head, a hint of mischievous glee evident on his face. Boss, your method is rather glitch. Shin Anyan, having deciphered Su Zifang's intentions, chose not to expose him, teasingly remarked with a smile. Then next time, I shall adopt a different approach. Su Zifang responded with an earnestness that left Shin Anyan somewhat surprised. Is this truly how boys express their affections nowadays? However, having received numerous confessions throughout her life, she was not easily swayed by Su Zifang's few words, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She gazed at Su Zifang and inquired, Boss Su, are you encountering some issues in your business? Well, not exactly, sort of. Su Zifang hesitated for quite some time, still unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He decided to sidestep the matter and directly stated his purpose. I just want to know how I can achieve a monthly revenue of 30,000. Actually, Shin Anyan began to respond, but was abruptly cut off by Su Zifang's words. 30,000? In an instant, Shin Anyan felt a wave of silence wash over her. Initially, considering Su Zifang's recent opening banquet where he had invited numerous neighbors, she had intended to share some business tips and promotional strategies with him, believing that earning over 10,000 in a month was not an impossible feat. Yet here was a newly minted shop owner, fresh out of school, daring to aspire to a monthly income of 30,000 to her. Such an ambition seemed not merely a case of youthful bravado, but rather a blatant lack of sense. Typically, she would have turned on her heel and walked away without a second thought when faced with such folly. However, having just enjoyed a complimentary meal that was quite palatable, Shen Anyan found herself uttering 3 words. On what basis? Chapter 25. The Genius's Idea. On what basis? Had the former Su Zifang heard this question, he would likely have replied, by my efforts. I shall create wealth with my own hands. He would have echoed the classic line of the impoverished young man declaring his love to a wealthy mother-in-law. Though I have no house, no car, and no money, I possess a heart that loves her. However, with the system now at his disposal, Su Zifang felt a surge of confidence. After a brief pause, he boldly proclaimed, based on my skills, and the sturdy kitchen behind me, will that suffice? His commanding presence momentarily stunned Shen Anyan, but she quickly regained her composure and rolled her eyes. Who do you think you are, a culinary deity? Despite her words, having listened to Su Zifang, Shen Anyan retracted her previous disdain. After all, from her commercial perspective, if he could attract sufficient foot traffic, Su Zifang's culinary skills could indeed lead to a monthly income of 200,000. Let me think, she mused, tapping her fingers on the table as she fell into contemplation that Su Zifang, choosing not to disturb her, retreated to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea, setting out 2 teacups as if anticipating a lengthy discussion. Eureka! Shen Anyan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Huh, what? Su Zifang leaned in eagerly. I have several regulars from Jingling University, and one of them is a minor internet celebrity that if I invite them to dine at my establishment and promote it at their school, we might truly succeed thanks to Jingling University's popularity. A genius idea. Su Zifang praised her, reflecting on her words, and the more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. Joyful Street was not far from Jingling University, and on weekends, students often visited to unwind, that if he could showcase his signature dishes and pair them with promotional activities, achieving 30,000 in revenue would indeed be within reach. The only question remained. What to sell? Both Su Zifang and Shen Anyan exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual admiration. It must be convenient for takeout, Shen Anyan suggested first. Ideally, it should be a dish that can be taken away immediately after payment. The flavor needs to be exceptional, Su Zifang added. It should be something that cannot be found at any other establishment nearby. It must be low in oil, not fattening to attract female customers. Yes, and it should be spicy and fragrant to easily lure passersby. Do you have any ideas, Boss Su? Skewered meat. Su Zifang's eyes sparkled as he named a popular street food. Shen Anyan frowned slightly. She had anticipated Su Zifang would suggest something more unique, yet he opted for the most ordinary of snacks. Can it really work? She questioned, having tasted skewered meat before. She found it small, lacking in flavor, dry, and tough, with greasy toothpicks that made cleaning hands afterward a chore. Although it was renowned as a beloved dish, she harbored doubts about its viability in the traditionally light-flavored Jingling city. It should be fine, Su Zifang replied somewhat ambiguously that in truth he had not initially thought of skewered meat, but the system's prompt had come at the perfect moment. Task: given the host's new shop opening. The system grants a recipe, skewered meat. Please have daily earnings surpass 10,000 within 10 days. Task reward: 100,000. The generous reward, seemingly tailor-made, was difficult for Su Zifang to decline. Moreover, achieving a daily income of 10,000 would yield a cash reward of 100,000, far more reliable than playing games on Douyin. Then I shall contact those regulars first, Boss Su. Just prepare the skewered meat and let me know. Shen Anyan stood to take her leave, that Su Zifang accompanied her to the door, watching her disappear from view before promptly returning to the kitchen to begin researching the preparation of skewered meat. With a task at hand, he was determined not to waste a single moment. Opening the recipe interface, he found that skewered meat was indeed similar to shrimp cakes, but with a blue difficulty rating. The instructional material resembled that for shrimp cakes, featuring a seasoned chef methodically preparing meat chunks, spices, cutting, marinating, and threading them on his skewers. The chef's precise movements resembled that of a machine, devoid of any unnecessary actions. Watching the chef's dexterity stirred something within Zifang, yet he could not articulate it at the moment, so he set aside those thoughts and focused intently on the tutorial video. Cook on medium heat, flip on high heat, and season on low heat. The video subtitles appeared with impeccable timing, clearly outlining every precaution Zifang needed to heed, creating the illusion that he could immediately begin cooking upon finishing the video. After a while, the video concluded, and the chef presented a plate of skewered meat that was a feast for the senses. Golden chunks of meat piled high on a black stone plate, garnished with white sesame seeds atop a bed of fresh lettuce. Even through the screen, the aroma was palpable that Zifang swallowed hard, retrieving the prepared beef and lamb to commence his own attempt. First, he simmered a pot of pepper water, using a blend of Tian, Chui, a Dahong Pao, and Xinhua pepper from Jinyang, that he then cut the lamb and beef into 2-centimeter cubes, washing them thoroughly in a bowl. Observing the tiny morsels of meat brought a pang of regret. According to Wang Fuge, those cuts had been specially transported from Inner Mongolia, and it was only due to their neighborly bond with Zifang that they had been offered. Otherwise, they would have been kept for personal use, and of course, he too would not have been willing to use such fine cuts for skewered meat, if not for his ambition to establish the reputation of his eatery. Food speaks. After all, he had already envisioned different preparations for those two cuts. One with cumin, the other stir-fried with green onions. Wouldn't that be fragrant? Estimating that the pepper water had cooled sufficiently, Zifang drained the water from the bowl and added sugar, soy sauce, salt, cornstarch, and cooking wine, pouring the pepper water in 2 portions to marinate the meat cubes. The video had clearly stated that the marination needed to last at least 20 minutes for the flavors to penetrate. And during this time, the meat had to be turned several times to prevent the marinade from settling at the bottom. However, when one seeks to cut corners, there are always ways. For instance, Zifang turned the meat 3 times within the time frame, chopped the ginger, garlic, and dried chili segments needed for later use, boiled the toothpicks, and played a few rounds of a casual game. Although he had yet to achieve a 3-star victory on level 191, Zifang had begun to grasp the strategy, confident that once his stamina recovered, he would surely succeed next time. Before long, the 20-minute timer chimed, prompting Zifang to set aside his phone and begin threading the meat. With meat chunks in his left hand and toothpicks in his right, a twist and a press transformed the ingredients into skewers in mere seconds. Undeniably, this fluid motion was incredibly soothing, allowing Zifang to momentarily forget his debts. Unfortunately, as he heated a pot of oil to the perfect temperature, he realized that his moment of joy was drawing to a close. As the skewered meat was plunged into the oil, it instantly erupted in sizzling bubbles that Zifang counted the seconds, using a strainer to retrieve the skewers, turning the heat to high to ensure the oil was sufficiently hot before returning the skewers for a second fry. After 2 rounds, the skewers emerged perfectly crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, neither dry nor greasy, bursting with flavor. Pouring out most of the oil used for frying, he retained just enough to prepare for the final seasoning, which involved sought ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant, followed by adding the dried chilies and fried skewers. Sprinkling cumin and white sesame on top, he ensured everything was well mixed. Finally, he poured in 2 bottle caps of ergotu, igniting the mixture in the pan. Thus, Zifang's version of skewered meat was born, the air thick with the intoxicating aroma of charred liquor. Host successfully completed skewered meat. Rating B-, culinary skill reward, 10 points. Current specialty, culinary beginner, 173-1000. Why is the rating different from that of the shrimp cakes? Zifang inquired, staring at the 10-point specialty. Host innovation level is insufficient, and the dish does not reflect the expected quality. Upon receiving this notification, Zifang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, while he had aimed to innovate by utilizing beef and lamb for a submenu of skewered meat, and even improved the cooking method by igniting the liquor to the system, these efforts seemed like mere child's play that Zifang suddenly felt overwhelmed. Chapter 26. The promoter arrives. The prepared meat skewers could not be sold directly. Thus, Zifang wrapped a portion in oil paper and delivered it to various shops on Sheila Street to solicit feedback. Delicious, but it's too small and lacking in flavor, remarked Lu Renjie and Mu Lu. Having devoured their share in a whirlwind, their eyes fixated on the thermal bag held by Su Zifang. As long as it's tasty, if the response is favorable, I will supply it in bulk in a few days, Su Zifang said, swiftly making his exit, fearful that the two would conspire to detain him in the shop. Dr. Luo and Nurse Li found it overly seasoned. After tasting a skewer, they handed it to a few patients in the pharmacy who had no dietary restrictions, only to be unexpectedly praised by a man with a southwestern accent. This young lad, despite his age, produces better fare than old Wang at our factory. He is a real talent. The onlookers laughed and teased. Old Li, do you even know what's good? Is&T spiciness the key to deliciousness. You lot are ridiculous, retorted the man dubbed Old Li, then turned to Su Zifang. What this young lad makes is truly tasty. Don't be envious. But the flavor could be more robust. Thank you, Uncle Li, Su Zifang replied, not lingering after receiving the feedback, as his objective had been achieved. After parting ways with Dr. Luo, he proceeded to meet Lu Er and Yang Mo, intending to gauge the preferences of his peers, for ultimately, this dish was to be sold to college students. To his surprise, the group, informed by Mu Lu, had gathered early at the entrance, eagerly approaching Su Zifang and clamoring for the food, each clutching a bag and gleefully devouring the contents. This is promising. Seeing the skewers being so well received, Su Zifang felt a surge of confidence and immediately began a second round of adjustments based on their suggestions. On his way back, holding the now empty thermal bag, he felt an odd sense of omission, yet failed to recall what it was even upon reaching the door. Never mind, adjusting the meat skewers is more important. With a touch to his head, Su Zifang re-entered the kitchen. The feedback he received was unanimous. Lacking flavor, not satisfying. For Su Zifang, this could all be succinctly summarized in one phrase: insufficient seasoning. Recalling the quantities he had prepared earlier, he reviewed the reactions of the diners and the techniques demonstrated by the master chef in the video, and without hesitation, he doubled the amount of seasoning. The adage, "you must be willing to invest to reap rewards," resonated with him. The steps remained unchanged: cutting meat, marinating, igniting the fire, adding ingredients, stirring, and seasoning, all with the same procedures. Yet there was something different about this batch. Even from a meter away, the aroma of the finished product sent shivers down Su Zifang's spine. Host successfully completed the authentic spicy meat skewers. Level B. Reward: 10 points in culinary expertise. Current expertise: Culinary Beginner, 183-1000. With the system specifically labeling it authentic spicy, Su Zifang decided to taste it himself. He picked up a skewer, the fried meat still glistening with oil, biting into the chunk, pulling out the toothpick, and chewing heartily till a wave of heat engulfed his mouth, swiftly followed by a tingling sensation that felt electrifying. The two sensations intertwined, transforming into a monstrous dual pepper experience. Su Zifang couldn't help but gasp. Spicy, numb, fresh, fragrant. These four flavors erupted in his mouth like simultaneous volcanic eruptions, the molten lava instantly occupying his oral cavity, the heat surging, leaving him with but one thought: water, water, I need to drink water. 10 minutes later, Su Zifang finally regained his composure, looking at the skewers on the plate with trepidation. No, I can't eat anymore. His mind was clear, but his right hand, betraying him, reached towards the plate. The irony of humanity, where one's words contradict their actions. Resigned, Su Zifang closed his eyes. Since he was powerless to resist, he might as well indulge, knowing that at worst he would suffer some discomfort later during his bathroom visits. Fate would take its course. Just then, Shen Anyun entered with 2 girls, only to be greeted by this peculiar sight. Su Zifang held a bottle of milk in one hand and a toothpick in the other, puffing out his cheeks as he gasped for air, resembling a husky that had been stung by bees. Sister Anyun. What is happening here? One of the long-haired girls quietly tugged at Shun Anyun's sleeve, her expression puzzled. Boss Su. Shun Anyun was also uncertain about Su Zifang's antics. It's spicy. Su Zifang gulped down a large mouthful of milk, gesturing frantically at the plate. Try it. Shun Anyun made a concerted effort to comprehend Su Zifang's words, observing his behavior, and uncertainly picked up a skewer from the plate. It looks pretty good, and it smells nice. I wonder how it tastes. The spiciness teased Shun Anyun's appetite, and she didn't even notice that her salivation had quickened. Spice possesses a certain magical allure. It brings forth burning and stinging sensations, yet compels one to crave more, almost to the point of wanting to continue indefinitely. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Anyun mustered the courage to take a bite. Bang! For Shin Anyun, who had grown up in Suzhou, the spicy morsel felt like a hammer striking her soul, rendering her momentarily incapable of thought. Milk! Anticipating such a reaction, Zifang had already prepared a box of milk nearby. That a minute later, Shin Anyun mirrored Zifang, adopting a similarly exaggerated expression. You must try this. It's truly exceptional. Shin Anyun gasped as she recommended it to the two accompanying girls, also introducing them to Zifang. Zhao Xiaoman, Yang Xiong, students from Jingling University. They're the administrators of their school's food exploration group and have a keen interest in discovering new eateries. Should we try? Zhao Xiaoman glanced at Yang Qiong, her uncertainty evident. It seems like it must be delicious. Realizing that Yang Xiong had already pulled out a tissue to touch up her lipstick, Zhao Xiaoman suddenly remembered that she was standing next to a spicy food enthusiast from Hunan, whose love for spice was so profound that she often treated Lao Gan Ma as a snack, even finding the local Hunan cuisine lacking in flavor. Now, faced with these spicy meat skewers, how could she possibly resist? This is amazing. So delicious. While Zhao Xiaoman pondered, Yang Xiong had already begun to indulge heartily in the skewers, soon discarding multiple empty toothpicks, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. We are now at Shibuya. This is our first time at this establishment, and the ambience is quite nice. The boss has prepared meat skewers, and little lamb has truly unleashed herself that I will share photos with everyone later. Zhao Xiaoman sent a voice message in her food exploration group before she began to eat. However, lacking the spice-loving buff, she could only manage 3 skewers before reverting to a health-conscious state alongside Zifang and Shin Anyun. Why didn't you bring me some from the first batch? As the spiciness faded from her palate, Shin Anyun finally began to question him. Zifang furrowed his brow, finally recalling what he had forgotten that afternoon. It's all Yang Mo's fault. He snatched more than his fair share, even taking what I had set aside. Otherwise, I would have definitely sent it over, as this idea was inspired by Miss Shin's suggestion. However, you were the first to taste this improved version. Coming in right after it was cooked, Zifang attempted to smile sincerely. Next time you visit the shop, I will prepare a full meal for you. Your current attire is far too distant from Shibuya style. Shin Anyun shook her head, inexplicably stating, "Oh, that is fine. I appreciate the gesture, Miss Shun." Zifang nodded in agreement, silently commending Shun Anyun in his heart. Not only was she capable of managing the shop, but she also crafted clothing and was eager to help others. If anyone were to win her heart, they would indeed be blessed by their ancestors. After saying this, he glanced at Shun Anyun again. Indeed, she was quite lovely. Chapter 27, Soaring Income. After Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Qiong tasted the dishes, they lingered only a few minutes before preparing to leave. That to enhance the credibility of the promotion, Zifang specially packed 2 large boxes of meat skewers for them to take back and share with their classmates. Miss Shun, do you think this method will be effective? Watching the two depart, Zifang felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. It should work. Last time they did a food exploration, I heard over 200 people visited in a single weekend, generating quite a substantial revenue. Oh, that's reassuring. Zifang felt a sense of relief as he listened to Zhao Xiaoman's achievements. By the way, what shop did they visit last time? Zifang suddenly became curious about which establishment possessed such allure that he might also wish to try. Flipping her hand to show a few twists, they did a really good job. Yes, quite good. Zifang widened his eyes, forcing himself to utter a response while inwardly praying that Shibuya would also enjoy such popularity. How do you plan to price the meat skewers? Shin Anyun lightly tapped the table with her index finger, her gaze drifting towards the menu above the counter. I selected only leg meat and the cost isn't low. How about 15 yuan per serving? Zifang took out a notebook and calculated the costs roughly before speaking. as long as you don't incur losses. That's fine. Shen Anyan refrained from commenting further. Life experience taught her that while offering suggestions was fine, making decisions should be approached with caution. Otherwise, if others followed her advice and it backfired, she could only imagine the gossip behind her back. I believe 15 yuan per serving is reasonable, that we could also arrange a combo meal for 20 yuan that includes a shrimp cracker. No. We need to create a couple S combo. It can also. Half an hour later, Zifang excitedly produced a signboard to showcase his haphazard handwriting. Our shop is open, with events, coming to learn more. Shen Anyan glanced over Zifang's shoulder a few times before she couldn't resist patting him on the shoulder, snatching the pen from his astonished gaze. Never mind, I'll write it instead. Good news. Our shop is celebrating its grand opening. Meat skewers are 15 yuan each. And for an additional 5 yuan, you can receive a shrimp cracker. In mere moments, a promotional sign adorned with standard advertising typography stood before Zifang, encircled by decorative embellishments. Everything seems to be in order here. So I shall take my leave. Best of luck to you, Boss Su. Shen Anyan remarked, stretching lazily and giving her neck a gentle roll. Thank you. Once the rush is over in a couple of days, I shall treat Miss Shen to a meal, Zifang replied, cheerfully moving the sign outside while calling after Shen Anyan's departing figure. After bidding Shen Anyan farewell, Zifang commenced preparations for skewered meat and shrimp cakes. Uncertain of Zhao Xiaoman's promotional prowess, he refrained from overstocking ingredients, readying just 100 portions before indulging in a game of happy elimination. It had been several days since he last achieved a 3-star clearance on level 191, which left him somewhat vexed. However, just a few minutes into his game, a voice called out from outside, "Is the handsome boss in?" The next moment, several boys, seemingly still in school, surged into the room, their eyes scanning the establishment in silence. "Gentlemen, what would you like to eat?" "Skewered meat," they chorused in unison, only to feel a tad embarrassed about ordering a single dish for the entire group, awkwardly rubbing their noses and scratching their heads. "Hey, the prices here aren't steep." "It seems true. Wait, should we really be stingy? We must be prudent. Let us each have one of everything to sample before making a decision. Wise long-term thinking, let us proceed with that." Listening from the side, Zifang pieced together the situation. Apparently, after Zhao Xiaoman shared photos in the food enthusiast group, Yang Qiong enthusiastically praised the skewered meat, claiming it was the most delightful experience she had ever had, likening it to spicy candy bursting with flavor. Such a celestial comparison indeed lured a few spice-loving classmates, who promptly skipped class to rush over. Upon learning the identities of these newcomers, Zifang hastily prepared a genuine spicy skewered meat and shrimp cakes to present. "The other dishes will take a bit longer. Please bear with me." Noodles. Take your time, Boss Su. We're not in a hurry." Though their words suggested patience, several pairs of chopsticks simultaneously lunged toward the platter, one hand unexpectedly joining the fray. "Old 3, you're cheating. Get him." In truth, without needing a call to action, the other boys had already adjusted their stances upon seeing the extra hand among the chopsticks, gripping their utensils and swinging them downwards, expecting the offending hand to retract. They were instead astonished to see it deftly cling to the edge of the plate, pulling it back with surprising force. "Is that even allowed?" Zifang, who had yet to step away, observed the scene unfolding at the table with wide-eyed astonishment. Reflecting on the evident improvement in the physical prowess of today, as university students in days gone by, such a display would have resulted in the food thief being unceremoniously carried away within 3 seconds. Shaking his head, Zifang chose to ignore the commotion at the table and returned to the kitchen to diligently attend to the remaining dishes. "Ah, spicy hiss!" The hall echoed with a cacophony of gasps, followed by a chorus of approval. The gasps sounded again, creating a repeating cycle, as Zifang found the sounds particularly melodious from the kitchen, prompting him to hasten his cooking. In under 20 minutes, he presented steamed base, sweet and sour tenderloin, yancha noodles, and fried eggs, all at once. "It smells divine." "What a pity the boss doesn't specialize in Sichuan cuisine." "Don't snatch it all. There's enough for everyone." "Save me a piece of fish." Mine. Do you all still want to copy my homework in the future?" The table became a battlefield of culinary contention, amidst which Su Zifang distinctly heard, "Boss, let us have one more, no, 3 more portions of skewered meat. 8 shrimp cakes, 4 bowls of yangchen noodles, and 5 fried eggs." "Absolutely," Su Zifang replied, his spirits lifting as if he had just heard the sound of silver coins clinking into his pocket. The continuous influx of customers amplified Su Zifang's elation manifold. "Boss, is the food ready? Hey there, could we add a plate of steamed base? Handsome, we need 2 bowls of yangchen noodles. Spicy, spicy, boss, water, water." For 7 hours straight, Su Zifang tirelessly attended to customers, finally sending off the last wave of patrons. Once he finished tidying up and locked the door, he felt that this day's labor exceeded even that of the grand opening. "I must find a professional assistant soon," he mused, contemplating recruitment while checking his earnings. This month, the host must repay debts, 27,500 yuan, current income, 3,925 yuan. Su Zifang, gazing at the account balance, he suddenly felt that today's efforts were well-deserved, as the joy of nearly 4,000 yuan in one day was more than enough to offset any physical fatigue. Though he still had some distance to cover to reach the 30,000 target, many patrons had expressed intentions to return tomorrow, and Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Xiong's promotional efforts were still gaining momentum. If all went well, he might only need a day or two to achieve his modest goal of earning over 10,000 in a single day. "I'll open early tomorrow and prepare extra ingredients." Yet before he could fully settle his plans for the next day, Su Zifang's head tilted to the side, and he drifted into a deep slumber filled with hopeful aspirations of daily earnings surpassing 10,000. Whoosh chirp, Chapter 28. The culinary duo returns the next day. Su Zifang returned with fresh ingredients, prepped the meat, and needed a dozen kilograms of dough as a reserve. Upon entering the hall, just as he finished writing the menu for genuine spicy skewered meat, he heard a voice at the door. "Good morning, handsome boss." Su Zifang looked up to see Zhao Xiaoman, nodding in acknowledgement. "Good morning, Zhao. Thanks to your promotion yesterday, many supportive classmates came by. What would you like to eat today?" "It's on me." "Oh, it was just a small favor, no need for thanks. Besides, you ought to be thanking Yang Xiong. She did the heavy lifting and promoting, while I merely took some photos." "It's the same. I'll treat both of you. Then I'll trouble you. Boss Su, for 2 bowls of yangchen noodles with fried eggs." Zhao Xiaoman added, "She'll be coming later as well, so I wanted to order for her too. Rest assured, even without your mention, I wouldn't doubt your capacity for such a hearty meal," Su Zifang quipped lightly. "Oh, Boss Su, what are you chatting about with our Xiaoman so early?" Yang Xiong burst through the door with a gust, nearly colliding with the table. "Boss Su was expressing gratitude and treating us to a meal," Zhao Xiaoman explained, pulling out a chair for Yang Xiong to sit down. "Sounds good. Let us have one of everything on the menu." Yang Xiong boldly pointed to the menu, her fingers sweeping across it. "Hey, why do you have so few dishes here?" "Boss." Yesterday, she had been dragged by Shin Anyun to sample the food without paying much attention, but upon seeing the menu now, she realized there were only 6 items, counting the shrimp cakes and skewered meat as snacks. She displayed a look of regret. "What a shame. Didn't you see the group chat yesterday?" Everyone in the group asked about it, and Boss Su insisted on maintaining quality, refusing to sell anything deemed unappetizing. "I didn't expect Boss Su to have such high standards. That's quite rare." Su Zifang, hearing this, chose silence, merely smiling as he went to the kitchen to prepare their meals. The prepped ingredients were already meticulously arranged on the counter, and after boiling the noodles for a few minutes, he drained them, rinsed them with cold water, and topped them with a perfectly fried egg, an exquisite presentation. When the tray was served, both Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Xiong instinctively swallowed hard. Although Su Zifang's skills produced only B-grade yangchen noodles, they were still leagues above the plain noodles served at the school cafeteria. "Dig in. I'll go prepare another dish." "All right. We'll wait for Boss Su's next creation." Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Xiong exchanged glances, smiling as they began their wait. After all, the two had nearly missed the later serving hours the previous evening and had struggled to sleep after watching the live stream in the group chat, which was why they rushed to the shop early this morning. "Haha, Boss Su is open for business, and with a first table." Yang Xiong posted a video in the group chat featuring a close-up of the noodles and fried egg. Devilish. Teasing us with food this early. How heartless. Woman, you've successfully whetted my appetite. Hurry and pack me a portion. So early, my dear. Have you been lining up all night? What? Boss Su is open. Wait for me. I'm on my way. A flurry of messages exploded in the group chat. Yang Xiong, setting her phone down with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Let them suffer from late-night cravings last night. This is sweet revenge." With that, she set her phone aside and began savoring Su Zifang's culinary creations. The Yangchun noodles were served in a large white ceramic bowl, exuding a rich aroma of lard and wheat, while the fried egg appeared as if plucked from an animated series, its whites resembling clouds cradling a warm red yolk. The broth swayed, revealing a runny center that danced enticingly, making it nearly impossible to resist. She snapped a photo without a second thought, sending it to the group chat, and the culinary duo commenced their feast. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Compared to Boss Su's noodles, the school cafeteria serves nothing but swill. Just as Yang Xiong swallowed her noodles, she began showering Su Zifang with praise at Su Zifang, carrying dishes into the hall. Blushed slightly upon hearing Yang Xiong's compliments. "Hey Xiaoman, who do you think is better at making noodles, your dad or Boss Su?" Yang Xiong suddenly turned to ask as Su Zifang entered. "Probably Boss Su. Since my dad doesn't really eat noodles, and I don't recall him ever making any," Zhao Xiaoman pondered, furrowing her brow for a few seconds before responding. "Your dad is a chef too." Somewhat astonished, accustomed to seeing hefty chefs from southern regions, he found himself questioning Zhao Xiaoman's familial connections. Yang Xiong interjected, "Indeed, Xiaoman's father has opened a stall in our school canteen, and the dishes he prepares are exceptionally delicious. It's called Zhao Stir Fry. Boss Su, you should come and try it when you have the time." "What? Zhao Stir Fry?" Su Zifang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Is there something wrong?" Zhao Xiaoman lifted her head. "Uncle, is the guabo roe particularly tasty?" Sununtai Zifang Peresedon. Eager for confirmation. "Absolutely delicious." Yang Xiong chimed in eagerly. "A single piece of meat can accompany a whole bowl of rice. It's the most popular dish in our canteen, selling out before 12:30 every day." "Why is Boss Su asking about this?" Zhao Xiaoman inquired. Her expression puzzled. Lu recommended it, saying it's incredibly tasty, and I wanted to give it a try, Su Zifang replied, hesitating to admit his desire to learn how to cook, using a pretext instead. "Oh, him. Understood. Come by tomorrow, and I'll have my dad prepare a serving for you." Zhao Xiaoman waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was a minor issue, and returned to her noodles. "Ha, Boss Su, you've hit the jackpot. Uncle Zhao's restaurant is usually bustling. Apart from Xiaoman, anyone who goes there ends up with nothing. This time, he is actually setting it up for you. Shut up and eat your noodles." Zhao Xiaoman interrupted, pinching Yang Xiong's ear. Just then, new patrons arrived at the restaurant, and Su Zifang decided not to linger with the two of them, stepping forward to greet the newcomers. Another bustling day unfolded. In the evening, Su Zifang opened his interface, and a system notification captured his attention. Daily income task completed, system reward, 100,000 yuan, current earnings, 114,995 yuan. What a delightful sensation. After a moment's thought, he took a screenshot of his daily earnings and posted it on his social media. So exhausted. Why must I bear this fatigue and wealth that far exceeds my age? This kind of life is truly not what I desire. Privilege-seeking scoundrel, get lost. If you don't send red envelopes, I'll report you for fraud. Senior Su is amazing. Keep it up. As Su Zifang gazed at the familiar Pikachu avatar, he fell into contemplation. Who could this be? Why did he have no recollection of them? Yet they always liked his posts within seconds. Could it be that they are fond of him? Should I just ask? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly stifled. If someone showed such concern for him, and he were to inquire about their identity, he might end up being doxxed on the Southern Forum. Ding! A WeChat message popped up. "Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, Boss Su, don't forget." The sender was Zhao Xiaoman, accompanied by an emoji of guabo roe, with the sauce bubbling enticingly in the pan. "Absolutely," Su Zifang replied, sending back a picture of himself enjoying hot pot as a playful retort. After all, It was merely mutual teasing. Who was afraid of whom? Chapter 29. Authentic Guabo Ro Jingling University Canteen. Due to the cleanliness of the canteen, Su Zifang and Mu Lu could only wait outside for Zhao Xiaoman to escort them in. Thank you, Boss Su, for your generosity. Mu Lu chuckled, draping an arm over Su Zifang's shoulder. As Su Zifang turned to face the grinning Mu Lu, he felt a twinge of regret for having mentioned earlier that he was coming to Jingling University to enjoy Guabo Ro. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to share a taxi with Mu Lu under the pretext of needing to indulge in authentic Guabo Ro to heal the wounds inflicted by tasteless imitations he'd previously endured. Over here. This way. Zhao Xiaoman called from the side entrance of the canteen. My dad just bought the ingredients, so you'll have to wait a bit before you can eat. I can wait as long as it takes. Mu Lu leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoman. Tell uncle to take his time. Dante let him tire himself out. Watching Mu Lu's behavior, Su Zifang sighed inwardly, finally understanding why he considered Zhao's stir-fry to be the best guabo ro in town. This was less about the dish and more about the intent to secure a romantic interest. Consequently, Su Zifang took the initiative to create some distance between himself and Mu Lu. Heaven knows what kind of ire a doting father might unleash upon a pig encroaching on his precious cabbage. He even imagined a melodramatic scenario where he professed his love, only to be obstructed by her father, who, upon seeing a bank card containing 5 million, would reveal that they were long-lost siblings in some soap opera plot. Ah, what a beautiful yet absurd romance. Dad! Zhao Xiaoman's voice interrupted Su Zifang's musings. That as he turned to look, he spotted a stall on the second floor with a bright red sign bearing white letters, Zhao Stir-Fry. The menu was densely packed with various dishes, and a quick glance revealed it was indeed a home-style stir-fry, assorted vegetables stir-fried with shredded meat, sliced meat, and vegetables. The prices were quite reasonable. At 15 yuan per serving, with rice offered for free, a burly man inside the stall was washing vegetables. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoman's voice, he merely glanced up and said, "You can sit first. I'll remember." "Don't mind him. Boss Su, that's just how my dad is. He ignores everything when he is cooking." "Indeed, good chefs are often like that," Su Zifang remarked, understanding this mindset as he too preferred not to be disturbed while preparing ingredients. The man in the stall perked up his ears, paused his work, and looked towards Su Zifang. "You must be Boss Su." "Yes." "Zhao." Su Zifang struggled to find an appropriate address for the man. Calling him uncle felt strange, and referring to him as brother seemed incorrect. "Zhao Shi. The surrounding owners call me Master Zhao." Sensing Su Zifang's awkwardness, the stall owner took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, Master Zhao." Zhao Shi acknowledged him, gesturing for Su Zifang to come closer. "Is there something you need? I heard from Xiaoman that your guabo ro is exceptionally delicious, and I would like to learn from you," Su Zifang admitted, without any intention of concealing his eagerness. "Sure," Zhao Shi replied, glancing toward Zhao Xiaoman with a smile that radiated affection. After a thorough examination of Su Zifang, Zhao Shi continued, "Xiaoman mentioned that your culinary skills are quite commendable. I can manage to prepare a few dishes for the table." "That is commendable." Zhao Shi nodded approvingly. "Xiaoman told me you only have 5 dishes in your restaurant. It's rare to see someone as humble as you among young people." When it came to self-praise, Su Zifang could only grin foolishly, grateful that Zhao Shi did not press him further. "I'll demonstrate, and you can observe. If you have any questions, feel free to ask afterward." Without waiting for Su Zifang's response, he immersed himself in the task at hand. Large cuts of pork tenderloin were cleaned, dried, sliced into 2 to 3 millimeter thick pieces, seasoned with salt, cooking wine, and cornstarch, before being mixed thoroughly for marination. Zhao Shi completed this entire process in under a minute, and Su Zifang guessed that his culinary expertise was of a high caliber, perhaps even beyond. If only the system would update with a feature to check the attributes of target characters, Su Zifang muttered, continuing to watch Zhao Shi's technique. The sauce Zhao Shi prepared was vastly different from his own. Fresh tomatoes were blended into a paste, half an orange was juiced, and then combined with sugar. Rice vinegar, salt, and water to achieve a thick consistency, emitting a fragrant aroma of orange and the freshness of tomato, a perfect balance. After preparing the sauce, Zhao Shi concocted a batter for coating the meat. Adding half a spoonful of salt and a few drops of oil, and mix in the marinated pork slices. As the oil heated to about 60%, Zhao tossed in a handful of onions, frying them until they were golden and fragrant, then carefully placing the battered meat slices into the oil. Zhao patiently flipped the meat with chopsticks, waiting until the batter turned a golden hue before retrieving it with a slotted spoon. Next, he turned up the heat, and when smoke began to rise from the pan, he returned the fried meat slices to the oil, pressing the slotted spoon down from the center of the pan to ensure that the meat adhered closely to its edges. 15 seconds? 18 seconds? Zifang was uncertain of the exact timing, but it was evident that the second frying was brief. Zhao's eyes remained fixed on the slotted spoon, and with a single motion, he retrieved all the meat slices. Watching his deft handling made Zifang envious. He couldn't help but reflect on how far he still had to go to reach such skill. The slotted spoon rested atop a small frying pan to drain excess oil, and Zhao took a green onion, slicing a section of the white stalk into thin strips with remarkable speed. White, thin and long. The small frying pan was placed over a high flame, and he added the meat along with the sauce, stirring vigorously. Within seconds, each piece of meat was coated in the glossy sauce, exuding a sweet and sour aroma. Zhao decisively turned off the heat, sprinkled the green onion strips on top, and plated the dish. "Enjoy," Zhao said, pushing the plate forward, and returned to his preparations. "Thank you," Zifang replied, taking the plate back to the table. "This is the taste." Just as he approached, Lu eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, ready to dig in. "Wait, let Boss Su have a look first," Xiaoman admonished, halting the eager Lu. "This is a teaching dish from my dad for Boss Su. You're not allowed to eat, but the guabo roe will get cold." Lu's face contorted in anguish, as if missing out on the freshly made dish was a grievous injustice. Crunch! The sound of Zifang's crisp chewing echoed. The flavor of the tomato burst in his mouth, the perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce accentuated by the refreshing orange was far more delightful than plain sweet and sour. The meat inside was tender, juicy, savory, and the crispy coating added a rich depth of flavor that Zifang silently compared it to his own guabo roe. 2 seconds later, he discreetly reached for another piece. At a moment like this, why dwell on his own cooking when the dish before him was so enticing? Seeing the main character finally dig in, Lu couldn't hold back either and joined the fray for the guabo roe, mumbling indistinctly, "Delicious," just as Zifang was about to tease Lu for his lack of eloquence. Realizing that delicious was the only descriptor he could muster, he dutifully lowered his head and continued to battle for the guabo roe. Xiaoman shook her head and joined in, her face radiating happiness. The taste had remained unchanged for over a decade. The moment she took a bite, she knew it was the flavor of home. Chapter 30. The original intention. What does it taste like? Zhao unexpectedly emerged, standing beside the table with a can of chilled beer in hand. "Delicious. Uncle's guabo roe is the most authentic." Lu adopted a sycophantic demeanor and directed his charm toward Zhao. "Oh, thank you. What do you think?" Zhao politely responded to Lu and turned his gaze towards Zifang. "Tasty." Zhao. The atmosphere became so awkward that it could inspire a children's song. Big eyes staring at small eyes, walking without fear of slipping. La 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 la. "Is that all?" Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Such a level of chef wasted on this dish was indistinguishable from any ordinary diner. Detected that the host has tasted grade A cuisine. Zhao's guabo roe, activating the tasting function. Current level, intermediate tasting. "We have consumed more salt than you have rice. The journey ahead is long, and the younger generation must strive hard." Triggered proactively, this can be used to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the dishes tasted by the host, with no cool down or consumption, advancing alongside the host's culinary expertise. Zifang looked at the prompt with delight. Was this a stroke of luck? It felt as though the system was particularly favoring him, granting him the tasting function just when he needed it. After activating the tasting feature, he gazed at the guabo roe on the plate, where a comprehensive panel of information manifested. "Wow!" Zifang's heart surged, but he feigned calmness. "Well, actually, there are a few points worth discussing." "Yes. Please go ahead." Zhao, noticing the shift in Zifang's expression, was curious about what he might say, and promptly took a seat beside Zhao Shen. Lu kicked Su Zifang under the table, his face displaying confusion. To outsiders, it appeared that Su Zifang was contemplating, but in reality, he was diligently sifting through the intermediate tasting data to avoid saying anything outrageous. This plate of guabo roe performs admirably overall. The use of tomato sauce and lemon as seasoning is a considerable innovation. However, it falls short by not utilizing the regional specialty tomato ketchup, which lacks richness. The choice of oranges is inappropriate for the season, resulting in an overly pronounced acidity. A more mature orange should be employed to impart a fruity aroma. After finishing his analysis, Su Zifang observed that Zhao Shi did not refute him, and he let out a sigh of relief that Lu was astounded and incredulous. Aren't you incapable of making guabo roe? How can you articulate so well? A chef with a silver tongue? Is there anything else? Zhao Shi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. This is your original creation, isn't it? The guabo roe I remember isn't like this, and the sauce is entirely incorrect. This method resembles sweet and sour pork, yet it is not entirely that. Authentic guabo roe should have a more prominent vinegar taste, with a slightly soft and sticky exterior, not entirely crispy. You're absolutely correct. This dish was specifically prepared for her. Zhao Shi picked up a piece of guabo roe and placed it into Zhao Xiaoman's bowl. Xiaoman's mother passed away early. She used to dislike meat, but she had a profound fondness for tomato sauce that encouraged her to consume more meat for nutritional balance. I modified the traditional guabo roe by incorporating tomato sauce. Unexpectedly, she adored it. She always insists on having a large plate. Eventually, as I made it more frequently, the dish gained a modest reputation back home, and several apprentices began to prepare it in the same manner. Perhaps you have tasted it during that time? Zhao Shi directed his gaze towards Lu. Indeed, Mo'elu nodded, bewildered. After Xiaoman entered university, I worried about her being picky, since my work can be done anywhere. I simply resigned from my position at the Ice City Grand Hotel to open a shop here, cooking for Xiaoman daily. As Zhao Shi spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xiaoman, his affectionate eyes forming a tangible barrier of paternal love. Boss Su, I have noted the points you mentioned. Once I make improvements, I will invite you to taste them. Zhao Shi stood up and nodded towards Su Zifang. All right, then we shall take our leave and not disturb Chef Zhao any longer. Su Zifang grasped Lu's arm as they bid farewell and departed. Why did they suddenly leave? Lu complained, trailing behind Su Zifang. Didn't you see Chef Zhao escorting them out? If you linger, be wary that Chef Zhao might turn you into guabo roe. Su Zifang chuckled, attempting to frighten Lu. Oh, I thought you would have a contest, a new chef challenging an established one, presenting luminous dishes, and I would seize the opportunity to be a judge. Su Zifang. Assessment complete, yet another overly dramatic youth influenced by food novels. Upon returning to Joy Street with Lu, Su Zifang plunged into the kitchen. Just before he left, Zhao Shi had suddenly shared a thought with him. Do you wish to create authentic guabo roe? Or do you wish to create your version of guabo roe? At that moment, Su Zifang had not grasped the meaning, but now back in the shop, he suddenly realized that Zhao Shi seemed to be offering him guidance. But is there not a singular guabo roe that embodies both authenticity and personal preference? Did the deliciousness of Zhao Shi's guabo roe stem from his skill? Or was it because he poured his heart into making guabo roe? As he pondered, Jia Shibei's voice echoed in Su Zifang's mind. I don't care why you came to Old South. But from now on, you must clarify one question. Why are you here? At the very least, when you graduate, you cannot say you spent 4 years here without knowing why you chose to be a chef or why you create a dish. It seemed that Zhao Shi's words resonated profoundly. Su Zifang fell into deep contemplation. Both of these prominent figures had expressed similar sentiments. If their words were not mere platitudes, they must conceal crucial information. Su Zifang vividly recalled Zhao Shi's technique and knife skills in preparing guabo roe, which were not particularly exceptional. For a seasoned chef, they could only be deemed competent. Yet Zhao Shi's guabo roe was crafted for Zhao Xiaoman, while his own was intended for the directory. Both were made for the enjoyment of diners, seemingly indistinguishable. A flicker of realization dawned upon Su Zifang, as if he had caught a glimpse of the answer, yet it remained elusive, as though obscured by an invisible barrier. Was the essence of the issue still rooted in the question of why one becomes a chef? Zifang closed his eyes, beginning to reflect on the motivation behind his culinary journey. Unlike Lu Renjie, who devoted himself for love, or those burdened by the legacy of a culinary family, his parents merely owned a dry goods store and suggested, "Why not study culinary arts? After all, if one of your classmates becomes successful, you'll have a safety net." Lu Renjie's words, though blunt, contained wisdom. Thus, when the time for college entrance examinations arrived, Zifang indeed chose Old South and entered the prestigious culinary program. During his studies, his performance was unremarkable. Upon graduation, he could only prepare 4 dishes, with 2 being mere appetizers, truly a paragon of culinary ineptitude. Without the system, his most probable fate would have been as a cook at a small eatery near the school, earning a modest salary of $4,000 a month, certainly not becoming a chef at a renowned establishment. Reflecting on this, Zifang felt a wave of confusion. Why, indeed, am I pursuing a career as a chef? Chapter 31. The onset of decision paralysis. Zhao Xiaoman's smile illuminated her face as she savored the guabo prepared by Zhao Shi. Lu Renjie radiated happiness as he enjoyed his mantou. Chui beamed with satisfaction while relishing the shrimp cake. Shen Anyan reveled in the pleasure of the steamed base. Numerous characters, myriad scenes unfolded before Zifang's eyes. It seems they are all quite happy. For me, cooking is solely to ensure Xiaoman consumes sufficient meat for her nutrition. As a chef, one must respect your diners. Understand that for a restaurant, the most crucial element is the diners, not you. Regardless of the circumstances, remember your identity as a chef. Recall why you first grasped this iron wok and wielded this chef's knife. Gradually, those joyous scenes and teachings coalesced, forming a singular image before Zifang. An image of him savoring braised pork with great delight. That was the second day after he arrived at Joy Street, and it marked the first dish he had prepared there. The 3-layered pork suggested by Mu Lu was of subpar quality. Yet the resulting braised pork was truly delectable. In the image, Zifang's lips glistened with rich oil, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy and excitement. He stood in the kitchen, feeling as though he were at the center of a grand stage, the spotlight illuminating him from all angles. Such was the pinnacle of glory that he contemplated. He murmured softly, he silently shouted, "I merely wish to bring satisfaction and joy to those who partake in my dishes, regardless of who they may be. Indeed, I may not yet know how to cook, but I can learn." Congratulations, host, you have achieved the original intention milestone. Reward, 300 points in culinary specialization. To remain true to one's original intention is to ultimately succeed. 2 prompts appeared, brief and sudden, quickly vanishing, that Zifang thought he had misread the values, and upon reopening the panel, he discovered that the display of personal information had become more comprehensive and visually appealing. Host, Zifang Achievements. None Specialization. Culinary Arts, Beginner. 483-1000 Shop. Speechless Reputation. Slightly known, limited to a 1,000-meter radius around Joy Street. Visibility. 3. Passers-by will take a second glance. Foot traffic. Extremely low. Current flow. Microlog. Signature dish. None Satisfaction Rating. 3. Main quest. Lead Joy Street back to the world-class commercial district. Progress. 0. 1. Side quest 1. The host must issue a tasting invitation and ensure the provided dishes meet satisfaction upon the guest's arrival. Task reward. Random dish recipe. Side quest 2. The host is requested to elevate their culinary skills to an advanced level within 1 year. Current specialization, Culinary Arts, Beginner. 483-1000. Task reward. 1 S-class dish. Side quest 3. The host must complete the designated dish as per the instructional video provided by the system, with a rating of B or above considered as task completion, thus allowing progression to the next phase. Current task dish. Wincy tofu. Task reward. Diligent learner achievement, 50 points in culinary specialization. Side quest 4. The host must create the perfect tomato scrambled eggs as envisioned by Lu Renjie, A-class or above. Reward, a random recipe. Inventing a B-class dish only grants 30 points in specialization. Yet acquiring the diligent learner achievement surprisingly awards 300 points in foundational values. Numerically speaking, This reward could be approximated to the invention of 10 B-class dishes, which should not be deemed insignificant, right? Suppressing his excitement, Zifang clicked on the achievement page marked with a small red dot. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had 3 titles available for selection. Diligent learner. When equipped, culinary creations yield a 10 increase in specialization. Famed arrival. When equipped, the shop's visibility increases by 2. Foundational values. When equipped, completed dishes have a chance to elevate by 1 minor grade without triggering specialization rewards. Diligent learner Zifang. Famed arrival Zifang. Foundational values Zifang. Each title sounded appealing, and their functionalities were undeniably practical, but Zifang found himself in a quandary. He desired to enhance his culinary specialization to level up, yet he also aspired to increase the shop's visibility to attract more business, while simultaneously yearning for an occasional upgrade buff to earn the patron's praise. However, the system only permitted the selection of 1 achievement. Which one should I choose? Faced with such a convoluted dilemma, Zifang's indecision gloriously surfaced. If expressions could produce sound, his would undoubtedly convey, "I am truly at a loss." System, can achievements be equipped simultaneously? For example, diligent learner, famed arrival, and foundational values Zifang. The host can only equip 1 achievement at a time. Alright, thank you. I choose foundational values. Without hesitation, Zifang opted for the most succinct title. The steady flow of customers at the restaurant, bolstered by the culinary duo's promotion, was already substantial, with nearly 200 orders per day. If more patrons arrived, it would either lead to his exhaustion or complaints regarding the quality of the dishes. Thus, until new employees were recruited, Zifang had no intention of increasing the number of customers. While it might seem beneficial to swiftly complete tasks to gain experience points in the short term, it was akin to learning martial arts. Without a solid foundation, all efforts would be ephemeral and could easily lead to failure due to insufficient basic skills. Understanding that taking shortcuts rarely yielded favorable outcomes, Zifang dismissed that possibility. Ultimately, the only selectable achievement remained foundational values. An occasional upgrade buff would result in dishes that exceeded patrons' expectations, thus generating a sense of anticipation for the culinary creations. This was the effect Zifang yearned for the most. After all, in the realm of restaurant management, once a stable customer base was established, the most crucial aspect was ensuring a sufficient number of regular patrons, which could only be achieved through dishes that surpassed expectations. Moreover, there was another reason that Zifang chose not to voice. Due to a reckless act from a few days prior, the system had elevated the original B-class tomato scrambled eggs task to an A-class task. If he attempted to execute an A-class dish with his current skill level, it could potentially delay completion by 6 months or longer. However, the buff from foundational values offered a glimmer of hope for accomplishing the task. If Zifang could successfully create the B-class version of tomato scrambled eggs, with the added benefit of the achievement buff, the A-class version would be within reach. At that point, he could also draw a random recipe. Indeed, the allure of a random recipe was a significant motivation for Zifang to eagerly claim his reward. What if it turned out to be an orange recipe? He could watch movies while learning culinary skills. What an incredible bargain! Zifang suddenly felt reminiscent of someone eagerly participating in a blind box draw, daring to take risks in hopes of uncovering hidden treasures, without a second thought about the possibility of merely receiving commonplace dishes such as egg-fried rice or stir-fried potatoes with green peppers. Achievement equipped, a system prompt flashed by, yet Zifang felt no change in his body. There was no sensation akin to the purging of impurities often depicted in novels following the consumption of rare herbs or receiving teachings from masters. Nor did he feel invigorated. Rather, there was a slight discomfort in his feet from standing too long. It seems the buff from foundational values only manifests during cooking. It does not have any additional effects in everyday life. Since that is the case, let me prepare a dish and see how it goes. Zifang skillfully retrieved 2 eggs and a tomato, preparing to create the familiar home-cooked dish. Tomato scrambled eggs. Chapter 32. Tomato scrambled eggs as a beloved dish in China. Tomato scrambled eggs is universally recognized, featuring simple and readily available ingredients, convenient cooking methods, vibrant colors, and delightful flavors that pair splendidly with rice that is difficult to prepare poorly, making it a favorite among many. Each household boasts its own unique rendition of this dish. Some prefer peeled tomatoes, while others enjoy them with skins intact. Some favor a saucier version, while others prefer it drier. Some add salt, while others opt for sugar. In essence, for every 1,000 families, there exists 1,000 interpretations of a mother's tomato scrambled eggs. For instance, Chui particularly relished a version made with 1 tomato and 1 egg, insisting on peeled tomatoes, with only salt as seasoning and no scallions. This led young Zifang to mistakenly believe that tomato scrambled eggs were inherently savory, resulting in his excitement as he devoured 3 large bowls of rice upon tasting the sweet variant for the first time in the southern regions. His roommates were so astonished by his reaction that they nearly rallied the entire class to fundraise for him. Later, as Zifang began learning to cook, tomato scrambled eggs became a staple beginner's dish. Often prepared on a whim, he now executed it with ease. The tomatoes needed to be the meaty, less watery variety, ideal for stir-frying. After removing the stem, he made a cross-incision at the top, briefly blanching them in hot water, then swiftly peeling off the skin and cutting the tomatoes in half, before finally chopping them into smaller pieces using a rolling knife technique. Each motion was fluid and seamless. This cutting method not only rendered an aesthetically pleasing result, but also helped to lock in the juices within the tomatoes, a skill essential for first-year students at Southern culinary schools. Once the tomatoes were prepared, Zifang held an egg in his right hand, giving it a gentle shake, then cracked it against the edge of a bowl, with 3 fingers gripping the shell. He effortlessly pried it open, allowing the egg white and yolk to separate and fall into the bowl, without a flawless one-handed egg crack. Adding half a spoonful of cooking wine and salt, Zifang forewent an egg whisk, casually grabbing a pair of chopsticks to swiftly beat the yolks in a clockwise motion. This method resulted in fluffier eggs that clung better to sauces upon cooking that he heated oil in the pan. And when it reached a moderate temperature, he poured the eggs in, using chopsticks to break them apart that as the eggs solidified. He quickly transferred them to a side dish. After washing the pan, he reheated oil and added the tomatoes, stir-frying on low heat until the juices were released, that he then returned the previously cooked eggs to the pan, mixing everything thoroughly, adding a spoonful of sugar, half a spoonful of salt, and a sprinkle of freshly chopped scallions. The tender eggs absorbed the tomatoes' juices, reminiscent of golden cotton clouds bathed in the glow of dawn, adorned with vibrant green scallions that evoked the essence of the countryside. As Zifang took a spoonful to taste, the sweet and tangy juices flowed down his throat, while the small bits of tomato flesh burst in his mouth, providing a grainy texture. The eggs, infused with the flavor of tomatoes, were incredibly tender, akin to savoring a mouthful of cotton candy that one hesitated to swallow. The subtle hint of saltiness accentuated the dish's sweet and sour profile, and Zifang swallowed the sauce that a woman in a flowing red gown gracefully rose, her trailing fabric creating ripples upon the ground. A man in splendid golden attire appeared beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist as they began to dance. Emerald jewels sparkled amidst the gilded attire, creating a symphony of life's harmonious beauty, a culinary delight. However, a system notification promptly delivered a harsh critique to Zifang. A plate of mediocre tomato scrambled eggs, rated C-class. Upon glancing at the system's feedback, Zifang's face was filled with disbelief. The evaluation of this seemingly straightforward dish, devoid of intricate processes or special techniques, was even more critical than Zhao Shi's preparation of guabo roe, with the entire panel densely populated with remarks. The blanching time for the tomatoes was incorrect, and the hot water was applied for too long, causing the outer layer of the tomatoes to become overcooked, leading to uneven heating and poor texture. The eggs were not fully beaten, resulting in insufficient fluffiness. The stir-frying time for the tomatoes was inappropriate, failing to release their juices. Seasoning was unsuccessful. The flavors did not melt. After meticulously reading through the feedback, Zifang found himself grappling with the thought, am I truly unsuited to be a chef? After all, to struggle with such a fundamental dish was nothing short of a disgrace in the culinary world. After pondering for a moment, Zifang resolved to invite Lu Renjie to assist him in identifying the flaws. Considering that, as the embodiment of Lu Renjie's culinary nemesis, his understanding of tomato scrambled eggs would undoubtedly surpass Zifang's. What delectable creation are you concocting, Boss Su? Upon hearing Su Zifang's invitation to taste, Lu Renjie promptly made his way over, his hefty frame of over 180 pounds arriving in a hurry, shouting before even entering. Over here, Su Zifang had already prepared bowls and chopsticks. Oh, tomato scrambled eggs. Lu Renjie's expression shifted to excitement, only to quickly morph into disappointment. I've eaten that countless times. It's of no use. Zifang. He hadn't even uttered a word yet. How could it be deemed useless? Alas, Lu Renjie sighed, continuing, no matter how it's made, it never possesses the flavor I desire. Boss Lu, you've misunderstood. I wish for you to taste my rendition of the dish. Su Zifang gazed earnestly at Lu Renjie. All right, no problem. Lu Renjie deliberately scooped up a spoonful of the mixture of tomato, egg, sauce, and chopped scallions, swallowed it with great gusto, and after chewing for a few moments, slowly began to speak. This flavor is unacceptable. Su Zifang felt an internal blow of 100-fold. Despite being mentally prepared for criticism, he never anticipated that Lu Renjie's first words would be a lethal strike. Unaware of Su Zifang's distress, Lu Renjie set down his spoon and began enumerating the issues. The tomatoes you cut into wedges were not sautéed properly. Some are still raw, which significantly affects the taste. Next time, remember to chop them into smaller pieces and press them down with a spatula while stir-frying. Adding cooking wine to the eggs makes them fluffy. But you added salt too quickly after that, and it wasn't mixed evenly. The sauce lacks thickness. Perhaps try adding some ketchup? Otherwise, the tomatoes available now are greenhouse-grown and lack flavor, making them difficult to cook with. Su Zifang nodded in acknowledgement. Shall I prepare another dish for you to taste? Sure. Lu Renjie leaned back in his chair, hesitating for a few seconds before scooping another spoonful of the tomato and egg dish, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that it was indeed unappetizing, just like the dish he had made in the past. If Su Zifang had witnessed this moment, he would have surely questioned whether his cooking was too unpalatable, suspecting that Lu Renjie had refrained from voicing the truth out of consideration for his feelings. In reality, it was so terrible that it could bring one to tears. Standing at the stove, he took a deep breath, revisited the suggestions provided by the system, and absorbed all of Lu Renjie's previous recommendations. With both perspectives in mind, he finally determined how to prepare this dish of tomato and eggs that Su Zifang cast aside all distractions, focusing intently, as if the tomatoes and eggs in his hands represented the entirety of the world. Top, tap, tap. The tomatoes were chopped into smaller pieces. Plop, plop, plop. The chopsticks stirred in the bowl, the eggs dispersed, blending with the egg whites. This time, Su Zifang sifted the mixture, ensuring every grain of salt was dissolved in the egg liquid. After igniting the flame, pouring in oil, and following a series of procedures, a plate of visually appealing and aromatic tomato and eggs was ready. Initial intention. Cooking level increased. Current level. 8 dashed. Su Zifang felt an overwhelming joy within yet maintained a fade of calmness. Boss Lu. It's done. He was eager to discover what the task reward would be, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Chapter 33. Truly unfortunate and good. Lu Renjie instinctively responded upon hearing Su Zifang's voice. However, when he laid his eyes on the freshly served plate of tomato and eggs, his gaze remained fixed on the dish, unable to move even an inch. Su boss, this is truly your creation? Lu Renjie's voice trembled. Yes, Su Zifang nodded, choosing not to elaborate. After all, the system had already indicated that this was an A-level dish of tomato and eggs. And completing the task was undoubtedly achievable. The key lay in unraveling Lu Renjie's inner turmoil. After all, with such remarkable cutting skills, it would be a pity if he were to remain merely an innkeeper for life. Unaware of Su Zifang's thoughts, the master of the cutting board was now using a spoon to scoop the plate of tomato and eggs. The pink tomatoes, golden eggs, and vibrant green scallions. The A-level dish of tomato and eggs appeared no different from the previous C-level version. Lacking any luminescence or aromatic allure, ordinary as the ones made by one's mother at home. Yet the taste was entirely different, although Su Zifang hadn't had the chance to taste it himself. He could glean much from Lu Renjie's reaction. His expression of blissful enjoyment resembled that of a person attending a high-caliber concert, the music performed being purely instrumental, evoking gentle contemplation and a deep appreciation for nature. Perhaps the original scenery of my hometown would be fitting. Zifang thoughtfully prepared a musical selection for Lu Renjie. He took out his phone, opened QQ Music, and began playing the original scenery of my hometown. The melodious sound of the ocarina filled the air, and Lu Renjie opened his eyes, the corners glistening with genuine tears. Not merely the result of drowsiness. How did you manage to create this dish of tomato and eggs? The existence of the system must remain concealed, but the initial intention could be explained. Zifang pondered for a moment, deciding to have Zhao Shi play the role of the mastermind behind the scenes. I just met a chef at the cafeteria of Jingling University with Lu, and he shared this with me. What? Lu Renjie expressed his astonishment. He asked me a question. Zifang continued. Do you wish to make authentic tomato and eggs, or the version you desire? How did he know you were making tomato and eggs? Zifang. Why was Lu Renjie's line of questioning so peculiar? In essence, that's the question. Boss Lu, you need to consider whether you want to be a chef who meticulously follows recipes or one who aspires to bring happiness to others through cooking. After all, such platitudes cost nothing. One could offer as many as one wished. Silence ensued, lingering for a long while. Thank you. Lu Renjie pressed his lips together, as if savoring the moment. I was mistaken. I always believed I needed to provide her with the finest things. Yet I overlooked that sometimes what appears at that moment is indeed the best. Once missed, no matter how good, it will never feel right. Thank you, boss. I understand now. Lu Renjie's brows unfurled, a smile gracing his face. He did not follow the cliché of calling someone to painfully express regrets over past misunderstandings. After all, they were both adults, busy with their lives, and such melodramatic plot lines were best avoided. Seeing that there were no further developments to be had, Zifang nodded. You're too kind, Boss Lu. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, boss. As soon as Lu Renjie finished speaking, a system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of creating a perfect dish of tomato and eggs. You have received a random culinary reward, which has been dispensed. Would you like to draw it now? Draw, Zifang replied without hesitation. He had come seeking the task reward, and since he could draw, it was only natural to obtain it as swiftly as possible. Ding! Suddenly, a prize wheel appeared before Zifang, with a lever resembling a switch beside it. He activated the wheel, which began to spin slowly, accompanied by a cheerful background tune. The atmosphere truly felt like winning a grand prize. The pointer visibly traversed through a myriad of recipes, with numerous dishes from the imperial feast appearing among them, making Zifang's eyes gleam with excitement. Stop, stop, he silently urged, perhaps responding to his fervent wish. The wheel began to decelerate gradually, sliding to a halt. With keen eyes, Zifang noticed a cluster of orange recipes behind the wheel. Quickly applying his limited high school physics knowledge to formulate a problem. Given that Buddha jumps over the wall is 17 spaces from the pointer, 3 set duck is 18 spaces away. Dompa pork is 20 spaces, and eggplant with sauce is 21 spaces. The current speed of the wheel is 1 space per second, and it decreases by 0.1 spaces per second when the wheel stops. Where will the pointer land? However, before he could finish his calculations, the wheel halted automatically, the pointer landing firmly on the 19th space, perfectly avoiding all the orange recipes and pointing to a blue-bordered one. What a loss! Upon seeing the blue border, Zifang's immediate reaction was to lament. Glancing at the surrounding orange borders, he couldn't help but murmur, the house is rigged. After all, among a sea of orange dishes, only this solitary blue one was chosen, leaving him uncertain whether to deem himself fortunate or unfortunate. However, upon clearly seeing the name of the recipe in the box as braised chicken feet, Zifang smiled again. Indeed, in terms of culinary quality, braised chicken feet could not hold a candle to those grand dishes. Yet from another perspective, how many people would order a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall from an obscure little shop in a dilapidated commercial street? Was it that the sign of Guangheju was not bright enough, or that the master chef of Tianfuan lacks sufficient skill? How could these seasoned foodies choose to dine here when few across the nation could create such top-tier dishes? The other selections, while slightly less challenging, were certainly beyond the financial reach of the students at Jingling University, that Zifang took it all in stride. When one lacks the ability to earn a fortune, One must start small. Braised chicken feet were precisely the right dish. Simple to prepare with easily sourced ingredients, delectable flavor, and an exceptionally high repurchase rate. Back when he was learning to cook in the South, Chui had emphasized one thing during a phone call. His neighbor Uncle Wong's sister-in-law opened a chicken feet shop in the snack street, attracting long lines of customers daily. Within 7 or 8 years, she managed to buy 3 houses outright in the city and even renovated a building in the countryside. Whenever this matter was mentioned, Chui would express his frustration. Look at you. You're a professional culinary student. Yet your chicken feet aren't as tasty as Uncle Wong's sister-in-law's. Having never tasted the braised chicken feet made by Uncle Wong's sister-in-law, Zifang could only lower his head in shame. Alas, in the face of a woman's fury after a failed display of superiority, one could only endure. Based on Lu Renjie's private observations, whenever such situations arose, it was almost certain that Aunt Wong had gone to the dry goods store to chat, inadvertently boasting about her sister-in-law's accomplishments, while feigning interest in Zifang's studies and future prospects, leaving with a handful of sunflower seeds. For this type of scenario, the experienced Lu Renjie had advised Zifang on a solution. Just endure. Ah! What a splendid method indeed. However, now, with the braised chicken feet produced by the system, Zifang could finally reveal his fangs and retaliate. Mom, just you wait. Chapter 34, Delivering Warmth. What are you waiting for? Chui's voice suddenly rang out. Waiting for my braised chicken feet to emerge, so I can buy you 3 houses. Zifang unconsciously voiced his thoughts. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he shook his head. It seemed he had truly been overwhelmed with busyness lately, to the point of hallucinating his mother's voice. However, it appeared that since the last package had been sent, he hadn't spoken to his family on the phone. It seemed he would have to make time for a video call after the evening's business concluded. Otherwise, he would certainly face his mother's ire for having grown too independent. I always said, how could my son possibly be inferior to the 3rd niece of old Wong's 7th uncle? My son possesses great ambitions. A familiar voice suddenly floated in from outside, startling Zifang and causing him to nearly spill his drink. Turning to the entrance, he saw a woman clad in black, draped in a matching red scarf typical of tourists, sporting sunglasses and a sun hat, and dragging along a 28-inch suitcase. Mom, what brings you here? Zifang asked, all the while replaying recent conversations in his mind. He hadn't received any news from Chui about her visit via WeChat, text, or phone call, that an unexpected inspection. But he was already an adult. What was there to inspect? Could it be that she has come to drag me back for a blind date? He thought, recalling half a year ago when Chui mentioned she was looking for a girlfriend for him, which sent a shiver of dread down his spine. Can I come to see my son if there's nothing else? Chui replied, removing her sunglasses, revealing a face that still held a hint of allure, showing no signs of being of an age to be considered a mother-in-law. Of course you can, you must. Zifang swiftly took the suitcase from Chui and led her to the backyard to settle in. Just a few days prior, he had managed to clean the guest room, originally intending to reserve it for Jia Shibe when she came to try out his dishes. Now it would serve its purpose, saving him from having to tidy another room. You've done well. It seems that living alone no longer requires supervision from home. Quite good. What about the items I sent last time? Chui surveyed the several rooms of the food establishment with a look of concern. Those high-value dried goods needed special storage methods, which was one of the key reasons she had rushed over. However, after seeing the technologically advanced storage system, Chui's worries dissipated. Each ingredient was stored in optimal conditions, even better than in her own store. This made her regard Zifang with newfound respect. She had always thought of him as merely a struggling cook in the Old South. But now she realized he possessed the organizational skills akin to those of a 5-star restaurant chef. After inspecting the storage, Chui, like a lioness surveying her territory, naturally positioned herself at the counter that originally belonged to Zifang and inquired, how is business at the restaurant now? On good days, it exceeds 10,000. On bad days, it's around 5,000 to 6,000, Zifang responded. That's quite impressive for just a week of operation. Take your time, don't rush. Once your reputation is established, you'll stabilize at over 10,000 a month. I remember when your father and Mom, I was referring to daily income. Just as Chui was fretting over Su Zifang's seemingly low earnings and preparing to share her entrepreneurial experiences to offer him support. His words shattered the warm moment of motherly love. "What did you say?" Chui exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "I said, on good days, I earn over 10,000 a day. On bad days, it's 5 to 6,000. Su Zifang scratched his head, secretly pleased. Though she was his mother, the feeling of boasting was undeniably satisfying. However, to his surprise, Chui's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Su Zifang, you better tell me the truth. Have you added something inappropriate to the dishes?" "What do you mean?" Su Zifang replied, confusion etched on his face. "You've only been open for a few days, and your revenue is already in the thousands. Do you think your mother is senile? And look at your menu. The most expensive dish is under 90 yuan, and it's nearly mealtime with not a single patron in sight. Where does that supposed revenue come from?" The stories about old Wang's relatives were meant to motivate you to improve your culinary skills, not to encourage any illicit activities. In the restaurant business, food safety is paramount. How could you possibly add such things to the dishes? Chui grew increasingly agitated, rising to slam her hand on the table. "Tell me where you got that stuff. I'll take you to report it." Su Zifang silently lowered his head, contemplating whether to respond to the query. "What is it like to be criticized by your own mother?" "Thanks for the invitation. I'm currently in Jingling. Just got out of a cab that a graduate from the Old South. My cooking is so good that my mother thinks I've added something." Ultimately, after Chui meticulously searched every corner of the kitchen without finding what she suspected, and after Su Zifang had expended considerable effort to reassure her, she finally believed that the restaurant's daily income truly stemmed from Su Zifang's abilities rather than any illicit spices. "By the way, how did you arrange your menu?" Chui asked, lifting her hand. "Why do you have dishes from Shandong cuisine, Huayan cuisine, and snacks, yet so few in number?" Su Zifang had no choice but to repeat his earlier explanation. To his shock, upon hearing that he had only mastered 6 dishes in 4 years of culinary training, Chui nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "I truly don't know whether to call you foolish or clever. Averaging 8 months to learn a dish. You'd be better off sending your father to learn. He might just learn a few more." Meanwhile, back at home, Su Lian was overcome with a chill down his spine, shuddering at the thought. Has my hidden stash behind the television been discovered? But then he remembered that Chui was already in Jingling City, estimating that she should have met with their son by now. And he felt relieved that in fact, he even happily pulled out his phone, opening a WeChat group named Middle-Aged Men's Goji Berry Health Exchange Squad, and sent a message, "Health gathering tonight?" As soon as he sent it, several replies flooded in. "Time, place. Jianghu Skewers Bar. Let us order 30 bottles of snow beer. Go. Let us go." After the last person had sent their message, they quickly added, "Old Su, is your boss not watching you today?" Su Lian couldn't help but smile. Quickly typing, "The boss is off to deliver warmth to our wayward son. Who knows when she'll return." After sending, he attached a meme. "First day missing my wife.gif. Truly envious. Envy 10086. Enlightened scram. Just for that, you owe me dinner tonight." Su Lian combed back his thinning hair, styling it into what he thought was a handsome look before replying in the group. "No problem." The chat erupted in a chorus of sympathy as they discussed the new 3 burdens of wives, parents, and children, until someone shared a menu. The topic shifted back. 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of beef, 2 dozen oysters, 5 leeks, all supplements. Sigh. Su Lian set down his phone, reflecting on the struggles of middle-aged men. Even joy and happiness had become so humble. Yet, thinking of the delicious grilled skewers at Jianghu Skewers Bar, he pushed those concerns aside. After all, when the wine flows and spirits rise, any burden can be laughed off the next morning. Chapter 35. Marinated Chicken Feet. Su Zifang knew that his mother had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Seeing her begin to scold Su Lian, he chose to retreat to the kitchen under the pretext of checking the ingredients. The marinated chicken feet he had just received remained unopened, and he was itching to delve into them. Earlier, he hadn't been able to study them in front of Chui, but now, alone, he felt no need to conceal his excitement. Upon entering, Su Zifang called forth the system, skillfully navigating to the recipe page, that he added a new item with a difficulty rating of blue for marinated chicken feet. Zifang sighed. It felt somewhat disappointing. After all, it was a reward for an A-grade dish. Why was it only blue? Sighing again, he took a deep breath, and only when his mood stabilized did he begin to read the preparation instructions on the right. Marinated chicken feet. A homely dish made from chicken feet, usually seasoned with 5-spice or spicy flavors, can be paired with alcohol, served hot or cold, and has various preparation methods. Below, the preparation process for marinated chicken feet followed, complete with images and text showcasing excellent craftsmanship. However, Zifang bypassed this, pausing the video halfway through the loading screen. With a bicycle at hand, why walk? Leaning back in his chair, Zifang took out his phone, intending to pass the time by completing level 191 of Happy Elimination. However, by the time all his energy was spent, he still hadn't achieved a 3-star score. The Lotzi chicken system has deceived me into making in-game purchases. Frustrated at being just 2 moves away from his goal, with a prompt urging him to spend money to continue, Zifang suppressed the impulse to close the game. After all, he was trying to prove his own capabilities. If it required spending money, how was he any different from a pay-to-win player? Yes, that had to be it. Just then, the video on marinated chicken feet finished loading. With the thought, at least my own system is good. I can play without paying and watch videos without ads. He clicked to open it, completely overlooking the annual fee for the advanced technology. This video lacked a storyline, serving merely as a standard cooking tutorial. But Zifang still watched intently, that he needed to demonstrate his skills in front of his mother. Otherwise, being told that despite years of training in the Old South, he still couldn't measure up to an amateur would haunt him for life. That I end the video, the master chef presented a large bowl of chicken feet, meticulously trimming the tips with scissors. Removing the tips effectively reduces the chicken feet's odor, the video noted, explaining the purpose of this step. The scene then shifted to a pot of boiling water, where ginger slices were added along with a few spoonfuls of cooking wine. The prepared chicken feet were then blanched in the pot. After skimming off the foam, they were removed, cleaned, and left to cool naturally. Returning to the wok, the master chef had already commenced the preparation of the marinade. Bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, star anise, cinnamon, and slices of ginger, all sautéed until fragrant before being set aside. Beside the stove stood a clay pot, filled with more than half a bottle of soy sauce as its base, to which dark soy sauce and rock sugar were added in succession. The sautéed spices were wrapped in a piece of cloth and placed within, followed by chicken feet, and water added until it covered the feet, along with the spice sachet, all stirred together. Having completed these steps, the chef calmly covered the pot with its lid and ignited the flame. With a whoosh, a blue flame flickered beneath the pot. As the marinade began to boil, the chef decisively reduced the heat to low, covering the pot with a damp cloth. 20 minutes later, the subtitles aptly provided a cue, and the scene shifted to the clay pot now resting on the table. Lifting the lid, a fragrant steam wafted out, revealing the enticing finished product within. The marinated chicken feet gleamed a caramel hue, each part glistening with droplets of oil under the light. Upon closer inspection, the tender chicken feet exuded a delightful softness, and a mere poke with chopsticks revealed an abundance of bouncy collagen that Zifang could not help but swallow hard, having spent the afternoon toiling over just a few bites of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Enduring the aromatic torment twice over, his stomach already growling incessantly. Next time, I must eat my fill before watching this video. It's pure torture, he silently vowed. Son, have you finished your inventory? Perhaps we should eat first, otherwise, when customers arrive, we won't have time to eat. Chui's voice suddenly rang out, growing closer. Did I end the next moment? The kitchen door swung open, revealing Chui's figure. What as for dinner? She asked straightforwardly, cutting to the chase, a hallmark of her authoritative demeanor. Glancing at his phone, Zifang noted there was still time before the peak rush, and after a moment's thought, he replied, dumplings as we leave. And when we return, we'll have Yangshan noodles. Mom, come over to my side. I'll whip up a couple of dishes. All right, I'll follow your lead. With her affirmative response, Chui returned to the dining area to assist at the front desk. Although she feigned disdain, she felt compelled to contribute something during her long journey to Jingling. Otherwise, how could she express her warmth? The airplane meal had been served late, and truthfully, she wasn't hungry. Her inquiry about dinner merely a ruse to ensure Su Zifang had the chance to eat, for when the rush hit, it could be hours before he had a moment to drink water. Unaware of Chen Chuyi's genuine concern, Su Zifang busied himself tidying the counter while organizing the evening's dishes that half-prepared Yangchun noodles and skewers awaited only minor adjustments before plating. However, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and marinated chicken feet required a bit more effort. Yet he was confident he could manage it all within half an hour. Let us proceed with this, Su Zifang decided, beginning to prepare the chicken feet. The restaurant happened to have a tray of chicken feet. In following the master chef's method from the video, he completed the necessary preparations. When adding the spices, he deliberately omitted the chili peppers and halved the amount of Sichuan peppercorns. Otherwise, with both dishes leaning towards a spicy flavor, the establishment would easily be labeled as serving Sichuan cuisine. The clay pot brimmed with chicken feet, yet there remained half, prompting Su Zifang to blanch the remaining chicken feet and place them into a small jar for marinating in pickled peppers, creating a quick and easy pickled chicken feet dish. A seasoned Southern chef, Su Zifang's greatest strength lay in his adaptability. Much like a doctor cannot predict a patient's ailment, a chef can never foresee the condition of their ingredients. In the Old South, there exists a class focused on improvisational cooking, specifically designed to train for such scenarios. Instructors would randomly present challenges during class, requiring students to complete dishes within a set time frame. Naturally, students often referred to this class with a different name. Why do you deliberately choose such unreliable ingredients? How has the restaurant not gone under with your haphazard pairing of dishes? After all, the prompts presented were hardly things a rational person would conceive. A customer arrives at your restaurant, specifically requesting spicy and sour shredded potatoes, only to find you have no vinegar. What do? A guest dislikes spicy food but wishes to try mala hot pot. What is your solution? If there's no vinegar, just buy a bottle from the nearby supermarket, right? Besides, Su Zifang did not believe for a moment that any restaurant would lack backup condiments for that guest who couldn't handle spice. Darling, perhaps I'd suggest opting for a bone broth with the vegetables. Truly, restaurants attract all kinds of patrons. Thus, having endured such grueling training, while the system only instructed Su Zifang on marinated chicken feet, the Old South empowered him to explore the infinite possibilities of the dish. Chapter 36. Chen Chuyi's memories. Half an hour later, for dishes lay before Chen Chui. The broth of the Yangchun noodles was rich and aromatic, each strand of noodle distinct. The golden eggs mingled with the vibrant red tomatoes, creating a sweet and sour delight. The skewers were infused with a spicy fragrance that tantalized the senses. The sliced marinated chicken feet and pickled chicken feet were artfully presented in two neat stacks, each clearly defined. Did you make all of this? Chen Chui asked incredulously. Yes, Su Zifang nodded. Such exchanges had occurred multiple times before, and he had grown accustomed to them. Initially, many students from Jingling University had their doubts. But after a few tastings, they all became fervent admirers of Su Zifang's culinary skills. The dishes before them exuded an enticing aroma that even Chen Chui, who had not been hungry, felt an urge to sample. She picked up a piece of egg, its vibrant yellow and red hues mingling together, the familiar sense of tomato and egg wafting up, yet there was more to it. Upon taking a bite, the scallions sprinkled atop the egg released their flavor, enhancing the overall taste. After chewing, her mouth filled with the tangy, sweet tomato juices, mingled with the deliciousness of the egg, leaving her at a loss for words beyond exclamations of how delectable it was. After swallowing the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she then lifted a few strands of noodles. With a slurp, the flavors of flour, lard, and onions rushed back memories of years past when she and Su Renjie had traversed the southeastern coast for supplies. At that time, she was pregnant and Su Renjie's factory had closed to make a living. They borrowed money intending to sell seafood and dried goods in the south that Su Renjie cared for her while remaining vigilant against thieves. The train journey spanned 3 days, during which Su Renjie barely managed to sleep for 10 hours to save money. On their first night in Zhocheng, they stayed at a private guest house, and that evening, they simply asked the owner for a pot of hot water, making do with the dry rations they had brought along. The next day, as they made their way to the dried goods market, they passed a breakfast shop. Chen Chui, already pregnant, felt hunger gnawing at her after the previous night's dry meal, and the enticing aroma wafting from the shop made each step feel laborious. Lu Renjie, sensing her pace slow, turned to see the smoke rising from the breakfast shop and immediately understood, smiling as he tidied her hair. Hungry? No, I just haven't seen such a breakfast before. I'm curious to take a look, she replied, knowing their financial situation was tight, licking her lips but suppressing her cravings. Come on, it's not easy to be here. We can afford a breakfast. Ignoring her protests, he firmly took her arm and pulled her into the shop, insisting, you have to think of our child too. What if he is hungry? Hearing this, Chui's resistance weakened. Indeed, it didn't matter if she went without food. She couldn't let her baby go hungry. Yet she refused to admit it easily, retorting, how do you know it's definitely a boy? It might be a girl. A girl can't go hungry either. Right, boss? Lu Renjie helped Chui settle into a chair and greeted the owner. What this gentleman says is true. A mother must eat well for her child to grow strong. The owner chimed in. What would you like to eat? Our Yangchun noodles are the most famous here. Loyal customers rave about them. Shall I bring you 2 bowls to try? Let us start with 1 bowl to taste. I'm not sure if we'll like it, Lu Renjie replied, glancing at the price list on the wall. Rest assured, sir. Over the years, guests from north to south have found it delightful, the proprietor insisted. No, thank you, boss. I'm picky. Just bring 1 bowl first, and, if it's good, I'll order more. Seeing Lu Renjie's insistence, the owner gave up on persuading him and turned to prepare the Yangchun noodles. Trying to save money. Chen Che Ui visperet notijin su lianzeng's discomfort. What? Saving money? I just heard that Southerners cook sweet dishes, and I was worried you wouldn't like it that you're pregnant. You need to eat more for nutrition, he said, shaking his head in disdain. No, I can't stand this flavor. Nothing beats the steamed buns from home. Just as they spoke, the kitchen released a fragrant aroma of scallion oil, and moments later, the owner presented a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Sir, enjoy your meal. Lu Renjie placed the bowl in front of Chui. Wife, eat up. The steam rose, clouding Chui's vision, and tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, indistinguishable from sweat or tears. That first bite was remarkably similar to what she was eating now. Zifang, noticing the glimmer in his mother's eyes, leaned in and exclaimed, Hey, Mom, why are you crying? I miss your dad. Chui swallowed the noodles and suddenly spoke. Zifang, what? How did I never know that Mom and Dad had developed such a bond that a single day apart could bring her to tears? Back in high school, they would often argue every few days. Could it be that my time at school had somehow fostered familial harmony? Meanwhile, Lu Renjie, en route to the tavern, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Ah, that old lady is probably scolding me again, truly. After finishing her noodles and tomato scrambled eggs, Chui began to burp contentedly. As she gazed at the skewered meat and marinated chicken feet before her, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. Eating will make me gain weight, yet not eating feels like a disservice to my son's efforts. Truly, it is a difficult choice. Ultimately, Chui steeled herself. Son, I won't be having the skewered meat and chicken feet. You haven't eaten either, so hurry and have some. Chui successfully passed the dilemma onto Zifang. As for the notion of burdening her son, she had never given it a second thought. Furthermore, even if she did end up burdening him, how could she possibly blame herself? Boss Su, it smells delightful. What delicious dish have you prepared this time? A voice of surprise rang out. Before Zifang could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Qiong and Zhao Xiaoman rushed to the table, eyeing the chicken feet with ravenous anticipation, even neglecting the presence of Chui beside them. Zifang. Who are these two? Chui leaned closer to Zifang, her voice barely concealing her excitement for gossip. Customers, Zifang replied coolly, not even turning his head. Oh! Only then did Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Qiong notice that Chui had not yet departed. Boss Su, who is this beautiful lady? Yang Qiong was the first to inquire. Zifang responded in the same tone he had used to introduce customers. My mother. This revelation momentarily left the two ladies stunned. But they quickly regained their composure and greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Receiving compliments on her beauty elevated Chui's mood even further, and she responded cheerfully. Hello, welcome to our restaurant, before she could finish her sentence. Yang Qiong interrupted with a question. Annie, what kind of skincare products do you use? Your skin looks amazing. Oh dear, really? They all say the same. What followed was a lively discussion on skincare secrets, featuring 1,500 ducks as the central theme, taking place in the bustling dining hall. Meanwhile, Zifang retreated to the kitchen, quietly lamenting, I knew they would talk about cosmetics that I my chicken feet, not as good as SK2. As he emerged with bowls and chopsticks, Chui and her companions were still engaged in an animated discourse about their nighttime skincare routines. Annie, you should start with water, then use lotion, and finally apply essence for the best results. Yang Qiong exclaimed, holding her phone as if to illustrate her expertise. Zhao Xiaoman leaned in, resting her chin on her hand, occasionally chiming in, Oh, I see. Son, bring those over. Upon noticing Zifang standing aside, Chui took the bowls and placed them in front of the duo. You two should hurry and try the chicken feet. This is a new dish developed by Zifang, and it's absolutely delicious. Chui's skill in crafting tall tales was truly remarkable. Really, Boss Su's creations must be delectable. Zhao Xiaoman accepted the bowls graciously, but Yang Qiong was already eagerly reaching for a chicken foot, hurriedly exclaiming, Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Boss Su. I'm diving in. Having sat for a while, the marinated chicken feet had cooled to a perfect warmth, allowing for enthusiastic tearing and sucking. After being marinated, the chicken feet's bones and flesh were delicately connected. A firm tug would yield the entire foot, showcasing the flavor of five-spice chicken feet. The tender, chewy, and gelatinous textures melded seamlessly, providing a multi-layered taste experience. The accompanying spicy chicken feet, although marinated for a shorter period, were well complemented by the seasoned celery and carrots, creating a crisp and zesty flavor profile that harmonized beautifully with the marinated variety. Boss Su, your culinary skills are on the rise, Zhao Xiaoman praised after sampling a piece. My dad says that although chicken feet are a snack, they are quite challenging to prepare. Most chefs cannot handle them well, and it's difficult to control the tenderness of the skin and meat. Just a fraction too much, and it becomes mushy, while too little results in dryness and lack of flavor. After finishing, she closed her eyes and licked her lips, seemingly savoring the taste. Don't mind her. Once she finds something delicious, she must savor it for ages. Yang Qiong, seeing Zhao Xiaoman in her element, turned to Zifang, her cheeks tinted with embarrassment. Boss Su, actually, we came here today because we have something to ask you. The culinary duo brought a significant influx of customers to the restaurant, and Zifang had long sought an opportunity to express his gratitude. Nodding, he encouraged, What is it? Please go ahead. Xiaoman and I are looking for part-time jobs, and since your restaurant is thriving and lacks staff, we thought we could apply. Rest assured, Boss Su, I am not just good at eating. I can do many things, Yang Qiong added, fearing Zifang might doubt her capabilities, and began to enumerate her skills. I can design posters, help with promotions, manage your social media platforms such as Douyin and WeChat, organize marketing events and seasonal discounts. There's a lot I can contribute. At this point, Zifang was genuinely taken aback. Initially, he had assumed the duo was merely seeking a menial job or a cashier position. Yet their proposals seemed more akin to those of a marketing department in a large restaurant. Has university life become this advantageous? Just a few days ago, the news claimed that 90 of undergraduates struggled to find work, and over half of university students possess lofty ideals but are unwilling to engage in basic jobs. It seemed like all that was merely sensational storytelling. How else could one explain that Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Qiong, both students from Jingling University, were eager to work in his modest establishment? Surely it couldn't be solely due to his good looks and culinary skills. Yet, Zifang found himself pondering another question and asked, Isn't Master Zhao running a restaurant? Why aren't you working there, which would be closer? My dad says there's not enough practical experience at school, and he wants me to learn well from you, Zhao Xiaoman replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Learn from me? What exactly? Zifang was momentarily taken aback. Cooking, Zhao Xiaoman replied earnestly, for some inexplicable reason. A vivid image flashed through Zifang's mind. Zhao Xiaoman clad in a chef's uniform, her left hand deftly crafting intricate dishes while her right hand expertly maneuvers a wok, executing a flawless 360-degree turn to create a stunning array of culinary delights. Presenting them before him. "Boss Su, give this a try." After tasting, he would frown slightly. "Little girl, the creativity is commendable. Come learn to cook from me." Oh, what a far-fetched vision. Not only was he uncertain about what he could teach Zhao Xiaoman, but he also realized that Master Zhao was a master chef capable of consistently producing A-grade dishes. Although he had downplayed it, Su Zifang had researched the Ice City Grand Hotel upon returning home. It was a legitimate 5-star establishment with a legacy spanning a century. What chef there didn't possess formidable skills? Moreover, considering the caliber of Zhao she's cooking, if Zhao Xiaoman were to learn even half of that, she would never have to worry about sustenance. Why, then, would she choose to work at his humble establishment, a fading restaurant run by a recently graduated student in a less-than-ideal location? Wait a moment. In a flash of insight, Su Zifang considered another possibility. "Did you have a disagreement with Master Zhao?" "Sufifan digardi thao xiaoman skepticari." "No." "Did Mulu come looking for you again?" "No." "Are you planning to elope with Mulu? And upon discovering this, Master Zhao forbade you from leaving home? Did you run away for love, abandoning your culinary lineage to hide in a roadside eatery, hoping to one day make a triumphant return?" This thought crossed Su Zifang's mind. Though he refrained from voicing it, that he felt content with his current life, without any need to seek self-destruction. What does Master Zhao think about it? Su Zifang remained puzzled. "I don't know. You should ask my dad," Zhao Xiaoman said, handing her phone to Su Zifang, which displayed an ongoing call. 000. "Master Zhao, what do you mean by this? I'm not skilled enough." Su Zifang took the phone, not allowing the other party a moment to respond, and began to pour out his grievances. After several minutes of self-deprecation and refusal, he finally heard a languid voice on the other end. "Are you finished?" Su Zifang replied, still in a daze. "Very good," Zhao Shi slowly stated. "You have a keen self-awareness." While Zhao Shi's words were factual and sincere, Su Zifang felt an inexplicable sadness. Was it truly beneficial for a master to be so genuine? Closing his eyes, he braced himself for the storm ahead, ready to be battered into oblivion after a brief pause. Zhao Shi articulated his true intent. "Because I believe Xiaoman has a particular interest in you, all you need to do is encourage her passion for cooking. Everything else is inconsequential. Additionally, as a form of compensation, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, that I will do my utmost to assist you." A task, the father's request. Chef Zhao Shi is perplexed. His daughter, who once adored cooking, has grown distant from the culinary world, that he hopes the host can help resolve this issue. In return, he is willing to impart his treasured recipes. Task reward, ginseng chicken. A task notification appeared before Su Zifang's eyes, and his tone grew resolute. "Of course, no problem, Master Zhao. I will certainly assist." Initially, Zhao Shi had intended to persuade further, but hearing Su Zifang's enthusiastic agreement left him feeling somewhat hesitant. It seems to be going too smoothly. After hanging up, Su Zifang returned the phone to Zhao Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, Master Zhao has already spoken to me, and I could indeed use some help here. You two should stay on and assist. Yang Xiong can handle the cashier and miscellaneous tasks for now, while Xiaoman, you can take on the chopping duties." "Aye." Zhao Xiaoman looked at Su Zifang, seemingly hesitating, before finally nodding. "All right then." Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoman's acceptance, Su Zifang was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The task had found its resolution. With her assigned to chopping, how far could she be from taking the lead in the kitchen? However, one had to maintain an air of nonchalance on their face. "Well then, we shall commence work tomorrow, from 6 to 9 every evening, with a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan. TSK, 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 the merciless visage of capitalism. Chapter 38, Overestimating Oneself. Deciding to join the part-time venture at Shibuyu, Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Xiong did not heed Su Zifang's advice to return the following day. Instead, they plunged directly into their work that very evening. Consequently, the division of labor at Shibuyu was restructured. Chef Su Zifang, dining room manager Chui, front desk assistant Yang Xiong, and back kitchen assistant Zhao Xiaoman. With the new additions, Zifang found himself liberated, allowing him to focus more intently on his culinary creations. The speed of service and the quality of dishes significantly improved, with nearly every fifth dish benefiting from the original intention buff. Diners praised the buff-enhanced dishes incessantly, enticing other patrons to order more. By the end of operating hours, the menu was nearly depleted, save for the solitary fried egg. Those fortunate enough to enjoy the original intention buff spontaneously promoted the extraordinary little eatery on their social media, exclaiming about its exquisite flavors. Of course, Zifang was oblivious to these grassroots promotional efforts. Since closing time, he had been immersed in the joy of a substantial increase in revenue. Gazing at the soaring numbers in his account, Zifang felt that the day to repay his debts was imminent. Furthermore, he even contemplated relocating the restaurant from Jingling to Huqing, having heard of a bustling street in Huqing called Jingling Road, which would surely be a fitting match for Shibuya. This inflated mindset persisted until he opened an app to check the housing prices in Huqing, at which point it deflated dramatically. Prices soaring to tens of thousands per square meter made him acutely aware of his poverty and the daunting nature of his dreams. Chui arranged the tables and chairs in the dining area, left a note for Zifang to rest early, and retreated to her room for sleep. After a long day of travel and half a day's labor at Shibuya, she was utterly exhausted, having no inclination to wash dishes alongside Zifang. Even if she had, the thought was swiftly dismissed from her mind. Thus, as midnight approached, Zifang found himself alone in the back kitchen of Shibuya, having washed all the pots and pans. Gazing at the gleaming kitchen with no trace of sleepiness, after a moment's thought, he called up the system interface, adeptly switching to the recipe section and opening the page for Wensi tofu. The countdown on the video indicated less than 5 minutes remained, and Zifang had not disclosed to anyone that he was studying Wensi tofu. In fact, this was already the 4th time he had watched the tutorial since obtaining the video. Although he had yet to reach the point of being able to replicate it with closed eyes, he had retained about 80% of the monk's techniques. After each viewing, he practiced several times. Yet he consistently encountered the same issue. His mind insisted, "You have learned," while his hands protested, "No, you haven't." The products of his earlier attempts, well, they could be loosely termed products. Regardless, looking at the properly crafted tofu paste on the cutting board, Zifang felt too embarrassed to admit he was practicing Wensi tofu, preferring instead to claim he was preparing dumpling filling. During his first attempt, in a moment of desperation to steady the knife with his right hand, Zifang instinctively applied pressure with his left hand, resulting in the tofu being crushed. After a few failures, he recognized the problem and decided to cut the soft tofu into small pieces first. Feeling the grip in his hand to ensure he wouldn't crush it before starting with a knife, it was only during his 3rd practice session that he successfully cut an entire block of soft tofu, producing his first dish of Wensi tofu. The strands of tofu were barely acceptable in length, yet their thickness varied greatly, suitable perhaps for hot and sour soup without raising any eyebrows. Even without the system's evaluation, he could clearly assign his creation a grade of F. However, if other chefs were to witness Zifang's training speed, they would likely be left embarrassed that as a pinnacle dish of the Huayan cuisine. Wensi tofu was far beyond the reach of an ordinary chef without decades of rigorous training. How could one like Zifang, bearing the title of a novice chef, dare to challenge Wensi tofu directly? Even attempting to master a simpler dish like Dezhu Gansi might invite scorn from his mentor for being overly ambitious. It was fortunate that Zifang had the system, allowing him to observe the original creator's cooking process every few days. And with each viewing, he felt that his understanding and mastery of Wensi tofu advanced further, enabling him to completely slice the tofu within a month. Calming his mind, Zifang retrieved a block of soft tofu from the refrigerator. The way he held the tofu resembled how one might hold the hand of a beloved, gentle and slow, filled with admiration, even bursting into a rap. "Look at this block of tofu, so white and square. Just like this bowl, so big and round." Of course, this scene existed solely in his imagination. Having been single for over 20 years, with romantic notions fed to him by melodramatic television dramas, Zifang had not held a girl's hand since graduating kindergarten. Sigh. He let out a deep breath and began to process the tofu before him. The soft tofu quivered slightly on the cutting board, swaying back and forth with the slightest touch, as if it would shatter into pieces with any force applied. Through training, Su Zifang's techniques had approached standard. His 3 fingers clasped the exterior of the tofu while his thumb and forefinger steadied the knife blade, ensuring the tofu remained stable without crushing it simultaneously. His knife skills were still not fully polished, making it easy to break the tofu when cutting whole blocks. However, after several practice sessions, he discovered a method. First, he would have the tofu, then process each half separately using a flat cutting technique. Though this reduced efficiency, it significantly improved yield. After rinsing the knife blade clean, he prepared a bowl of water for the tofu and nodded to himself, ready to begin cutting. Duck, 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 duck. The sound of clumsy collisions echoed intermittently in the kitchen. To an observer, it appeared as though Su Zifang was cutting twice, pausing to scrutinize the freshly sliced tofu, shaking his head, then cutting again, and repeating the process. Occasionally, a slice would earn a nod of approval, only for him to hesitate, as if searching for the earlier sensation. Duk 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 duk. 3 hours later, Su Zifang surveyed the tofu paste before him and the clock indicating 2:30, finally acknowledging his inadequacy and resolving to abandon practice for sleep. He gathered all the crushed tofu on the cutting board into a bag and placed it outside the back door. A male student from Jingling University had requested his assistance in collecting leftover vegetables or practice scraps daily. Aside from the edible portions, everything else would typically be discarded into the waste bucket for recycling. This student's request saved him a step, and Su Zifang was happy to oblige. However, after agreeing, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you need these for?" "To feed pigs." Su Zifang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for his own poverty. Look at the disparity. He was here honing his culinary skills, while others could utilize scraps to raise pigs. Based on the recent market price for pork, Su Zifang felt he was losing at least 100 yuan each day. How disheartening. Perhaps sensing Su Zifang's thoughts, the student requesting the scraps explained, "Boss Su, I'm a graduate student in the agricultural college, and my research topic is studying pigs, that I'll only use these scraps to feed the control group, and I want to sell them. But doesn't your cafeteria have plenty? Your food is so good. I wanted to see if they would enjoy it too." The boy scratched his head, grinning endearingly. Chapter 39, Cooperation. The next day, Su Zifang was awakened by the sound of a pig. He had been diligently practicing Wensi tofu, his knife seemingly possessed, slicing the tofu as thin as paper and as fine as hair. Ready to taste it, with the spoon poised at his lips, when a pig suddenly appeared, oinking and trampling his masterpiece to pieces. Opening his eyes, Su Zifang felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Unable to perfect Wensi tofu in reality, he couldn't even achieve it in his dreams, leaving him filled with resentment. "Son, are you awake?" Chui's voice called from outside the door. "Oh, not yet." Su Zifang, still dazed, expertly conveyed the sentiment that no one could rouse him from slumber. "Boss Lu is here. He wants to discuss a collaboration with you." "Oh, Boss Lu, which one?" Su Zifang's reaction suggested that the pig trampling his Wensi tofu had not shattered the dish, but rather scrambled his thoughts. After a moment of reflection, he finally recalled Lu Renjie's identity. "Coming right away." Su Zifang's shout was robust enough to startle even himself awake. Not from excitement, but out of fear of dozing off again. Fortunately, being a male, Su Zifang completed his morning routine in under 10 minutes. By the time he entered, Lu Renjie had barely settled into his seat. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, Boss Lu. Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Lu Renjie was entirely unreserved. "Please, take a seat. I'll prepare breakfast." In an instant, Su Zifang understood. "How considerate of you." Lu Renjie smiled, indicating he had come to mooch breakfast. "Is Mu Lu coming too?" Su Zifang inquired thoughtfully before stepping inside. "Him. That'll be fine." "Got it." Su Zifang turned back, skiing at the heartless boss who had clearly not considered that Mu Lu might also need breakfast, since he was already preparing a meal. There was no harm in inviting another person. Su Zifang pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Shen Anyun. "Boss Shen, would you like to join us for breakfast?" "Sure, I'll be right there." The moment Su Zifang sent the message, he received a prompt reply from Shen Anyun. He instinctively glanced at the time. Indeed, it was 7 in the morning that Su Zifang fell into self-doubt. Did these people not sleep at all? Before long, The Yangchun noodles were served, each accompanied by a fried egg and a chicken foot, though Shin Anyan's portion was enhanced with the original intention buff. This caused Lu Renjie's gaze to frequently dart towards the breakfast in front of Shin Anyan. For reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that her portion appeared to be far more delectable. Allow me to make a formal introduction. This is my mother, Chui. After the meal, Zifang, noticing the confusion on everyone's faces, took the initiative to introduce her. Aside from Lu Renjie, who had already exchanged pleasantries, both Shin Anyan and Mu Lu wore expressions of understanding. Oh, no wonder Boss Su is so handsome. He must have inherited his mother's good looks. Shin Anyan chimed in sweetly. Hello. Annie, I'm Shin Anyan. I run a clothing store over there. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't have the chance to bring a gift, but if you're free another day, I'd love to make you a custom outfit. Two compliments left Chui grinning from ear to ear, and the more she looked at Shin Anyan, the more she resembled a daughter-in-law in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zifang fell into contemplation, as Shin Anyan's words felt achingly familiar, playing through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled that Shin Anyan had mentioned wanting to make herself an outfit back in Chapter 26. Yet here they were in Chapter 39, and she hadn't even taken her measurements. A woman's words are deceitful, Zifang mused quietly. By the way, Boss Su, you should join us too. I mentioned it last time, but you never came. I've already picked out the fabric for you. Shin Anyan casually remarked, glancing at Zifang. Sure, absolutely. I feel bad imposing on Miss Shin. Chui waved her hand in refusal. Mom, it's fine. Zifang interrupted Chui. I'll also make a set for Xiao Man and Xiao Yang. Consider it work attire. That works too. I'll think about the design when I get home. Shin Anyan nodded in agreement upon hearing Zifang's words. Chui, seeing this, had no further objections. What cooperation does Boss Su wish to discuss this time? Once everyone had finished eating and Zifang had served tea, he leisurely inquired. Oh, it's a minor matter. Yesterday, a customer from our shop had lunch here and wanted to order takeout for dinner. I told them you just opened and didn't have takeout yet, and they were too lazy to wait in line. Since many dishes were sold out, I thought I'd come and see if we could arrange a delivery service, prioritizing Rugu. Zifang pondered for a few seconds. After all, they were serving guests inside and out. So it didn't matter how they did it, but he immediately agreed, saying, no problem, but I might need to trouble Mu Lu to pick up the food. We really don't have enough hands. Naturally, Mu Lu interjected. You just focus on your work, and I'll get it from Xiao Man. You sure pick up information quickly. Zifang teased, and seeing that Lu Renjie had no objections, he tacitly approved of this arrangement. I only have the dish list here, which is not very convenient. I'll have Yang Xiong prepare a menu to send over later. No need. I've memorized your few dishes. Just add them to my order when the time comes. Lu Renjie waved his hand, signaling Zifang not to trouble himself. Well, all right then. Zifang, seeing this, refrained from mentioning that he would soon be introducing new dishes, as he wasn't sure when he would graduate from the culinary school. Boss Su, have you ever considered selling chicken feet at the university? Shin Anyan suddenly interjected. The university? Zifang felt a spark of interest at the thought of the massive foot traffic at Jingling University. Running a business at the university is all about having the right channels. Lu Renjie chimed in with his advice. Why not ask Xiao Man? Chui also began to offer suggestions. She might have. Zifang had only uttered 3 words when he suddenly realized that this might actually be feasible. Xiao Man, a part-time chef at the university cafeteria, the sole heir to Zhao's stir-fry, managing a culinary team of 500. Each of her roles held significant weight, but if she could assist in the middle, there might indeed be a chance to penetrate the market. Go and talk to her. I'm sure the students would love your chicken feet and skewered meat. Shin Anyan finished her chicken feet and didn't forget to lick the remaining sauce off her fingers, exclaiming, It's absolutely delicious. Zifang withdrew his gaze, not bothering to explain. Yours are enhanced with buffs. How could they not be delicious? With the collaboration solidified and breakfast enjoyed, Lu Renjie happily returned to Rugu with Mu Lu, along the way vaguely discussing promotional flyers and pricing. After bidding farewell to Shin Anyan and Chui, they prepared to leave. Just as they reached the door, Zifang hurriedly called out to her, Hey, Miss Shun, is there something? Shun Anyan turned back with a smile. I would like to treat you to a meal. Su Zifang quickly added, concerned that Shun Anyan might misunderstand. Not at the shop. We'll go to another restaurant. No, what I mean is, you choose a location. It's my treat. Shun Anyan blinked her eyes. Sure, but it doesn't need to be so elaborate that a long time ago, I had a dessert that I haven't had the chance to eat again. If you can make it, just treat me to that dessert. What dessert? Su Zifang began to recall the various pastries in his mind. Sakura water yokan. A name as beautiful as poetry flowed from Shun Anyan's lips, leaving Su Zifang bewildered. What is that? Chapter 40. Delicious chicken feet. Water yokan is a traditional snack from Japan, made from jelly or agar. Its adorable and transparent appearance exudes a youthful charm, and its delicate texture, moderate sweetness, and melt-in-your-mouth quality make it a favorite among many girls. The yokan can be filled with various flavors according to the diner's preference, with cherry blossom being a common choice, also known as Sakura water yokan. The information Su Zifang found in the encyclopedia was exceedingly simple. After putting down his phone, he realized that he should consult a teacher from the Southern Culinary School. After all, Japanese cuisine is a significant branch of global cuisine, and he had never really delved into it. Relying on the knowledge from his Western pastry classes to create Sakura water yokan seemed rather implausible. He had initially thought Shun Anyan's dessert would be something simple like a baked cake. But unexpectedly, it opened up an entirely new avenue outside of Su Zifang's skill set. Now, he found himself in a bit of a bind, though there were indeed recipes for Sakura water yokan online. They were mostly posted by food bloggers, particularly those with an artistic flair. Su Zifang had always maintained a respectful distance from such bloggers. After all, during his schooling, he had once attempted to replicate a dish that was supposedly superior to stewed eggplant based on a wildly popular video, only to have his final product earn the dubious distinction of second place in the Southern Culinary School's monthly dark cuisine contest, that if the first place dish hadn't been a banana and durian stew, he might have secured the top spot. However, this time he had no choice, as all the available videos were filled with aesthetic visuals. After opening a few, he was not surprised to find that they were exactly as he had expected. What should have been a cooking demonstration video turned into a showcase of the sky, bamboo leaves, and even dramatic effects for refrigeration and cooking, portraying a melancholic frost and a joyous flame. In short, these videos, which were referred to as superficial in the Southern Culinary School, focused more on style than substance. During his studies, Su Zifang had also been exposed to video instruction. However, the videos he watched were structured like the standard versions provided by the system, featuring a chef performing cooking operations, complete with narration, subtitles, and close-ups at critical moments. Unfortunately, these videos could not be copied and were only available for classroom viewing. This had given rise to a legendary senior who extended his graduation by 5 years just to watch the videos. However, it was said that he passed his advanced chef qualification exam immediately upon graduation, becoming a legend among the faculty. The lengthy preamble merely serves to illustrate that students from the Southern Culinary School prioritize the essence of flavor, color, aroma, and presentation, rather than such flamboyant filming techniques. Such works might earn high marks in the directing department, but they held no water in the culinary department. Son, it's almost mealtime. How are your preparations coming along? Chui called out as she descended the stairs with a cloth in hand. I just finished tidying up both private rooms. If there are many guests, I'll arrange them upstairs. I'm all right, almost done. Su Zifang replied, tucking the idea of Sakura water yokan away in his mind as he began preparing for the midday service. After all, with a small shop burdened by debts, the 2 servers he hired could only come in the evening, leaving him and Chui to handle the lunch rush. Boss, 2 orders of chicken feet. 2 boys rushed in and immediately placed their orders. Likely members of the food team. I'll have 4 chicken feet over here, plus a portion of skewered meat and 2 bowls of plain noodles. The neighboring table's customers quickly followed suit. Braised chicken feet? Is that a new dish? Why didn't he see it on the menu? A girl, glancing at the menu, asked in surprise. Yes, they're 3 yuan each. Chui answered, promptly hanging up the menu. Are they good? Delicious. They posted pictures in the group yesterday, and I was so tempted. Now that I've tried them, they really are good, the boy at the first table chimed in before Chui could respond. He also placed an additional order. Annie, pack 5 more for me. I'll eat them when I get home tonight. Seeing the other customers placing their orders, the girl next to them ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Then I'll also try too, and add a bowl of plain noodles. All right. Chui swiftly noted down the order. Just a moment. Before long, the ordered dishes were all served and placed before the patrons. Wow! This exclamation came from the previously hesitant girl. For some reason, upon seeing the chicken feet, she couldn't help but think of words like crystalline and warm as jade to describe them. Two chicken feet were arranged on a palm-sized white round plate, drizzled with a layer of marinade that seeped into the grooves of the feet, exuding a fragrant aroma. With the enhancement of smartphone filters, they resembled a meticulously edited promotional image. Hey, aren't there any gloves? The girl looked around, failing to find gloves on the table, and inquired. At Bossu's place, you don't need gloves. They separate from the bone very easily. The young man who had just answered his question spoke up once more, demonstrating by picking up a piece from his own plate. With a bite and a tear, after the intimate contact of the morsel with his lips and teeth, the bone was indeed spat out. Pristine and clean. Is it like this? Thank you. The girl nodded in response, resolved to try it herself. That in truth, she was not particularly fond of overly soft braised chicken feet. She felt that the most enjoyable part of the chicken lost its essence once it became overly tender. Were it not for her friend's strong recommendation, she would not have made the effort to taste them. After all, in her memory, Joy Street had long been a commercial area of dwindling popularity. So how could a delicious restaurant possibly emerge there? Businessmen, driven by profit, had long since relocated to bustling commercial districts, eager to accommodate throngs of diners, and would hardly be inclined to remain anonymous in such an obscure street. As she picked up a chicken foot and took a bite, the tender, gelatinous skin and flesh effortlessly separated from the claw, transforming into rich collagen within her mouth, the flavors of the spices permeating deep within. Even after swallowing, the taste lingered endlessly. Forgetting to speak, she quickly devoured the chicken feet before her that in the blink of an eye. 2 feet had been consumed entirely, leaving only 2 bones on the plate. Delicious! She finally understood why her friend had insisted on recommending this establishment. Yeah. Let me tell you, I just dined at Sue's place. It was truly exquisite. And you wouldn't believe it, Sue has introduced a new dish, braised chicken feet. The girl took out her phone to send a voice message, then selected the freshly taken photo of the chicken feet, applying a gourmet filter and checking the high-definition original image before sending it off. Having completed this, she posted the picture to her social circle. The thrill of temptation is simply delightful. Perhaps due to the lunchtime rush, many were perusing their social feeds, and just after she posted, several comments appeared. Wow, it looks so enticing. I want to eat it. Please send it via express delivery. I've already sent the address privately. Sister, please don't share the address. Looking at your photo has ruined my diet. Why must you show me this post? Seeing her aim to entice her friends succeed, the girl joyfully replied to all. It's on Joy Street. The restaurant is called No Words on Food, and the owner is quite the handsome fellow. The lunchtime was fleeting, yet customers continued to arrive in droves. Chui had been busy recording the orders since the first table had walked in. 10 chicken feet to go. The young man who had just rushed through the door was still on the phone, likely engaged in a gaming session at an internet cafe. After placing his order, he shouted a few more lines. Make sure to buy endless resources for jungling. I'll be back soon. Such dialogues occurred almost every minute. In the kitchen, Zifang could visibly see the dough beside him diminishing, as the pot of chicken feet had been braised twice, yet still could not meet the demand, prompting Su to consider whether he needed to switch to a larger pot. However, before doing so, he had to address the prompt that had just appeared on the system. Task: how can a qualified restaurant offer only one staple dish? Please provide rice for the diners within a week. Task reward: fried rice. Chapter 41. A bowl of white rice. Mom, did someone ask for rice today? As he exited the kitchen, Su Zifang immediately sought out Chui for information. The system wouldn't issue a task without reason. Someone must have mentioned something in the restaurant. Yes. A few customers ordering braised chicken feet said they wanted rice to accompany the sauce. Chui replied without hesitation. I was planning to wait until you finished before telling you, yet you asked first. Oh, Su Zifang acknowledged. When the menu was being set, the system hadn't indicated rice could be provided, so he had always assumed it was not allowed. He had been too preoccupied with tasks to think of it until now. Had it not been for the surge in customers who enjoyed rice asking about it, he might have delayed even longer in considering its availability. Is any type of rice acceptable? Zifang inquired of the system. All dishes provided by the system must be rated B level or above. All right, understood. Zifang closed the prompt and fell into contemplation that he had indeed learned how to make white rice in the Old South. But he had never focused on it. He believed that only high-quality dishes mattered. Staples like rice were merely fillers, not realizing that this oversight would come to light now. Mom, have you ever steamed rice? Zifang curiously asked. Chui looked at him as if he were foolish. If I had never steamed rice, what did you and your dad eat before? Air, she retorted angrily. Oh, right. Zifang nodded, his eyes darting. Mom, how about you steam a pot of rice later? Do it yourself. Chui promptly refused. I remember your rice always tasted excellent. It had the flavor of home. Zifang's voice was heartfelt and sincere, expressing the yearning of a wanderer for the taste of home. Just wait. Mom will make it for you right now. Chui, pleased with her son's sentiment, immediately took on the task of steaming rice. While Chui was steaming the rice, Zifang remained in the kitchen, watching intently that as he observed her measure the rice and rinse it. Memories flooded back. When he was young, the Su family was not particularly affluent. Lu Renjie, Chui, and Zifang all squeezed into a modest dwelling of less than 60 square meters at meal times. Chui would set a pot on the stove, putting a suitable amount of rice and water in a bowl to steam 3 bowls of rice, and there was often enough space to steam an egg custard as well, which was Zifang's favorite snack as a child. That as he grew older, Chui began to replace the bowl with large pieces of cheesecloth, soaking enough rice for 3 portions beforehand, and when it was time to steam, she would spread it evenly on the cloth. The water in the pot would be brought to a boil over high heat, then steamed for 5 minutes before being reduced to medium heat for another 10. Each time the rice was done, the pot would be filled with an extraordinary fragrance, sweet and inviting. Even plain white rice could fill a bowl. Lost in nostalgia, Chui's rice was already on the stove. The aroma of the rice wafting out, gradually aligning with the flavors of his memories. Mom, how do you steam rice? Zifang offered her a cup of tea with great politeness. Just as you see. Rinse it twice, soak it for a while, spread it out evenly, and then steam it until it's cooked. Chui replied after finishing her tea, signaling for Zifang to refill her cup. But why does it always taste the same? This was what puzzled Zifang. While the process could be strictly controlled, the rice's origin varied. So how did Chui ensure that each batch of rice tasted identical? It doesn't taste the same? Perhaps you just can't tell, Chui remarked. Zifang. He felt as if his face as a novice chef had been slapped repeatedly. Previously, the cafeteria's food was better than his own, and now he couldn't even distinguish the aroma of the rice. You, as someone who cooks, how could you possibly think these different types of rice taste the same? Chui waved her hand, initiating an impromptu lesson. Long-grain rice is more suitable for cooking, and it retains an elegant shape once prepared. Perfect for small, exquisite dishes, like the ones sprinkled with black sesame. Short-grain rice, which is what we refer to as japonica rice, is the most commonly stocked rice in most households. It's suitable for congee, plain rice, and clay pot rice. These types of rice vary in flavor due to differences in the origin of the grains, processing methods, and storage durations. How could they possibly taste the same, unless your sense of smell is impaired? Chui bluntly critiqued. But I feel like you've always steamed rice that tastes the same. Zifang attempted to make a final plea. When you're hungry, everything tastes good, Chui replied, ignoring the bewildered Zifang. Lifting the lid of the pot and serving the rice in 2 blue and white bowls, the pristine, glistening rice piled high, the fragrance of the grains wafting into the air, tantalizing both the sense of smell and sight, awakening one's appetite. Want to try? Chui offered a pair of chopsticks. Oh, sure, Zifang replied, as if coming out of a dream. Taking the chopsticks, he picked up a piece of rice and placed it in his mouth. Each grain was distinct, incredibly soft, easily chewed without being sticky, and the unique fragrance of the rice was discernible even when eaten plain. That it felt as if he were amidst a freshly harvested rice pile at the end of autumn. the setting sun casting warm rays upon him, enveloping him in a sense of languor. The plump rice grains danced into his mouth, offering him unparalleled enjoyment. Based on Su Zifang's understanding, such a nostalgic dish could never be rated lower than a B level. So while bowing his head to eat, he quietly activated the tasting function. A bowl of ordinary white rice, rating B level. The subsequent remarks were densely packed, yet after several readings, Su Zifang gleaned little useful information. The system's suggestions for improvement predominantly concerned the ingredients, such as recommending the use of Shui rice or authentic Wuchang rice. The steaming equipment should ideally be bamboo. However, as someone laboring at the lowest tier of the culinary hierarchy, the likes of Shui rice and authentic Wuchang rice were not ingredients he could encounter. The methods for controlling the steaming time were far more relevant to his level. Yet what disheartened Su Zifang even more was the realization that despite his painstaking research into culinary techniques and employing various methods, some of his dishes barely achieved a B rating, even falling short of Chui's humble white rice that he felt a surge of tears. Please strive to enhance your culinary expertise. The system prompted a stern, yet unyielding consolation. Can this rice be served in the restaurant? After his moment of melancholy, Su Zifang returned his focus to the main issue. All dishes sold in the host's restaurant must be prepared by the host themselves. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Zifang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With such expectations to become a top-tier chef, how could he possibly revitalize Joy Street? It seemed he would be worn out every day simply from cooking. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Su Zifang pondered a situation. So, does that mean the dishes prepared by the employees in the restaurant cannot be sold either? He continued to elaborate. Otherwise, once we become a premier commercial hub, our establishment will undoubtedly attract numerous patrons, necessitating the hiring of additional kitchen staff. Will their creations also be excluded from the menu? Employee system activated. Dishes crafted by employees can be listed for sale on the menu upon approval from the host. Based on the host's current level, a maximum of 2 employees may be hired. That's settled. A smug expression spread across Su Zifang's face. Chapter 42. Zhao Xiaoman's culinary skills prior to dinner. Su Zifang had been engrossed in exploring the newly activated employee feature of the system. The interface resembled the popular simulation management games from years past, with each individual showcasing their attributes. Su Zifang first glanced at his own profile. Name: Su Zifang. Position: Owner, Chef Specialization, Culinary Arts, Beginner, Tasting, Intermediate. The bare-bones entries felt akin to a mere supporting character, prompting Su Zifang to begrudgingly swipe to the next profile. Name: Chui. Position: Dining Manager Specialization, Reception, Advanced, Purchasing, Advanced, Persuasion, Advanced, Makeup, Advanced, Tasting, Intermediate, Management, Intermediate. The array of advanced specializations nearly blinded Su Zifang that he was aware of Chui's prowess, yet he never anticipated his mother could possess such remarkable skills. For an ordinary person to have even one of these advanced specializations is already a source of pride, yet his mother boasted a staggering 4, particularly the persuasion skill, though its exact utility remained a mystery. It certainly appeared formidable. After reviewing the panel, Su Zifang resolved to purchase a set of cosmetics for his mother, so he could feel more justified when seeking her support in the future. Habitually, he clicked to the next profile. Oh! Su Zifang exclaimed in surprise that he initially thought there were no more employees, only to find that part-timers Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Qiong were also included. Since they will be receiving wages anyway, it's worth a glance. With this thought, Su Zifang directed his gaze to Yang Qiong's profile. Name: Yang Qiong. Position: Cashier Specialization, Design, Advanced, Sales, Advanced, Tasting, Intermediate, Event Planning, Intermediate, Crowd Engagement, Special, Video Editing, Intermediate. Spotting the remarkable special skill in the list, Su Zifang gained a newfound awareness of his own limitations and better understood Yang Qiong's claim that she was not only capable of eating, but also adept at various tasks. A special skill holder, truly formidable. Finally, only Zhao Xiaoman's panel remained that Su Zifang thought. Surely not every one of them can surpass my abilities? Name: Zhao Xiaoman. Position: Prep Cook, Line Cook Specialization, Culinary Arts, Intermediate, Tasting, Beginner. The panel was as simple as his own, with one skill rated higher and the other lower. A draw at best, that Zifang breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoman's intermediate culinary skills, he felt a pang of discomfort that if Chui could be explained away by her lack of a culinary specialization, merely knowing how to cook rice, Zhao Xiaoman's intermediate level was undoubtedly genuine. After all, Zhao Xi had mentioned that Zhao Xiaoman had a passion for cooking in her youth, only to drift away from the kitchen as she matured. But how young could Zhao Xiaoman have been? As a sophomore in college, she was at most 18 or 19, that if that was considered grown up, then her childhood passion must have begun even earlier. This implied that Zhao Xiaoman might have mastered intermediate culinary skills at the tender age of 14. Zifang was left in shock, grappling with the reality that as the owner and chef of a restaurant, his culinary skills were inferior to those of his employee at the time of her junior high school education. It was a blow to his ego at the same time. He couldn't help but contemplate posting a question on a certain platform. What is it like to discover that your employees are more skilled than you after starting a business? However, previously unaware of Zhao Xiaoman's superior abilities, he had decided to assign her to the line cook position. Now, with the knowledge of her prowess, Zifang found himself grappling with a different set of feelings. After all, the menu at Silent Cuisine remained quite sparse. Within Jingling University, as Zhao Xiaoman prepared for her upcoming part-time job, she suddenly shivered, her eyes reflecting uncertainty, as if she were wrestling with some inner conflict. Thanks to Zhao Xiaoman and her friends' promotions, Silent Cuisine had gained a modest following within the university, attracting dozens of diners daily. While working, they were frequently recognized. "Sister Xiaoman, what are you doing here? Isn't that the captain? Let us go say hi." "Xiaoman, Yang Xiong, are you both here for a meal?" Zifang was concerned that others might misconstrue their previous advertisements as a paid promotional endeavor. However, Yang Xiong swiftly quashed any doubts with her remark. "Yes. We're working part-time for Boss Su here, that we get our dinner covered, plus a salary." This immediately silenced all skepticism that a few ambitious students even submitted their resumes, hoping to enjoy meals for free, faced with such blatant attempts to mooch. Zifang was ruthless in his rejections, giving them a taste of the harsh realities of life. "Zifang, the guests in the private room have ordered a dish from the menu. Hurry up and place the order. We need 6 servings of the appetizer." One dish. Zifang silently applauded the patron in the kitchen. Having only heard of wealthy individuals ordering from an entire menu before, he never imagined encountering such a formidable customer himself. To know that ordering every item on Silent Cuisine's menu would cost over 200 yuan was truly astonishing. Indeed, it was quite expensive, with the restaurant bustling and the private room guests urging for their orders. Zifang found himself overwhelmed. He could only call upon Zhao Xiaoman for assistance. "Xiaoman, finish slicing the vegetables you have, then go make a portion of sweet and sour pork." Zifang had never tasted the dishes prepared by Zhao Xiaoman. But with years of exposure to guabo roe under Zhao Xi's guidance, coupled with his own intermediate culinary expertise, he believed she could handle the task without issue. To his surprise, Zhao Xiaoman hesitated upon hearing his instruction, gripping the chef's knife and managing to utter, I can't." Swish! As Zifang washed the pot, he accidentally added too much water, causing steam to rise and cloud his vision, rendering the sounds around him almost ethereal. "What do you mean you can't?" Silence. Zhao Xiaoman struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her hand trembled around the knife, her expression a mix of restraint and despair, before tears began to spill down her cheeks and hit the floor. "I'm sorry." Zhao Xiaoman leaned over the cutting board, shaking her head. "I'm sorry." Her voice grew increasingly hoarse. "I really don't want to cook." After uttering those final 4 words, tears brimming in her eyes, she turned and fled. In the distance, Chui's voice called out, "Xiaoman, take your time. The restroom is empty." Zifang reflected on Zhao Xiaoman's earlier behavior, his expression turning contemplative. When Zhao Xi assigned the task, she had never indicated that Zhao Xiaoman's culinary skills were lacking. However, her demeanor certainly did not align with typical teenage rebellion. Zifang pondered for a few moments, letting out a quiet sigh. It seemed that Zhao Xi's request for ginseng chicken would not be an easy feat. When Zhao Xiaoman returned from the restroom, the aroma of steamed base wafted from the steamer, and the sweet and sour pork was reaching the syrup reduction stage in the pot, while a plate beside it held scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "I'm sorry. I'll serve it up right away." Zhao Xiaoman said, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Su Zifang nodded, refraining from mentioning that this task was originally meant for Yang Qiong. Clearly, he recognized that Zhao Xiaoman was currently reluctant to cook, even finding the cutting board a burden. Given that, it would be better to allow her to start with tasks she could accept that AS for her intermediate culinary specialization and Zhao Xi's assignment. He was confident that results would materialize with time. Chapter 43. Sakura water, Shenzhen mochi. After taking stock of the remaining ingredients in the restaurant, Chui went to procure supplies from Wang Fugue. Su Zifang worried that his presence might diminish Chui's intelligence, so he made an excuse to stay behind and practice new dishes. During business hours, he had neglected to check his phone. But now, upon opening WeChat, he found a message from Jia Shibei. Little Su, are you busy? Have you mastered Huaiyang cuisine? Why have you gone to study Western pastries again? Faced with Jia Shibei's barrage of questions, Su Zifang could only respond with a meme. You are absolutely right. GIF. As he scrolled further, Jia Shibei sent over a recipe for Sakura water Shenzhen mochi, along with a brief introduction. I haven't made this dessert before either. Since I wasn't sure of your purpose, I consulted with the director of the Neon Cuisine Association who specializes in desserts, as well as some of his previous videos. Keep up the good work. Reading the messages and viewing the video, Su Zifang felt his eyes welling with tears that in today's society, few are willing to seek help from others for your inquiries, and this genuine assistance was far more heartwarming than mere likes or words of encouragement. Thank you. Teacher Jia. You're welcome. Jia Shibei responded immediately. Little Su, I will be visiting Jingling City for an exchange in 2 weeks that I'll swing by your restaurant then. Smile. Though he knew that Jia Shibei's smile was merely a smile, Su Zifang felt an awkward yet polite urge to grin sheepishly. Thankfully, expressions aren't visible in WeChat chats, allowing Su Zifang to casually respond. Sure, welcome Teacher Jia to guide my culinary skills. Oh, not at all. You young people are progressing rapidly. I can't compare. Let us exchange ideas. Their conversation concluded with a perfect round of professional flattery that Su Zifang meticulously studied the fabled authentic recipe for Sakura water, Shenzhen mochi, multiple times. Aside from the language barrier in the video, he recognized the ingredients through observation, meticulously noting the proportions displayed on the scale during the production process. With his years of video watching experience, he had essentially reconstructed the other steps. It is simply a matter of first weighing a certain amount of A, then a certain amount of B, mixing A and B thoroughly into a specified quantity of C, and subsequently heating the mixture of A, B, and C over low heat to X degrees Celsius, maintaining that temperature for Y minutes. At first glance, this description resembles a challenging question from a rigorous high school examination, which not only invites one to fill in the elements of the substances involved, calculate the concentration of the solution, but also allows for determining the heating time based on specific heat capacity, or even formulating a chemical reaction equation. What a perfectly comprehensive assessment question. Su Zifang even considered submitting it to the exam committee. Fortunately, this thought remained undisclosed to the multitude of third-year students, for they would surely band together, brandishing their metaphorical swords, to teach Su Zifang a lesson in humility. Setting aside his phone, he rummaged through the cupboard to retrieve an unopened package of ice powder. And from the refrigerator, he extracted a jar of salted cherry blossoms. The ingredients for making cherry blossom water jelly were thus gathered with ease and simplicity. Given the small quantities required, Su Zifang did not even need to use the stovetop. He set up an induction cooker with a milk pot, poured in a bowl of water, added granulated sugar and white jelly powder, and stirred until everything dissolved completely. After rinsing the cherry blossoms, he gently swirled the petals in the water before using tweezers to arrange them neatly in the mold. Once the jelly mixture had cooled sufficiently, Su Zifang carefully poured it into the mold, making slight adjustments to ensure the cherry blossoms were fully encased within the liquid. Then he placed the other half of the mold on top and filled the remaining space with a small funnel. Completing the preliminary preparations, Su Zifang placed the entire mold into the refrigerator and began preparing the ingredients for the cherry blossom water jelly. The shop lacked ready-made soybean flour, but there were plenty of soybeans available, since the dessert required only a small amount. Su Zifang decided to make it himself, which would also show more thoughtfulness. After washing the soybeans and allowing them to dry, he heated them slowly over a low flame, stirring gently. Yes, the delightful aroma of the beans wafted through the air, and most of the soybeans became crisp enough to crack open. He turned off the heat and poured them into a grinder. Mere seconds later, a bowl of fragrant soybean flour appeared on the counter. Zifang took a spoonful to taste. Its rich bean flavor mingled with a hint of toasty aroma, clearly indicating success. Having previously made osmanthus syrup, he found the process quite straightforward, that he boiled water and added brown sugar, turning off the heat once the syrup began to thicken, then added the prepared osmanthus flowers. Once the fragrance of the flowers fully infused the syrup, it was ready. Gazing at the completed ingredients, Zifang couldn't resist retrieving the mold from the refrigerator. Upon opening it, he discovered that all 4 pieces of cherry blossom water jelly had set perfectly. He immediately fetched 2 wooden plates, laid a layer of soybean flour at the bottom, and carefully inverted the set jelly onto the plates, allowing the blooming cherry blossoms to face outward, and finally drizzled a delicate layer of osmanthus syrup over them. It truly looks exquisite. Unable to resist, Zifang snapped a picture, edited it, and posted it on social media with the caption, "I thought I would fail, but I didn't expect my first attempt at making cherry blossom water jelly to be such a success. Special thanks to teacher Jia. Your hard work has paid off." Smile. Jia Shibe humbly deflected the praise. The subsequent comments were filled with playful banter, all of which Zifang chose to ignore. "Is it ready?" A WeChat message suddenly popped up. Upon opening it, he found a message from Shun Anyun. "Yes, just finished. Is it convenient for you to come over now?" Shin Anyun replied instantly. "Sure. Boss Su, I'm on my way." Shin Anyun's voice resonated from the entrance. Zifang glanced at the time. Nearly 30 seconds had elapsed since he sent sure. Yet Shin Anyun had already arrived at the door of the restaurant. It is worth noting that it typically takes 4 to 5 minutes to walk from Shin Anyun's tailor shop to the restaurant. Even for someone with long legs like Zifang, one can only imagine how long it would take for a girl. Thus, the answer was abundantly clear. Shin Anyun had begun preparing the moment she saw his social media post. Zifang even speculated that had he replied that it was inconvenient, Shin Anyun would have found some excuse to come over and taste the new dessert. Indeed, girls who adore sweets can be quite formidable. Just a moment. Zifang adjusted the final piece of cherry blossom water jelly onto a plate. Care to give it a try? The wooden plate was adorned with a bamboo leaf underneath, and atop it lay a layer of soybean flour, with the translucent jelly encapsulating the essence of spring nestled like a soft jade among the flour, drizzled with fragrant osmanthus syrup. The dessert spoon appeared to have been crafted with care, resembling a blossoming flower, perfectly complementing the cherry blossom water jelly. Shin Anyun picked up the small spoon and cut a piece from the jelly, coating it with soybean flour and syrup before bringing it to her mouth. "How is it?" Zifang asked, his eyes reflecting anticipation. After all, while the appearance might deceive, the flavor was the true measure of success. However, Shin Anyun's brow furrowed slightly. Biting her lip, she slowly articulated, "The taste feels rather different from what I had before." A swift slap to the face. Different was a euphemism to Zifang's ears. It translated to, "not particularly tasty." If the item made according to the proper procedure showed any discrepancies, the appropriate feedback should have been, "not quite authentic." Yet the current evaluation clearly indicated something had gone awry. What exactly feels different? The flavor is different, Shin Anyun pondered for a moment before stating her judgment. "Not sweet enough." "Understood." Taking note of Shun Anyun's feedback, "I will make adjustments and prepare another batch for you shortly." "Thank you, Boss Su." No need for formality. After Shun Anyun departed, Zifang revisited the video, intending to consult a friend who understood Japanese to discern exactly what was conveyed in the video. Seeking someone fluent in Japanese for assistance with translating a video, less than 3 minutes. Compensation offered. Minutes after posting on social media, Zifang opened the comments. "What kind of Japanese? I might know a bit if it's from a small film," commented a rather irreverent high school classmate. "Is it a card game?" chimed in a passerby who couldn't distinguish between Korean and Japanese, offering various types of Japanese specialty videos. Plot entirely customizable, all for just 10 yuan a set. Intrigued, Zifang clicked on the profile of the individual selling videos and found the avatar to be that of a stock photo beauty. After some contemplation, He realized it must be someone he had added during an exhibition visit, and promptly reported and removed the friend that IT is everyone's responsibility to maintain a clean online environment. After dealing with that message, his phone vibrated vigorously. What does Boss Su need translated? If it's not too technical, feel free to send it my way. I can help. The message came from Chai. Zifang glanced at social media, silently updating her contact to Chaya. Do you speak Japanese, Chaya? He inquired in a private message. Yes, I minored in it during university. Chaya replied almost instantly. Are you busy today? Zifang recalled his experience trying to get a license with Chaya, where he had to queue behind over 100 people, leaving no time for conversation. I have a day off and am at home, Chaya responded. Oh, I see. Zifang sent a sticker. What do you need translated? Send it over. Chaya seemed even more eager than Zifang. Just a moment. I'm sending it now. The chat window displayed that a WeChat video was being sent. Just as Zifang completed the upload, he received a message from Chaya. Okay, got it. This made him marvel at the speed of the internet. After sending the video, he opened Jia Shibei's WeChat. 2 weeks, coming up fast. It seems I really need to practice a dish, or it will be challenging. Zifang was well aware of his culinary skills. Without the system buff, it would be impossible to satisfy Jia Shibei that he contemplated the dishes he could prepare. And aside from sweet and sour pork and steamed base, he realized he had no other substantial options. He could only choose one. However, this simplicity meant a lack of alternatives, leaving no room for retreat. Zifang retrieved a coin, assigning the front to steamed base and the back to sweet and sour pork, that he tossed it high into the air, watching it spin several times before it clattered down, disappearing into the kitchen drain. Zifang. Is this a sign for me to escape? Encountering a situation akin to a comedic sketch in real life, Zifang felt quite disheartened after finally deciding to practice a dish. The options vanished into thin air. Forget it. Since it's come to this, I'll practice both dishes. Perhaps Teacher Jia will prefer one over the other. Zifang resolved not to toss the coin again, but rather to embrace both options. Children make choices. Adults take them all. Boss Su, I completed the translation. Please take a look that it's formatted as subtitles, along with explanations. A new unread message from Chaya popped up in his WeChat window, followed by a Word document. Are you making cherry blossom water jelly? When can I have a taste? Chaya inquired further. Given that the dessert was custom-made for Shun Anyun, Zifang initially intended to decline Chaya's request. However, upon remembering that someone had assisted him with the translation, he felt it would be odd not to respond at all. After a moment's consideration, he resent. Once I finish, I'll invite you to come and taste it. Sounds good, Chaya replied with an emoji. Zifang chose not to reply further and began rewatching the tutorial video alongside the translation. With the subtitles now available, he could understand the video's content without guessing, and he grasped several key tips more thoroughly. The water used to dissolve the white jelly powder must be brought to a full boil. Only after all the powder has dissolved should it be allowed to cool. Some chefs in certain regions prefer using osmanthus honey, which gives a different texture. Typically, people use salted cherry blossoms for this dish, but if one enjoys the sweetness, honey-preserved blossoms are also delightful. This way, the resulting cherry blossom water jelly will be even sweeter. Reminiscent of the feeling when the girl I liked at 16 greeted me. Now that I think about it, her smile back then was truly delightful. Just like this cherry blossom water mochi. It is truly unforgettable. As Zifang watched the sudden influx of romantic scenes in the video, he felt a twinge of regret for comparing it to the translated version. The sweetness of love was indeed overwhelming. However, after watching the video, he finally understood where the issue lay. The sweet treats that girls adore should possess a more unadulterated essence. Although his salted cherry blossoms adhered more closely to tradition, they lacked a certain allure and aftertaste. Now aware of the necessary adjustments, he had sufficient ingredients to create a second batch, and the other processes remained unchanged as Zifang swiftly crafted a new batch of honey cherry blossom water mochi. After placing it in the quick freeze mode for half an hour, he unmolded onto a plate and was astonished to find it even more translucent and lustrous than before. While the first batch of cherry blossom water mochi still bore the semblance of jelly, the second batch rivaled the clarity of ultra-white glass. The pale pink cherry blossoms fully unfurled, resembling a goldfish gracefully swaying its tail, frozen mid-motion in the AI. Ardatus Zifang scooped a piece, dipped it in the accompaniments, and brought it to his mouth. Initially, a chill enveloped him, soon followed by a sweet flavor blooming on his palate, reminiscent of childhood days spent enjoying sugar popsicles. The rich aroma of soybean flour and the delicate fragrance of osmanthus honey erupted in tandem. Sweeping through his mouth, the honeyed cherry blossom petals, imbued with a subtle floral scent, accentuated the sweetness of the soybean flour and osmanthus honey even further than if one were to encapsulate this sensation. It would be akin to standing in a winter wonderland, extending one's tongue only to discover that the snowflakes melting in the mouth are all sweet. Lifting the cover beneath his feet, the snow-blanketed ground is entirely laid with soybean flour, where rolling about brings forth joy and happiness that in the midst of the fields, a spring of osmanthus honey flows, gushing forth with sweet nectar. This is the essence of a first love in spring, the tasting skill activated. A meticulously crafted cherry blossom water mochi, rated A-level initial heart. So that is how the initial heart buff works. No wonder it tastes so delightful. Su Zifang swallowed the piece he had tasted and separated the remaining 3 for packaging. 1 for Chui later, 1 for Chui as a translation fee, and the last to be taken to Shenanyan right now. Everything was arranged perfectly. Chapter 45. 1/3 progress. Su Zifang packaged the cherry blossom water mochi in an empty cake box from the shop and used a napkin as a furoshiki for wrapping. Finally, he felt that this presentation was worthy of an A-level dish. Upon arriving at Shenanyan's shop, she seemed somewhat surprised. "Why is Boss Su here?" "I just made these, specially delivered for you," Su Zifang replied, opening the packaging to reveal the contents within. "Would you like to try?" His tone was the same as before, yet brimming with newfound confidence. Shenanyan cut a piece with a spoon, coated it in soybean flour and osmanthus honey, and took a generous bite. The moment it touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. The cool and sweet sensation transported her back to an afternoon spent in Japan after emerging from a hot spring, where she, clad in a yukata, languidly sat in the courtyard watching the sunset. The innkeeper's young daughter had brewed tea and brought it to her, awkwardly speaking in broken Mandarin. "Anyan-chan, please have some tea." A plump calico cat scampered joyfully over the courtyard wall, leaving a trail of meows behind. The distant snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji and the courtyard's orange scenery imprinted in her mind like a vivid oil painting. The tea snacks back then must have been the osmanthus honey cherry blossom water mochi. Right? Shenanyan squinted her eyes, revealing a blissful expression. Task, Shenanyan's memory. The sweet-toothed Shenanyan once indulged in 3 types of tea snacks during her trip to Japan, which she has never forgotten. Please assist her in recreating those snacks. Task reward, Tamagoyaki. The sudden appearance of the task prompt took Su Zifang by surprise that a dessert made to thank Shenanyan could actually yield a reward of a nationally beloved Japanese snack. However, the difficulty of the task had also multiplied. Who would know what snack Shenanyan had eaten back then? Such a distant memory. Perhaps even the person involved could not recall clearly. What's wrong? Shenanyan noticed Su Zifang's puzzled expression and inquired. "I just recalled you mentioning that the flavor of the cherry blossom water mochi was off. And I've made some adjustments to this new batch, which seems to be a method found only in a few regions of Japan. That I wonder where you had it back then?" "I had it while traveling in Hokkaido." Shenanyan thought Su Zifang was curious about the location and added, "It was at a private inn in the countryside, run by the owner and her little daughter. The girl was probably in middle school at the time, already quite well behaved. Speaking of which, their tea snacks were indeed quite special. It seems I only tasted that flavor at their place." "Oh, what were they?" Su Zifang's interest was piqued. "1 cherry blossom water mochi, 1 strawberry daifuku, and 1 snowskin mooncake," Shenanyan replied confidently. Task, Shenanyan's memory. The tea snacks from Shenanyan's memory have been identified. Cherry blossom water mochi, strawberry daifuku, snowskin mooncake. Please assist her in recreating those snacks. Current progress, 1-3. Task reward, Tamagoyaki. The system prompt updated with the new information. Observing the task progress, Su Zifang felt slightly relieved. After all, he had already learned how to make cherry blossom water mochi, and learning to prepare daifuku and snowskin mooncake was entirely feasible. Furthermore, the system was incredibly considerate, continuously guiding him to learn unfamiliar dishes. If he encountered a few more individuals like Shun Anyun and Lu Renjie, becoming a culinary master would be within reach. After finishing the dessert, Shun Anyun picked up a measuring tape from the workbench. Since you're here, shall we measure your dimensions as well? Sure, Zifang replied without hesitation, standing up and stretching his arms wide. Is this all right? That's enough, Shun Anyun noted, one hand holding the tape and the other jotting down his measurements in a small notebook. Is this for my record? Zifang checked it. Yes. I meticulously record the body data of every customer I handle to adjust accordingly in the future. For instance, if you are this height and weight now, should your weight increase without a change in height? I will need to consider increasing your waist and front length when making clothes. Conversely, if your height increases while your weight remains constant, I would have to adjust for shoulder width and garment length. In summary, it's quite a hassle. Shun Anyun spoke earnestly about her expertise, her hands moving swiftly as she recorded Zifang's measurements in just a few strokes. What type of clothing do you prefer? Boss Su, Shun Anyun inquired. Nothing too special, Zifang mused, reflecting that his wardrobe was predominantly filled with jeans and various t-shirts, without any particularly unique attire. You have a good figure. How about I make you a set of tang suits? Shun Anyun suggested, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Tang suits? Zifang envisioned the traditional red or gold brocade tang suits often seen in New Year's advertisements, his expression shifting to one of hesitation. Wouldn't that seem a bit outdated? Not the kind for middle-aged folks. I mean a mandarin collared shirt paired with a long cloak, Shun Anyun clarified. Sensing that Zifang had misunderstood her, to further illustrate, she quickly searched for a similar style image on her phone. Looks great. Zifang, lacking knowledge in tailoring, could only describe the attire he saw using simple and sparse adjectives. It was black, very cool, and exuded an aura of a reclusive sage. Nevertheless, he made a small request. Could you embroider food should not speak on the chest as a part of our uniform? Sure, that way it won't feel too plain, Shun Anyun replied with a smile. It's a small matter. No problem. Zifang looked at Shun Anyun, sensing that she seemed to have something more to say when she gazed at him. Is there something on your mind, Miss Shun? Well, I just wanted to ask. Don't you have any other nicknames? Every time I call you Boss Su, it feels like I'm ordering food. Ha! Zifang couldn't help but burst into laughter, recalling a meme he had seen a few days prior. Even when a chubby person was seriously reading, it looked like someone was ordering food that he hadn't expected that his name could evoke a similar sentiment. Miss Shun, you are quite amusing. With your physique, you could work as a personal trainer at a gym instead of ordering food. Forget it. Then you can call me Su Shui instead. Many friends call me that, Zifang said earnestly. All right, Su Shui. Shun Anyun nodded. Then I shall call you Anyun, Zifang responded seamlessly. Su Shui, actually I have a small request. Shun Anyun looked at Zifang, a hint of shyness evident. What is it? Zifang gestured nonchalantly. Because I haven't been home for a long time, I'd really like to eat a serving of Longjing shrimp. That if you have the time. Could you please help me prepare a portion? Longjing shrimp. Ha! Zifang mused, acknowledging it as a classic Hangzhou dish, one he had learned to make in school. However, the ingredients were rather common, and the taste left much to be desired. Regardless, shrimp dishes occupy a significant role in Huaiyang cuisine. He would have to learn it sooner or later, so he readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Then, Zifang was presented with a task prompt. Task: prepare an A-level Longjing shrimp dish to showcase your culinary progress. Chapter 46. Longjing shrimp. The level of this dish must reflect the host's culinary skills. Achieving A-level through the initial hard achievement is invalid. Zifang looked at the task annotation, feeling somewhat speechless. Is the routine of tomato scrambled eggs no longer applicable so soon? This task aims to enhance the host's culinary expertise. Please improve your own abilities. All right, you make a valid point. Zifang chose to disengage from the system, redirecting her focus towards Shun Anyun. Engaging in casual conversation led to the acquisition of 2 tasks, both of which promised culinary recipes. In that moment, Shun Anyun's stature in Zifang's eyes elevated significantly. Her demeanor exuded the essence of a daily task issuer, as though a yellow exclamation mark hovered above her head. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shen Anyun inquired, perplexed by Su Zifang's unwavering gaze. No, I just momentarily lost my train of thought, Su Zifang replied, resolving to present her newly crafted dishes to Shen Anyun first in the future, hopeful that it might trigger another task. I'll take my leave now, Su Zifang bid farewell and departed. Thank you for the snacks. Su Shui, Shen Anyun's voice echoed from behind. You're too kind, Su Zifang responded, silently adding in her mind, and thank you for the tasks. Upon returning to the restaurant, Shifu Yu, Chui had already restocked the kitchen, which was now brimming with supplies that Su Zifang's sharp eyes spotted a basin of lively taihu white shrimp in the sink. Mom, where did you get these shrimp? From that supermarket you told me about. You wouldn't believe it. Though the storefront appears modest, they have quite a comprehensive selection, Chui remarked with a hint of envy regarding Wang Fugui's supermarket. There weren't many, but I figured they were all alive and decided to scoop them up. As for that owner you mentioned, he doesn't seem the type to swindle. After haggling, he even gave us a discount and delivered the goods, Chui said, casting a questioning glance at Su Zifang, as if to suggest she might be too naive to negotiate. Mom, I am not as foolish as you think, Su Zifang wanted to exclaim, but upon observing Chui's indifferent expression, she swallowed her words. The dessert you made earlier looked appealing, but the taste was rather bland. I'm not accustomed to it. You should refrain from experimenting with such extravagant dishes in the future, Chui declared, relegating Su Zifang's painstakingly researched cherry blossom water mochi to the list of unworthy dishes. What about longjing shrimp? Su Zifang asked, her heart racing with apprehension, given her mother's specialization in middle management. She was acutely aware that cost control was an essential aspect of management. If her mother deemed her longjing shrimp research as mere frivolity, her entrepreneurial dreams could be dashed before they even began. Chui raised her hand, signaling for Su Zifang to hold her tongue while she tapped her phone a few times. How much do you intend to sell it for? Su Zifang remained silent, realizing her initial thoughts were correct. Chui's primary concern was not whether he could cook it, but rather if it would be priced exorbitantly. System. What is the price? Su Zifang called upon the external system for assistance. No specific dish detected, unable to set a price. Please complete the dish promptly. How principled. Since I haven't prepared it yet, it's difficult to determine a price now. Perhaps we could try it first? Once it's ready for sale, we can discuss pricing then. Su Zifang tossed the question back to Chui. Chui jotted down a few figures on paper and swiftly calculated with a calculator, furrowing her brow as if grappling with a challenging decision. After a long pause, she finally spoke. 2 pounds of shrimp daily. It cannot exceed that. Su Zifang's astonishment was evident, her expression a canvas of disbelief. Initially, she had assumed Chui was calculating the selling price of the longjing shrimp, only to realize she was determining the quantity for Su Zifang's practice. That it was disheartening that she had to juggle both chef and business owner roles. Even the practice quantity was subject to strict regulation. Mom, Su Zifang called out. Chui remained unyielding. Mama, she elongated her voice, calling out once more. Chui turned her back, feigning ignorance. I believe this dish could be sold for $1.28. Su Zifang attempted one last effort, reasoning that the price could be adjusted later. Son, what is the matter? I was deep in thought and didn't hear you calling me. Chui turned back, appearing as if she had just been jolted from a reverie. Oh, so you're practicing longjing shrimp, right? I support you. Let us go with 5 pounds of shrimp daily for your practice, she said, smiling sweetly at Su Zifang, radiating warmth and maternal affection. Had it not been for her knowledge of Chui's advanced manipulation specialty, Su Zifang might have been genuinely moved that in fact, he suddenly felt that her role as the restaurant manager was somewhat beneath her. Her aspirations should reach for the golden horse, the golden palm, or the little golden man. She was destined for the stars of the acting realm. Nevertheless, with a daily practice quota of 5 pounds, Su Zifang was quite content. As a renowned Hangzhou dish, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding its preparation. Even the task of peeling 5 pounds of live shrimp and removing the intestinal vein would consume a significant portion of his practice time. When considering the need for reflection and tasting, he truly had little time left to handle more shrimp. Online lore suggested that Longjing shrimp originated during Emperor Qianlong's southern expedition that it was said that while exploring the tea mountains of West Lake, he inadvertently revealed his true identity in a small tavern, causing the chef to mistakenly sprinkle Longjing tea leaves instead of scallions into the pot, thus birthing the dish. At first glance, the tale seemed quite impressive. However, Zifang, a graduate from the Old South, had grown weary of such embellished anecdotes tied to culinary creations that it was well known that the Old South offered a course in food history, dedicated to tracing the origins of contemporary recipes through ancient texts, local records, and family letters. Emperor Qianlong was perhaps the most frequently referenced figure in their curriculum, be it guabo, braised pots, stewed dishes, or fried tofu and spinach soup. There was always something that could elicit Qianlong's praise. Additionally, when inquiring about their origins, the stories typically involved Qianlong's secretive visits while disguised as a commoner or during his stays with peasant families. One could only say that those blessed by fortune would not starve, no matter where they found themselves. Were a modern otaku to traverse the locations Qianlong once visited, even if he encountered just one household within a 10-mile radius, he would be deemed remarkable. However, the credibility of Qianlong's stories varied. Some seemed more plausible than others, while some were hardly worth mentioning in even the most dubious of historical accounts. The most outrageous tale Zifang had heard during his field research was that locals claimed two notable dishes were connected to Qianlong: the golden white jade plate and the red-mouthed green parrot. The restaurant prominently displayed the culinary tales, stating that during Qianlong's southern journey, a courtesan, constrained by ingredients, elegantly named two ordinary dishes to deceive him. To everyone's surprise, Qianlong relished the dishes so much that upon returning to the capital, he insisted the imperial kitchen recreate them. Ultimately, the imperial kitchen presented a plate of golden white jade mahjong and braised tiger skin parrot, prompting Qianlong to berate the chefs for their incompetence. With the help of eunuchs, the chefs eventually invited a renowned Jiangnan performer from the 8 Great Alleys to replicate the dishes, thereby satisfying Qianlong. Regardless of the courtesan's culinary skills, just considering the two dishes, a pan-fried tofu and spinach soup, could easily earn Qianlong's admiration. One could only imagine the kitchen's subpar standards that Zifang was even tempted to aspire to become an imperial chef. After all, he not only possessed B-level culinary skills, but was also well-versed in over 100 dishes that garnered Qianlong's praise. Leaving his future boundless. Chapter 47. Please continue your efforts. The authentic Longjing shrimp is characterized by its freshness, crispness, smoothness, and tenderness, with an almost obsessive requirement for precise cooking and seasoning, rivaling the oil-exploded double crisp of Shandong cuisine. The preparation process for this dish is not inherently difficult. The key techniques hinge upon the control of heat and seasoning, which is why many chefs willingly share their culinary experiences. Consequently, Zifang uncovered the cooking method for Longjing shrimp in mere minutes, that he found detailed instructions on how to maintain the shrimp's freshness and tenderness, even specifying the exact amounts of seasonings required. This kind of sharing, which could both enhance one's reputation and safeguard one's culinary secrets, was something they greatly appreciated. Naturally, the recipes concluded with customary sharing that Zifang patiently perused several articles, which typically fell into 2 categories. 1. Having said all that, who among you wishes to give it a try? 2. This is not targeted at anyone, but regarding the cooking of Longjing shrimp, all present are rubbish. Zifang paid particular attention to the latter, which was authored by a chef from a renowned restaurant in Linzhou, that he couldn't help but shake his head. The negativity was overwhelming, and the lack of tact indicated a troublemaker, someone to avoid in future encounters. Closing the webpage, Zifang commenced his culinary endeavor. The key to Longjing shrimp lies in the selection of the shrimp itself. One must choose river shrimp the size of an adult's pinky finger to ensure the shrimp's sweetness. Discerning chefs often opt for river shrimp from around Taihu Lake, particularly Taihu white shrimp, known for its sweet and springy meat, which is exceptionally delectable. To preserve the texture, the shrimp used for Longjing shrimp must not be split. Instead, the intestinal vein is meticulously removed with a toothpick to retain the shrimp's integrity, thus ensuring a more refreshing and bouncy final product. After removing the vein, the shrimp undergo a 3-step treatment involving salt, egg white, and cornstarch, with each step requiring 5 minutes of gentle patting by hand. But Zifang had learned these methods in class. Adding salt accelerates protein coagulation, resulting in a firmer texture. The addition of egg white ensures the shrimp remains tender, while cornstarch helps the egg white and salt adhere better to the shrimp. Finally, 2 tablespoons of cooking wine are added to allow the shrimp to marinate on its own. Longjing tea must be freshly brewed. After preparing the shrimp, Zifang took the time to wash the tea leaves, measuring out an appropriate amount into a pot and pouring in boiling water. After approximately 10 minutes, the tea leaves were filtered out, and the tea water was set aside in a bowl. In another bowl, he combined a suitable amount of salt, sugar, and cornstarch, dissolving them in warm water and mixing thoroughly before adding the tea water to complete a bowl of thickening sauce. The infusion of tea within the thickening sauce would enhance the tea fragrance during the stir-frying of the shrimp and also serve to brighten the dish. For a seasoned Hangzhou chef, completing the preparation of the ingredients in this manner would fundamentally ensure the shrimp's fresh flavor upon cooking. However, the qualities of smoothness and tenderness still relied on the final cooking technique. Many chefs specializing in Hangzhou cuisine dedicate years to mastering their craft. Yet only a select few achieve the distinction of mastering 2 techniques. And occasionally, a chef capable of 3 may be lured away by prestigious establishments like Lu with lucrative offers. After all, the preparation of longjing shrimp, once it reaches the pot, is meticulously timed to the second. Variations in heat and cooking duration can lead to vastly different outcomes that Zifang does not expect to achieve 2 techniques on her first attempt at longjing shrimp. She merely wishes to try her best and discover her limits. If all goes well, that would be even better. She adds a modest amount of oil to the wok. Heating it until it reaches a moderate temperature, Zifang swiftly pours in the freshly prepared shrimp. Within mere seconds, the shrimp, coated in cornstarch, transforms into a translucent delicacy. Standing by the edge of the pot, Zifang deftly retrieves the shrimp the moment they turn opaque, using their own residual heat to ensure they cook through. This is the crux of the longjing shrimp technique. Should the oil be too hot or the frying time extended, the shrimp could become tough and lose their delightful springiness, retaining a bit of oil in the wok. She introduces the fried shrimp, quickly adding a spoonful of yellow wine to enhance the dish. The aromatic vapors not only eliminate any fishy odor, but also imbue the shrimp with a delightful fragrance. When the scent of wine reaches its peak, she incorporates the pre-prepared sauce and stirs briefly before sprinkling in the filtered longjing tea leaves to mix thoroughly. Thus, a dish of longjing shrimp is born. Due to the extensive preparation required for this dish, many local chefs in Hangzhou are reluctant to invest the effort and instead opt for frozen shrimp. Their methods often cut corners, using pre-brewed tea rather than steeping it fresh, mixing it with cornstarch and water for seasoning, and foregoing the delicate timing, resulting in a mere semblance of the original dish. While this method does impart some tea flavor, it often carries a bitter and numbing sensation. Zifang does not acknowledge such a simplified product as true longjing shrimp. At best, it could be considered longjing stir-fried shrimp. Indeed, while it may seem that only a couple of steps have been omitted, the overall quality of the dish diminishes significantly. That if the authentic longjing shrimp is akin to a national banquet dish, then the truncated version could barely be classified as street food. With a sigh, Zifang presents her freshly made longjing shrimp. The shrimp, pale with a hint of pink, are adorned with jade-green longjing tea leaves, the tea broth glistening upon them. The mingling aromas of the shrimp and tea waft enticingly into her nostrils, proving quite agreeable. The contrast of the white shrimp and the verdant tea creates a picturesque depiction of spring in Jiangnan, evoking images of flourishing grass and singing orioles, regardless of the taste. The dish possesses a certain aesthetic appeal, warranting at least a B grade. As she lifts a piece of shrimp to her lips, she first experiences the tender texture enveloped in light sauce. The egg whites and yellow wine delivering a rich mouthfeel, followed swiftly by the sweet freshness of the shrimp harmonizing with the tea's fragrance. Crushing the tea leaves releases the refreshing and ethereal taste of premium green tea, which complements the sweetness of the shrimp, leaving a lingering delicate sweetness on her palate. A dish of longjing shrimp that is passable, graded B beginner. The system's prompt arrives just in time, leaving Zifang somewhat astonished. She feels confident in her B grade, believing it to be a legitimate B grade. However, the system's assessment appears to be a B grade enhanced by a beginner's buff. Without this buff, it might only qualify as a C grade. Filled with uncertainty, Zifang activates her tasting skill. Instantly, her evaluation panel lights up. The technique for peeling shrimp is unrefined. Some shrimp are damaged. The shrimp veins are not completely removed, leaving remnants in the flesh. The coating process lacks uniformity. Insufficient oil temperature and overcooking have toughened the shrimp. Excessive yellow wine during the aromatization has resulted in an overpowering alcohol flavor. Insufficient oil while stir-frying has caused the sauce to stick to the pan. The tea leaves used are not pre-Qing Longjing, leading to a poor flavor. Zifang takes a deep breath and closes the evaluation panel. She genuinely lacks culinary experience. It is entirely normal for her to stumble on her first attempt at Longjing shrimp following the tutorial. Yet, according to the system's feedback, her dish seems to have surpassed mere mishap and entered the realm of kitchen disaster. She fears that continuing to read may lead her to feel so inadequate that she might abandon her culinary aspirations altogether. Please continue to strive, host. The system's encouragement remains as unyielding as ever. Chapter 48. In pursuit of excellence, Zifang is not one to easily concede defeat. Whether for the sake of allowing Shin Anyun to savor her hometown delicacies or to earn the reward of tempura, she is determined to accomplish an A-grade Longjing shrimp. Her intentions are clear. Since the system has already pointed out the issues with her first Longjing shrimp, she believes that by addressing one problem each day, she can master an A-grade dish within 2 weeks. Let us start with peeling the shrimp, Zifang thinks, smiling at the bowl of remaining white shrimp, reminiscent of the Huannong brothers. This one is too fatty. It must be dealt with first. This shrimp is broken, clearly. It was defeated in battle that it's not strong enough. It must go. This one is too thin and lacks nutrition. It also needs to be discarded. In her first attempt at Longjing shrimp, Zifang had not paid much attention to technique, merely following her habit of pinching off the shrimp's head and having it from the legs, which likely resulted in some loss of meat. Additionally, several shrimp tails had broken within their shells. This time, to ensure she starts with perfect ingredients, Zifang deliberately pulls up a video of a master chef demonstrating how to peel shrimp. If fresh shrimp are difficult to peel, you can freeze them for 10 minutes in the refrigerator before peeling, making it much easier to extract the whole shrimp. A tip she had overlooked at the time has now become Zifang's lifeline. After thoroughly cleaning the live shrimp, she places them in a bowl and puts them in the freezer, continuing to observe the technique in the video. The master chef demonstrates how to hold the frozen shrimp. Twist off the head, peel off the first 2 segments of the shell, and with one hand grasping the exposed shrimp meat and the other gently pulling on the tail, a whole shrimp emerges within seconds, twice as fast as her previous attempts. With all the shrimp placed in the freezer, Zifang finds herself without any materials to work with, so she pretends to hold a shrimp in the air, mimicking the actions from the video. After enduring a tense 20 minutes, she quickly retrieves the white shrimp from the refrigerator. The freezing process causes the meat and shells to separate more easily due to the varying degrees of contraction. Moreover, as a result of the rapid freezing, the shrimp maintain their delightful texture, remaining firm and not at all mushy. Once she finishes peeling the shrimp, she proceeds to remove the shrimp veins, as Zifang carefully observes the veins path through the back of the shrimp. Inserting a toothpick into the second segment of the back to extract a piece, then gently pulling out the entire vein. After processing, the shrimp in her hand are pristine and devoid of any veins, appearing remarkably clean. Considering these shrimp are sourced from Taihu Lake, they undoubtedly qualify as top-notch. That be why the time she has processed all 4 pounds of live shrimp, she has a bowl brimming with shrimp meat. Zhao Xiaoman enters the kitchen and, witnessing Zifang's actions, inquires, "Are you making shrimp dishes, Boss Su?" How did you arrive so early?" Zifang replies, somewhat surprised that a glance at her phone reveals that it is already the evening service time. "Oh, just practicing a new dish." Zifang does not conceal her intentions, as these practice dishes will need to be sold at a discount to recuperate expenses. "Longjing shrimp?" Zhao Xiaoman suddenly exclaims, furrowing her brow upon seeing the ingredients on the cutting board. "Emma?" Zifang widens her eyes, taken aback that Zhao Xiaoman could guess what she was preparing without her having mentioned it. "That's impressive." "This tea is brewed incorrectly," Zhao Xiaoman states, ignoring Zifang's surprise and pointing to the half-filled cup of Longjing tea on the counter. Zifang pauses his work, waiting for Zhao Xiaoman to continue. "The Longjing used in Longjing shrimp should be steeped with mineral water. Tap water significantly affects the flavor of the tea. Following Zhao Xiaoman's gaze, Su Zifang indeed spots the faucet beside the teacup. We have a custom water purifier. Why don't you give it a try? He is unsure how to explain the water quality. So he simply fills a cup and hands it to Zhao Xiaoman for her to taste. Fei Chuan, she replies, uttering a name Su Zifang has never heard before. No, it's just tap water, but it has a better purification effect, Su Zifang shrugs. How much does it cost? Zhao Xiaoman asks. Su Zifang realizes she is inquiring about the price of the purifier and hesitates for a few seconds before revealing the original price. 2 million. Zhao Xiaoman. Excuse me. The lifestyle of the wealthy is something she finds hard to comprehend. Nonetheless, regardless of how the water is sourced, such quality is indeed suitable for brewing tea. Su Zifang feels somewhat aggrieved. This was not his choice, and if given the option, he would prefer to invest that money into improving the restaurant's decor and environment. Xiaoman, do you know how to make Longjing shrimp? After addressing Zhao Xiaoman's question, Su Zifang finally poses his own inquiry. From her earlier comments, it appears that Zhao Xiaoman's familiarity with Longjing shrimp may exceed his own. However, he is puzzled, as Zhao Shi is a chef specializing in northeastern cuisine, and Zhao Xiaoman's culinary education largely revolved around Shandong cuisine, making it unlikely for her to have learned Huaiyang cuisine. Even if Zhao Xiaoman attended university in Jingling, her aversion to cooking over the past few years would have prevented her from mastering this dish from Hangzhou cuisine. I can't make it. I just happen to have eaten it quite a bit. A friend told me about it, and I remembered. Zhao Xiaoman responds as she ties on an apron, gathers her hair into a bun, and dons a hat and mask. What else did your friend say about Longjing shrimp? Su Zifang suddenly found himself intrigued by Zhao Xiaoman's friend, pondering how a few sentences could convey the essence of Longjing shrimp to her. While Zhao Xiaoman's intermediate culinary skills certainly played a role, it was evident that this friend was a pivotal influence. She remarked that in Linzhou, no restaurant could rival the taste of this dish. Rather, she had enjoyed it aboard a fishing boat, though the elderly fisherman had no intention of relying on his culinary skills for a living, leading to only rare opportunities to savor it. Zhao Xiaoman furrowed her brows, contemplating a few phrases. Is there more? Su Zifang's curiosity about Zhao Xiaoman's friend deepened. Someone who could ponder cooking in such a manner must surely be a kindred spirit. Coating, frying, and thickening. These 3 steps cannot be mastered without a keen sense. The fragrance of tea is particularly crucial in Longjing shrimp. Without it, one might as well opt for hibiscus shrimp. That's all. Zhao Xiaoman's frown eased as her eyes darted around. Thank you. Xiaoman, Su Zifang smiled. Had he not practiced Longjing shrimp before, he might have dismissed these remarks as mere platitudes, but after the system's guidance, hearing Zhao Xiaoman's friend's insights proved immensely beneficial, helping him avoid numerous blind alleys from the outset. By the way, Xiaoman, please inform my mother that tonight, Longjing shrimp will be available at a promotional price of 38 per serving, just covering costs. However, each table is limited to 1 portion, and we must clearly state that this is a practice dish. Its flavor may not be consistent, so diners should order with caution. Understood. Zhao Xiaoman replied before turning to leave that Su Zifang redirected his focus to the shrimp before him. The true challenge was only now beginning. Chapter 49. Turning stone into gold. Su Zifang was confident that his first batch of shrimp was sufficiently uniform. Yet the system's assessment indicated otherwise. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaoman's friend had emphasized the importance of coating, prompting Su Zifang to reflect on where his own coating process might be flawed. According to the tutorial, the shrimp should be coated 3 times with salt, egg whites, and cornstarch, each serving a distinct purpose. After each coating, the shrimp must be allowed to rest to ensure the effectiveness of subsequent layers. Could this be where the issue lies? Su Zifang pondered deeply. However, with only limited experience, he was unable to resolve the coating issue. The closest culinary technique he had mastered comparable to the coating for Longjing shrimp was perhaps for sweet and sour pork, which involved a batter that elicited tears of joy from children, while the former was delicately refined, akin to a young lady of grace, merely a point of reference at best. Boss Su, what are you thinking about? Zhao Xiaoman asked as she entered, noticing Su Zifang lost in thought over the shrimp. I'm contemplating how to apply 3 layers of coating without compromising the flavor, while ensuring each layer is uniform. It's simple. Just process it 3 times, Zhao Xiaoman replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Su Zifang grasped a hint of clarity, as if he was on the verge of unraveling a crucial thread in a tangle of yarn. First, dry the shrimp. Marinate them with salt. After the salt seeps in, squeeze out the moisture and coat with egg whites. Finally, drizzle some oil and coat with cornstarch. Salt flavor from deep to light, egg whites tender, cornstarch gleaming. Zhao Xiaoman casually offered the solution, as if saying good morning. It seems indeed it could work. Su Zifang simulated the process in his mind. Gazing at Zhao Xiaoman with a complex expression, how did you come up with this brilliant idea? Zhao Xiaoman paused, licking her lips. Isn't this basic operation? Su Zifang. Truly, those who ascend to intermediate culinary mastery at such a young age are formidable. What eludes and becomes 4 simple words in the hands of a master. Basic skills. Don't overthink. Of course, he was unaware that moments earlier, Zhao Xiaoman had felt equally out of place due to her own financial constraints, having only encountered someone like Su Zifang in her life. Either foolish or wealthy. Unbeknownst to them, they had just engaged in a mutual, albeit unintentional, exchange of flattery. Perfect. Following Zhao Xiaoman's guidance, Su Zifang recoated the shrimp on the plate. Indeed, after refining the details and incorporating cooking oil, the coated shrimp gleamed more vibrantly, resembling a work of art. 2 orders of Longjing shrimp, both from loyal patrons. Yang Qiong hurried into the kitchen to relay orders, slowing her pace upon entering, careful not to disrupt Su Zifang's rhythm. All right, Su Zifang replied succinctly, acknowledging the request as he continued to contemplate the cooking method for the shrimp that a previous system notification indicated insufficient oil temperature, resulting in overcooking and tough shrimp. The TO improve. Su Zifang realized he must simultaneously address 3 key points to create an A-grade Longjing shrimp this time. Reflecting on his prior performance, Su Zifang began to recognize where his previous mistakes had originated, that he reignited the stove, opting for medium heat rather than high, allowing the pan to warm gradually before pouring in a modest amount of cooking oil. Heating it gently. Once small bubbles began to rise evenly from the oil's surface, he added the shrimp in batches. The tender shrimp rolled within the golden, shimmering oil, gradually revealing a lustrous sheen. When large bubbles erupted in the pan, Su Zifang promptly extinguished the flame, deftly retrieving the shrimp, allowing their exterior temperature to generate residual heat, ensuring a distinct texture between the outer and inner layers. Zhao Xiaoman stood beside him, watching intently as he fished out the shrimp. Cautioning, "You left them in too long." "Huh." Su Zifang turned to her. "I meant if they fry for an extra second, the flavor may be off." Half convinced, Su Zifang sampled one of the slightly overcooked shrimp. When he turned back to Zhao Xiaoman, he looked at her as if she were an enigma. "How did you even notice that? Intermediate mastery seems exaggerated." "What?" Zhao Xiaoman asked, not comprehending his murmurs. "It's nothing, just marveling at your uncanny perception. You can discern even a second's difference." Su Zifang tossed the remaining shrimp into the pan and deftly separated them with his chopsticks. "You learn through observation. When my dad made guabo roe, I would watch closely every time. After seeing it enough, you come to understand what it means to deep fry, and there's a certain feeling, though I can't quite articulate it, when I saw you frying. It just felt overly frugal." Zhao Xiaoman shrugged. "Frugal?" Su Zifang was both amused and exasperated, questioning, "How did you deduce that?" "You were reluctant to pour in more oil. Deep frying entails using a large volume of oil to quickly fry a small amount of ingredients. With less oil, the temperature drops once the ingredients are added, resulting in slower frying. Even for low-temperature frying, your oil is insufficient." Zhao Xiaoman spoke with the confidence reminiscent of a Shandong chef. "If the dish isn't tasty, it has the oil." "Ah, I see." Su Zifang nodded. He had never adopted a generous approach to oil in his cooking, unaware that it had now become a shortcoming. However, this was not a significant issue, once he had the means. He intended to keep 2 barrels of oil in the kitchen, one refined, one unrefined, and fry dough sticks daily. Noticing Su Zifang's peculiar smile, Zhao Xiaoman instinctively took a step back, creating distance, and kindly reminded him, "The shrimp. They should be served." "All right." Su Zifang returned to his senses and instructed, "Please bring over the Longjing tea." "Here." As soon as Su Zifang finished speaking, Zhao Xiaoman handed him a bottle of tea, setting down half a bowl of already steeped tea leaves. TSK, the Su Zifang couldn't help but envy Zhao Xiaoman. Her knife skills were steady, her knowledge extensive, her timing impeccable. As a descendant of a renowned culinary family with intermediate mastery, she seemed the very embodiment of a protagonist template in this narrative. What is this? A talent from reincarnation? Suppressing his urge to inquire whether Zhao Xiaoman were a time traveler, Su Zifang shifted his focus back to the stove. Although the shrimp had been fried for an extra second, if he handled the thickening properly, the final dish could still be salvaged. Pouring some oil into the pan, he swirled it around, then added a plate of shrimp. Sequentially, he poured in cooking wine and thickening sauce, tossing it briefly, causing a glossy glaze to envelop the shrimp. Just before serving, Su Zifang turned up the heat, pouring tea and leaves along the pan's edge. That steam rose. A plate of Longjing shrimp was swiftly plated, garnished with a carved radish flower. It seems perfect. Su Zifang picked up a shrimp with his stone chopsticks. A dish of Longjing shrimp, nearing the host's culinary limit, rated B level. It worked, although he still hadn't achieved A level. This was only his second attempt, and with the previous overfried shrimp considered, he was confident that after a few more tries, he would surely secure an A level rating. Xiaoman, thank you. Su Zifang expressed sincerely, hoping to inspire Zhao Xiaoman's culinary journey as well. Zhao Xiaoman, busy chopping vegetables, turned back to him, her expression inscrutable. Whether excitement or envy, she responded coolly, "No problem. No need for gratitude." Chapter 50. Creating friends from nothing after several days of arduous practice. Su Zifang finally accomplished the task of preparing A-level Longjing shrimp, a dish achieving the host's capability limit, rated A-level. System rewards recipe, tempura. Gazing at the rewards panel before him, Su Zifang felt a surge of emotion, reminiscent of late-night study sessions for final exams. Culminating in the joy of receiving a perfect score, he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately text Shen Anyun, "Come quickly to try the Longjing shrimp." Yet, to avoid appearing overly eager, he instead sent, "Anyang, how is the clothing coming along?" Before receiving a response, Chui entered, pulling him away to draft the menu. "Son, are we steaming rice tonight? Guests were asking about it yesterday. If so, please jot down the price." "Oh, coming right up," Su Zifang responded, hastily noting down rice. 3 yuan per bowl. Recently, he had been so engrossed in pondering over the Longjing shrimp that he had forgotten he had a task to provide rice. The reward for this task was a staple dish that every culinary protagonist must possess, fried rice. "I wonder how my fried rice compares to theirs." Su Zifang mused, imagining a dish that could shine. As he claimed his system reward that a new entry appeared in his recipe book. This time, it was even more straightforward. The border was entirely gray, that if one were to categorize it by color for difficulty, it would probably be ordinary. Glancing at the rating below the recipe, Su Zifang was astonished to discover that he had actually produced a B-grade fried rice. Why wasn't I notified that fried rice could be added to the recipe list? Host lacks the ability to prepare raw materials. Looking at the system prompt, Su Zifang understood. Because his skill in steaming rice was too rudimentary, the system had automatically assumed he lacked the capability to create a satisfactory fried rice. It was indeed rather blunt, entirely eliminating the possibility of him borrowing rice steamed by someone else. That Su Zifang even felt that had he not successfully appealed for the inclusion of dishes prepared by employees on the menu. Without Chui's rice support, his fried rice skill would still be inactive. After receiving 2 recipes, Su Zifang did not rush to experiment. Having used the system for several days, he had begun to discern some patterns. The recipes provided by the system were, in fact, not markedly different from those he found online. They merely indicated the required ingredients and methods. The experience points still required personal practice, unlike in games where skills could be equipped for immediate use. It was just that the master chef in the system's demonstrations was extraordinarily impressive. Whether it was knife skills, chopping, carving, or stir-frying, the proficiency and control over heat were truly astonishing that Su Zifang even questioned whether this master chef truly existed and whether he held the title of a national second-class technician. With the teaching videos showcasing the pinnacle of human culinary art. However, compared to the instructional videos, Su Zifang preferred watching the creators cooking. If only each dish had a cinematic video, learning wouldn't be so tedious. Hey, Zifang, Miss Shin has arrived. While Su Zifang was lost in thought, Chui suddenly called from the hall. When Su Zifang stepped out, he saw Chui happily chatting with Shen Anyun, who was casting flirtatious glances at him. Anyun, what brings you here? I came to bring you some clothes and to check on the progress of my Longjing shrimp. Shen Anyun raised her hand, and only then did Su Zifang notice the green cloth bundle she was holding. Shall we give it a try? Sure. Su Zifang promptly returned to his bedroom to change. Dressed in black attire, he appeared exceptionally spirited. It must be said that Shen Anyun's tailoring skills were remarkable. The fitted shirt and tapered pants lent him an inexplicable air of sophistication. The other piece, described as a cloak-like coat, resembled a lightweight trench coat, made from the same fabric as the shirt and pants, with floral embroidery at the cuffs and hem, understated, yet enhancing his aura of a gentleman as exquisite as jade. What a pity! That phrase has been overused, Su Zifang quipped, reflecting on his initial reaction. Upon returning to the hall, he was met with Shen Anyun's admiring gaze, almost as if she were appraising a mannequin. Chui, being thoughtful, first praised Shen Anyun's craftsmanship, then remarked on Su Zifang's handsome appearance, ultimately summarizing that it was all due to her good genes. With a single statement, she flattered all three, showcasing her prowess. Anyun, wait a moment. After a few casual exchanges, Su Zifang noticed Shen Anyun preparing to leave and quickly urged her to stay. Shen Anyun displayed a questioning expression. I have a surprise for you. Su Zifang smiled and waved his hand. Just a moment. With that, he walked into the kitchen, returning shortly with a plate of Longjing shrimp. Longjing shrimp? Shen Anyun exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I made it just for you. Care to try? Su Zifang offered her a pair of chopsticks. Shen Anyun picked up a piece of shrimp, tasted it, and chewed thoughtfully. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. She remained calm. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is the best I've ever had. Shen Anyun's face lit up with excitement, suddenly elevating the atmosphere. As long as it's good, Su Zifang replied with a faint smile. The feeling of being praised by a diner truly filled him with immense happiness. Su Xiao, may I curiously inquire how you made this? It seems better than what many chefs in Linzhou prepare, rivaled only by a private restaurant run by a top-level chef my father used to take me to. I simply followed an online tutorial. And besides, aren't there no more top-level chefs nowadays? Su Zifang's focus was rather peculiar. I said used to be a... Shen Anyun continued. Moreover, I heard that Master Chef has already retired and no longer engages with the world. That Longjing shrimp has long vanished from the culinary scene. What a pity. Su Zifang shook his head. After all, an A-grade Longjing shrimp was clearly not the limit, merely constrained by his abilities. He had initially wanted to ask for the chef's address to seek some guidance, but now it seemed rather challenging. Oh, if online tutorials can produce such delicious dishes, wouldn't that mean everyone could be a top chef? Shen Anyun inquired. Not quite. This dish, or rather 90% of home-cooked dishes, is indeed quite simple to make. It's just about chopping, frying, and seasoning, Su Zifang explained to Shen Anyun. But why is there such a vast difference? Shen Anyun continued to ask. I have a friend who also follows online recipes. Yet every time, the result is terrible. It's quite normal. Su Zifang had witnessed many instances where individuals following recipes ended in disaster. The reason Chinese cuisine is too challenging for most people is that it contains many terms that are hard for them to grasp. For example, low heat, medium heat, high heat, vigorous heat, a pinch, a small amount, an appropriate amount, a spoonful. In contrast, for complete novices, Western cuisine, which follows precise measurements, is indeed easier to handle. To ensure Shen Anyun understood, Su Zifang provided an example. Take the classic French cream mushroom soup. If you search for the cooking process, you'll find detailed instructions on the exact temperature and cooking time. However, such specifications are virtually non-existent in Chinese cuisine. Why is that? Shen Anyun inquired, curiosity piqued. Because Chinese cuisine places great emphasis on ingredients, seasons, and even adheres to the philosophy of eating what is in season, meaning if an ingredient is out of season, it should not be made into food. Under such regulations, The adjustments in Chinese cuisine are actually quite flexible. Ingredients can be supplemented, seasonings adjusted, and even cooking times can vary with the seasons. Su Zifang elaborated extensively, raising an eyebrow. Also, regarding the friend you mentioned, could it be you yourself? Ah, no, not at all. Shen Anyan was left bewildered by Su Zifang's eloquence. Unsure of how to respond. After a moment, she finally reacted. Su Xiao, that's enough. Chapter 51. Chui Ruoli. After their playful banter, Shen Anyan finished every last piece of Longjing shrimp and then asked Su Xiao, "Have you heard of Chui Ruoli? What pair?" Su Zifang furrowed his brow. "It's a person, not a pair." After explaining, Shen Anyan noticed the slight smile at the corner of Su Zifang's mouth. "You're asking for it. Are you referring to that renowned socialite from Jiangnan?" Chui interjected upon hearing the conversation. "Oh, does Aunt Su know about her?" Shen Anyan was quite pleased to find someone who understood the topic. "I heard about her by chance. She's quite a good person, though her fate hasn't been too kind," Chui commented. Continuing, "You two carry on. I need to step out for a moment." With that, she winked at Su Zifang from a spot out of Shen Anyan's sight. "I'm off. Seize your chance." "No. What kind of chance am I supposed to seize?" Su Zifang intended to argue with Chui, but she left so decisively that he was left with no time to respond. "Is Aunt going out to run errands now?" Shen Anyan murmured. "It's fortunate that I measured the size earlier. Otherwise, I'd have to wait for next time." Anyan, please continue. What about Chui Ruoli?" Upon hearing the mention of a socialite, Su Zifang's curiosity was piqued. "She has a story connected to Longjing shrimp." Shen Anyan began. "However, very few people know about it. I only learned of it by chance from a friend." Su Zifang felt a twinge of envy, wondering why others' friends seemed to know everything. Looking at his own friends. Aside from commenting 666 in their social circles, none of them were particularly notable. Seeing that Su Zifang was ready with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and tea, prepared to listen to a story, Shen Anyan began to recount a tale from 80 years ago. A time of turmoil. In 1932, in Linzhou, at Pingu Villa, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman waved a handkerchief to welcome a young man stepping down from a carriage. "Oh dear, young Master Pei, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I could have had Li prepare something. That lazy girl is still asleep, and with your sudden arrival, I fear she might be neglectful." As the woman raised her voice, a nearby servant understood the urgency and hurried up the stairs in a few quick strides. In the corridor, before the servant could even steady himself, his urgent voice rang out. Miss Chui, young Master Pei has arrived. He's already downstairs. So what if Pei Mingyuan is here? Why the rush?" A melodious voice echoed from within, causing the servant's face to redden just from hearing it. No, it was Aunt Chui who sent me to inform you." "All right, you may leave. Tell Aunt that I am aware." The voice carried a hint of languor. "A Jiao. Help me get dressed." "Yes, Mississippi." With the message delivered, the servant made no further delay, swallowing hard before rushing back downstairs to report. "Shuiani, you are being overly polite. That my relationship with Ruoli is quite close. And thus we are like family. There is no question of any discourtesy." The young man turned, signaling. Several attendants who accompanied him immediately understood his intent, stepping forward with gifts, standing in a straight line before the middle-aged woman. 3 boxes and 2 envelopes. I kindly ask Lady Chui to inspect them." The lead attendant, evidently experienced, lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing its contents in detail. 2 lacquered food boxes contained delicacies from Lu Lu, while the gold-and-silver round box crafted from sandalwood held fragrant powder from Kong Fengchun. The 2 envelopes contained sealed silver coins, each holding 100 pieces, causing the tray to sag under their weight. "Oh dear, young Master Pei is being too courteous that he ought to show those who wish to indulge in swan meat what true generosity looks like. Apart from you, who else brings such lavish gifts each time? Our Li's closeness to you is surely the result of her past life's blessings. Lady Chui, you are being too kind. Shall we proceed indoors to converse?" The young man clearly wished to avoid further pleasantries with the middle-aged woman, swiftly steering the conversation to the matter at hand. "We must not keep Ruoli waiting. The middle-aged woman glanced at the servant descending the stairs, casting an inquiring look. Upon receiving a nod from the servant, she understood and promptly replied, "Very well, young master, pay, please." The young man disregarded her subtle actions and led his party into the house. Behind him, the middle-aged woman instructed her people to take the gifts. Then coldly admonished, "Let me remind you, young Master Pei is our esteemed patron. Should anyone provoke him, I shall certainly toss them into the lake to feed the fish." The attendants, recalling the formidable methods of the woman before them, immediately fell silent and nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone had lost interest in other matters, she finally swayed her hips to follow the young man's entourage. "Ruoli, Ruoli, I have arrived." Inside the house, the young man left his attendants downstairs and made his way directly to the second floor, gently knocking on Chui Ruoli's door. "The young lady is currently preparing. May I trouble young Master Pei to wait a moment? I shall brew you a pot of tea." A gap in the door opened, revealing a Jiao. Pei Mingyuan recognized her as Chui Ruoli's personal maid, well acquainted with her, and he often entrusted her with jewelry that Ruoli did not favor. He followed her to the sitting room to wait. Just outside the door, his mind was filled with thoughts of Chui Ruoli, and now that he knew the person he longed for was within, he found himself more patient that a woman beautifies herself for the one she desires. Chui Ruoli must surely be aware of my visit, and is thus reapplying her makeup. With this thought, Pei Mingyuan felt a surge of joy and even felt inclined to inquire, "What tea are we having today?" "A jiao." Knowing that Pei Mingyuan's family dealt in tea, having encountered various renowned teas, had no desire to boast, and simply replied, in response to young Master Pei, "It is the Pre-Ming Longjing tea you sent last time." The young lady has been enjoying it these past few days, praising its exquisite flavor. "Excellent. As long as she enjoys it, I shall send more in the future." Pei Mingyuan beamed, noticing a jiao preparing to leave. He called out, "A jiao, remember to wash the tea leaves with water before brewing. It enhances the flavor. Also, for washing and brewing, make sure not to use well water or lake water, as they are notoriously unclean. I have fresh spring water from Benhu Spring in my carriage. Go find someone to heat it for the tea." Under normal circumstances, Pei Mingyuan would not engage in such lengthy conversation with a maid. However, upon hearing that Chui Ruoli frequently enjoyed the tea he sent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and was more inclined to speak. "Yes, young Master Pei." A jiao replied and went downstairs to prepare the tea. Without needing further instruction, others brought in freshly heated dishes and pastries, filling a round table to the brim. "Young Master Pei, please enjoy at your leisure. Lady Chui has instructed that no idle individuals should ascend to the second floor. Should you have any requests, simply let a jiao know." Pei Mingyuan responded absent-mindedly, unsure if he had truly absorbed her words, with Chui Ruoli still not appearing and being someone who often indulged in food. He picked up a pastry but soon lost his appetite. His gaze swept across the table and landed on a platter of Longjing shrimp. He was about to give it a try but reconsidered, setting down his chopsticks. "Forget it, it can't compare to my family's chef's cooking." With no one around and the tea still absent, Pei Mingyuan was about to urge for it when suddenly a voice rang out behind him. "Young Master Pei, you have arrived." "Ruoli!" Pei Mingyuan exclaimed, standing up in excitement. "Why have I not seen you these past few days? Have you been grounded by your father?" Chui Ruoli, aware of her family's strictness regarding direct descendants, assumed it was merely a case of him being confined. "Not at all. My father took me to Shuncheng for business discussions. The Tea Expo, do you know of it? It's where tea merchants from all over the country gather to exchange and trade. And even some foreigners come." Pei Mingyuan, eager to show off, retrieved a glass bottle from his pocket. "Look at this. It is exquisite French perfume, given to me by a Frenchman that he mentioned it is reserved for the royal family in France. Ruoli, do try it. With this, you will feel like a French princess." "No, I don't need it," Chui Ruoli protested. "It is a gift for you. You simply must try it." Pei Mingyuan insisted, pressing the perfume into her hands. "Well, all right then." Unable to refuse Pei Mingyuan, Chui Ruoli took the perfume, spraying a few drops on her wrist and then rubbing it behind her ears. "It truly smells divine." That foreigner was not lying. Pei Mingyuan lifted his head, inhaling the fragrance that filled the air. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Chui smiled faintly. After all, she was a woman and had little resistance to cosmetics. Mingyuan, thank you. For what? Quickly enjoy the dishes. They're all your favorites. Pei Mingyuan urged her to sit down. This time away. My father has already informed me that the family tea mountain, shops, and other businesses will gradually be entrusted to me. From now on, I will frequently visit Linzhou City, which means I can come see you often. Pei Mingyuan poured himself half a cup of wine. Drinking it himself. Then you must learn to conduct business well and not disappoint your father's hard work. Early in the morning, drink less wine, that I will pour you some tea. Chui said, glancing at the table. Realizing there was not even a teapot, her brow furrowing slightly. Where is the tea, Jiao? Miss, I am here. A Jiao's voice called from downstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. Miss, young Master Pei, the tea has arrived. A Jiao entered, carrying a tray with a small purple clay teapot and 4 teacups, the aroma of the tea wafting even from a distance. Has the tea been washed? Chui inquired, taking the teapot. I arranged for it personally. It has certainly been washed, and the flavor is impeccable. Pei Mingyuan answered on a Jiao's behalf. You may leave now. Chui waved her hand, signaling a Jiao to depart. She poured tea for Pei Mingyuan, presenting it to him with both hands. Mingyuan, enjoy your tea. Pei Mingyuan accepted the tea, first inhaling its fragrance, his expression revealing satisfaction that he then blew on it lightly, took a sip, savoring it in his mouth for several moments before swallowing, exhaling a breath of fragrance. Good tea. The tea is all from you. Mingyuan, so naturally it is good tea. Chui complimented in return. No, I am not referring to this tea. I am saying that the tea from my family's tea mountain is exceptional. Pei Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of fervor. What difference does it make? This canister of tea was picked from your family's tea mountain, was it not? Chui queried, puzzled. You only know part of the story, but not the whole. Pei Mingyuan teased, deliberately withholding details. You are quite vexing. Dangling the information like that if you don't speak soon, I shall stop listening. Chui playfully pouted. During this trip to Xinjiang, I accompanied my father in business discussions and finally gained insight into the workings of the market. What was it like? Chui inquired, intrigued by his tone. Naturally, it cannot compare to our Linzhou tea. Pei Mingyuan scoffed, continuing. Those merchants, upon seeing us Linzhou tea merchants, all displayed respect, eagerly extending invitations for meals. You wouldn't believe the scene. My father stood on stage, solemnly informing them. Welcome to Xinjiang. Those who come here are showing me, Pei, some face. Tea is a treasure left by our ancestors that in these uncertain times, we tea merchants must unite, that we must not take advantage to inflate market prices, nor sell inferior products as if they were genuine. He laid out 10 prohibitions in total. Finally, he called upon everyone to donate money and goods to support the Northern War. Did everyone donate? Chui asked. Astonished. Our Pei family took the lead with a donation of $100,000. Who would dare not contribute? The tea merchants from Wuling collectively donated $50,000, while those from Yunnan contributed $80,000. Everyone did their part. Oh! Even that foreigner donated, claiming to represent the anti-imperialist alliance. Can you believe it? It's quite humorous, considering France itself is imperialist. Chui laughed, covering her mouth. How amusing. But why does your tea expo require such prohibitions? Is there really so much trickery afoot? You simply lack experience. Rogue merchants, rogue merchants. Why do we say there is no merchant without trickery? They are all those who are blinded by profit. If there is a way to earn an extra dollar, they will certainly seize it. Pei Mingyuan scoffed. A few years ago, my father went to Wuling to procure tea, having agreed upon premium de Hong Pao. They inspected the goods on the spot, bagged them, and sealed the boxes, yet they were still swindled. How did that happen? Chui exclaimed, shocked. They had arranged for individuals to be on the train early, deliberately swapping the good tea for boxes containing inferior products. But they only swapped 2 out of 10 boxes. Thus, the premium seasonal tea became stale and moldy tea. Yet you cannot even use this against them, or they will turn around and bite back, claiming that you inspected the goods and that it was likely your own improper storage that led to the loss. Truly disgusting. Bah! Pei Mingyuan couldn't help but spit in disdain. Calm down, it's all in the past. Isn't everything quite well now? Shueruoli consoled as she poured a bowl of tea. Isn't it because my father has built such a great reputation? Now, who in the entire domestic tea merchant circle doesn't know that the Pei family of Linzhou is the leader in the tea industry? Pei Mingyuan spoke of his family's enterprise with pride. Standing tall? Indeed, the Tea King Pei, everyone knows him. Shueruoli murmured, her expression dimming. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Pei Mingyuan immediately took her hand. Ruoli, I promised I would carry you into the Pei family in a grand procession, allowing you to marry into the Pei family with great honor. Huh? Shueruoli withdrew her hand, shaking her head. The gates of the Pei family are probably not meant for someone of my standing. Have you forgotten what your father once said? If you dare to send me a marriage proposal, he will cast you out from the Pei household. Well, nowadays, with free love, Pei Mingyuan was so infuriated that he momentarily lost his words. A courtesan? They speak of Linzhou socialites, yet they still must heed the words of their aunts when entertaining guests. The respectable families would never allow their sons to take me as a legitimate wife. Then I shall take you as a concubine, Pei Mingyuan exclaimed excitedly, even knocking over the teacup. A concubine. Shueruoli gazed out the window, letting out a soft sigh, holding back a thought unspoken. If there is true affection, why speak of being a concubine? Seeing that Shueruoli remained disheartened, Pei Mingyuan stood up. At worst, I shall elope with you, just like Zhuo Wenjun and Sima Xiangru, and we can go to a serene village amidst the mountains and streams to cultivate tea. You can pick tea, and I will roast it, and we shall live together in harmony. He spoke with determination, standing tall like a pine tree. Really? Shueruoli's voice quivered. When have I ever deceived you? Pei Mingyuan smiled as he held Shueruoli's hand. But unfortunately, by then, we would miss out on the Longjing shrimp at home. Longjing shrimp? Upon hearing Pei Mingyuan's promise, Shueruoli's face brightened with a smile as she picked up a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks. Isn't this your favorite Longjing shrimp? I can't eat it. Pei Mingyuan shook his head. Why? Are you full? But you haven't eaten much, Shueruoli inquired. It's the flavor. It doesn't compare to what my family's chef makes. Pei Mingyuan took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Is the difference that significant? Shueruoli knew that the Pei family employed their own chef, rumored to be a disciple of a former imperial chef. However, having attended numerous banquets, she considered herself well acquainted with Longjing shrimp, believing that the fare from Lu Lu could certainly rank among the top 3. To her surprise, Pei Mingyuan asserted, very much so. Not to mention what tea is used to make the Longjing shrimp outside. If my family were to prepare it, we would certainly use the finest tea leaves. My father barely collects a few pounds a year. That speaks volumes of its rarity. Moreover, look here. Pei Mingyuan picked up a shrimp with his chopsticks, gesturing for Shueruoli to observe. The Longjing shrimp from outside, even at Lu Lu, uses at most the fresh wild Taihu white shrimp. While they are exquisite, they are not the best choice for this dish. On my family's tea mountain, to cultivate tea, we have specially diverted water from the spring to flow around the mountain, weaving through the tea fields. In the tea stream, there lives a type of river shrimp, comparable in size to white shrimp. But due to their habitat in flowing water, their flesh is firmer. Of course, that is not the key. The crucial point is that when the tea trees grow and are harvested, some tea leaves inevitably fall into the stream. And these shrimps have grown up in such an environment. Is that all? Shueruoli expressed a hint of disappointment. I thought there would be a significant difference. Let me ask you, when tea leaves meet water, what is created? Tea, Shueruoli replied. Seeing that she had grasped the answer, Pei Mingyuan's lips curled in a smile, falling silent. Wait, are you saying these shrimps have effectively been raised in tea water since they were young? The realization astonished Shueruoli. Ordinary families might carelessly use dead shrimp with aged tea. Some better restaurants might use fresh shrimp with seasonal tea. But how can that compare to my family, which uses top-grade Longjing and shrimps raised in tea streams? Pei Mingyuan spoke with an air of pride, looking at the plate of Longjing shrimp with disdain. Such fare. A few bites would suffice. Pei Mingyuan had not noticed that after he spoke those words, Shueruoli's expression gradually fell again. She lowered her head and murmured softly, "Indeed, if you cannot settle for shrimp, how could you settle for a person? Perhaps this is the fate of being fated yet unconnected. Maybe from the very beginning, I should not have held on to any illusions. You, Pei Mingyuan, are the tea king born with a golden spoon, while I, Shueruoli, am merely an ordinary courtesan from Pihu Villa. In the end, we shall still walk our own paths. Indeed, from now on, we shall not meet again." "Oh, is that it?" Su Zifang was happily engrossed in the story. But Shun Anyun suddenly interrupted. "Right? What else do you want? It's just a story. The Longjing shrimp part is over, and what remains has nothing to do with cooking. Do you still wish to hear more?" You, Su Zifang stammered, ultimately unable to voice the words yes. "Su Shui, I must take my leave. Until next time, I look forward to you preparing the Longjing shrimp I just narrated." Shun Anyun smiled as she departed, leaving behind a delightful expectation. Congratulations, host, for collecting the Longjing Shrimp Story 1. The Longjing Shrimp recipe has been updated. Congratulations, host, for achieving recorder. Reward, culinary expertise 100 points. History is not lacking in those who experience it, yet few record it. It is through recording that we pass it on. Gourmet illustration feature activated. Congratulations, host, for achieving Gourmet Hunter. Reward, culinary expertise 100 points. What you seek should be what they have never encountered. Gourmet illustration entry in progress. Longjing shrimp has been entered into the gourmet illustration. The host can view it in the menu. Main quest, gourmet illustration. There are still many precious ingredients on this vast land that remain unknown to the world. Please collect and supplement them into the gourmet illustration. And completing the task will yield surprise rewards, 110. Task reward, unknown. The continuous and dense notifications from the system left Su Zifang stunned in place, unable to react for a while. It seemed that this was the most significant harvest since he had acquired the system. 2 achievements, 200 points in culinary expertise, a new feature, and a new main quest. He pinched his arm hard. Ouch! The genuine pain in his arm made him realize this was truly real. Reflecting on how he received merely a braised chicken claw as a reward for the same A-level tomato scrambled eggs, this time S reward made Su Zifang feel like he had become an extraordinarily lucky person. After swallowing and taking a deep breath to calm his mood, Su Zifang opened the system interface to review his gains. First were the 2 achievements. Recorder. When equipped, the number of cooking status additions increases by 1. Gourmet Hunter. When equipped, the ingredient material grade automatically elevates. Cooking status additions, ingredient material grade. The 2 unfamiliar terms appeared on the panel without any explanatory statements. Probably related to other rewards, Su Zifang suppressed his curiosity and continued to examine the subsequent rewards. The recipe page now included a dish marked with an orange border, Longjing shrimp. The video on the right was still loading, but from the cover, it appeared to be cinematic, much like the Wensi tofu. Below, there was a special note. Longjing shrimp, a dish that records the emotional journey of Shueruoli and Pei Mingyuan. Consuming it allows the eater to experience the sorrow of heartbreak. Daily edition limit. Looking at this description, Su Zifang finally understood the application of the recorder achievement, but the sheer amount of absurdity left him unsure where to begin complaining. Experience the sorrow of heartbreak? Is it that the food for single people is unappetizing and needs a bit of mustard? Or is it that couples are rehearsing the breakup process in advance? Who could possibly be so troubled as to wish to experience such a state? Su Zifang quietly closed the menu and turned his attention to the gourmet illustration feature. Upon opening it, he discovered it was merely an illustration, containing only 1 card, depicting a tea mountain with a meandering stream, within which the Longjing shrimp could be faintly seen. Expanding the image, he found a statement at the bottom. The host can obtain this ingredient through the system upon leveling up. Su Zifang's expression shifted from disdain to fervor in less than a second, and he finally understood why an illustration task would also become a main quest. Wow, so this time, it truly is a stroke of luck. Chapter 54, Fried Rice and Chicken Soup, before the evening service. Su Zifang planned to prepare the staff meal first, in recent days. Due to a lack of preparation, they had only eaten after closing, and several of them nearly starved at their posts. As a good boss, Zifang intended to put an end to this phenomenon. Chui had steamed a large pot of rice earlier in the afternoon, and he had already portioned out 4 servings to place in the refrigerator. Although fresh ingredients are generally emphasized in cooking, there are exceptions. For instance, fried rice, if made with freshly steamed rice, is likely to fail due to the rice being too soft and moist. The renowned culinary genius Zhou Xingqi once stated a definitive conclusion on this issue. Fried rice must be made with leftover rice. Later generations added a follow-up. In situations lacking sufficient conditions, steamed rice can be taken out of the refrigerator after half an hour to give it the illusion of being leftover rice. Fried rice is a basic tutorial provided by the system, with plain images, text, and videos, utterly ordinary, exactly as he learned in school. While awaiting the arrival of the guests, Zifang equipped the achievement of Gourmet Hunter, intending to observe the effects of the ingredient level enhancement. The prompt indicating achievement equipped flashed momentarily. With a sigh, Zifang mused that while the system had many commendable features, its understated nature left much to be desired. It offered no supplementary information, forcing him to navigate through the intricacies on his own. That he spread the rice across the cutting board, kneading it to make the grains more separate. Caught off guard by the aroma of the rice, Zifang felt a tinge of surprise. Typically, refrigerated rice becomes dry and loses its fragrance. However, the rice in his hands was entirely different. That he scooped a spoonful to taste. The texture was perfectly balanced, with just the right amount of moisture, and it fluffed up effortlessly, each grain distinct. That it was indeed the ideal choice for fried rice. Chui had previously used leftover rice for frying, and just days ago, he had sampled rice that had been steamed. The two experiences were worlds apart. Could this be the effect of the ingredient level enhancement, transforming the ingredients into their most suitable texture and condition for cooking? The achievement has a cap for enhancing ingredient levels, effective only on common ingredients. Upon reading the system prompt, Zifang instantly grasped that the ordinary ingredients corresponded with those listed in the gourmet compendium. That he returned the rice to the bowl and took another bowl to crack the eggs. Being generous with his staff, Zifang prepared 8 eggs for 4 bowls of fried rice. Cracking the eggs with one hand, the golden yolks and translucent egg whites flowed into the bowl, exuding a gentle grassy aroma rather than the usual fishy scent associated with common eggs. These were farm-fresh eggs, yet of superior quality, even compared to Lan Huang eggs. That Zifang recognized that his assumption was correct. It appeared that he need not worry about ingredient quality in his future culinary endeavors, making his tasks considerably easier. That he whisked the eggs clockwise, marveling at how smoothly the yolks and whites blended. With a hot pan and cold oil, he poured the eggs into the skillet, swiftly using chopsticks to scramble. Once, twice, thrice, the golden egg mixture solidified in the pan. Seizing the moment, Zifang plated the eggs, added a dollop of lard to the pan, and once it melted, introduced the prepared rice. The rice was already sufficiently fluffy, eliminating the need for pressing. After a few tosses, he returned the scrambled eggs to the pan for an even mix. Sprinkling salt and chopped scallions, the fragrant fried rice was complete. "It smells amazing. What delicious dish are you preparing, Boss Su?" Yang Qiong exclaimed, carrying the dish to the dining area. "Fried rice. Wasn't this on the menu yesterday?" Zhao Xiaoman looked at Zifang, somewhat uncertain. "No, I thought of it today. This is for you. Let us share." Zifang pretended not to hear, attempting to shift the topic. "Gore." The stomachs of the two women responded without hesitation to his words. "Delicious. Yang Qiong braised. Boss, your culinary skills seem to have improved." Zhao Xiaoman, possessing intermediate culinary expertise, inquired after tasting. "This fried rice is better than the plain noodles. Both are delicious. How come I didn't notice?" Yang Qiong exclaimed, her eyes wide, yet both women ignored her. "Well, it was a stroke of luck. I've managed to grasp a few things," Zifang stated, his ability to lie growing increasingly adept, delivering the line with a calm demeanor before seamlessly directing another work-related comment. "By the way, Xiaoman, after you finish eating, remember to peel the shrimp. The Longjing shrimp can be put on the shelf." "All right." Zhao Xiaoman added the task to her list, nodding as she continued her meal. "Are we selling fried rice too?" Yang Qiong, in her role at the register, raise more pertinent inquiries. And the shrimp? The prices aren't listed yet. We need to finalize that. I'll write them now. Zifang put down his bowl, adopting a face that clearly conveyed he was the boss yet had to do all the work, lamenting as he took out his pen and paper. Longjing shrimp, grade A, suggested price. 128 yuan. Fried rice, grade B. Suggested price, 15 yuan. Done. Please use these prices for the orders. Zifang pointed at the menu as he spoke to Yang Xiong. Boss Su, how did you come up with these prices? Why is Longjing shrimp more expensive than steamed base? And they are both main dishes. Plain noodles are 10 yuan. How can fried rice be 15 yuan? Yang Qiong apearet somohat builderet. Well, just say the ingredients differ. And the cooking methods vary. That if there are any further questions, let them try it. If they feel it's unreasonable, they can get a refund. Zifang casually concocted an explanation for Yang Xiong. Also, if there are customers who want plain rice, inform them that the fried rice is tastier. They can sample a portion first. Understood. Yang Xiong agreed. I'll also update the advertisement, announcing the new items for tasting. All right. Zifang nodded in agreement, offering a brilliant idea. Make the font larger, the overall smaller. If it could be in a vibrant multicolor, that would be ideal. However, noticing Yang Xiong's escalating irritation, Zifang opted for self-preservation. You decide, as long as it makes sense. The atmosphere instantly lightened. With host and guest seated in harmonious rapport, that I in the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoman diligently handled the shrimp, peeling and deveining with remarkable speed, surpassing Zifang in both efficiency and quality. Have you seen enough? Zhao Xiaoman turned to Zifang, who stood beside her. Not at all, he replied earnestly. Zhao Xiaoman felt a surge of frustration but struggled to find a reason. As an employee hired by Zifang, she saw no fault in her work. Was he implying she was lacking in some way? Had Boss Su intended to hint at something through this? No, she had always peeled shrimp this way, hadn't she? Your culinary skills are excellent, Zifang, unaware of Zhao Xiaoman's inner turmoil, suddenly remarked. Huh. Zhao Xiaoman was taken aback. While she had guessed that she had arranged her part-time work here, she anticipated Zifang's unexpected compliment. Sometimes I envy your cooking skills, so you must persevere, Zifang declared, whistling as he turned to leave, appearing nonchalant. Zhao Xiaoman. What was the meaning of this sudden encouragement? Chapter 55. Named specifically Boss Su. Have you been affected by something? Zhao Xiaoman paused her work to inquire. No, Zifang replied quickly while adjusting the sweet and sour sauce for the Longjing shrimp. Did my dad say something to you? Zhao Xiaoman pressed on. No. Zifang continued preparing the sauce, setting it aside to handle the base. Then why the sudden urge to make chicken soup? Zhao Xiaoman asked, hitting the core issue. Because I want to quickly complete the task and obtain the recipe for ginseng chicken from your father. Such a statement was clearly inadvisable to voice aloud. After a brief silence, Zifang opted for a more plausible explanation. I noticed you handle shrimp better than I do, and your knife skills are impressive. I think you have a talent for cooking. How about learning to cook with me? No, thank you, Zhao Xiaoman replied decisively. After all, Boss Su, your culinary skills aren't that high. Zifang suddenly felt a chill in the kitchen, even though the air conditioning was off. Ah, yes, it was the feeling of disappointment. However, that previous comment had merely been an attempt to complete a task, seeing that Zhao Xiaoman had no objections and could still bluntly state that his cooking was lacking. He had achieved his aim and chose to remain silent. Zhao Xiaoman, thinking Zifang was upset by her words, offered a comforting remark. Boss Su, keep it up. Your fundamentals might just need a bit of work. But your creativity and effort are sufficient. With practice, you'll improve quickly. Okay, I will, Zifang replied earnestly. As the two chatted in the kitchen, the peak hours of the evening service quietly approached. A flurry of orders, like snowflakes, was sent into the kitchen by Yang Xiong, who swiftly returned with the prepared dishes, occasionally requiring Zhao Xiaoman to play the role of server as well. Boss Su, 1 order of Longjing shrimp. Yang Xiong entered with the order. This is the first one tonight. You got this. Boss. All right, coming right up. Zifang felt a surge of excitement. After the system recorded the recipe story, he noticed a marked enhancement in his understanding of Longjing shrimp, making the preparation of grade A Longjing shrimp a walk in the park. I just hope the customer's feedback is favorable. Su Zifang watched with anticipation as Yang Qiong carried the Longjing shrimp out. Moments later, Yang Qiong suddenly burst into the kitchen, shouting, "Boss Su, there's a commotion with a customer. They specifically requested you to come over." "What is going on?" Su Zifang felt a jolt of alarm. Did someone have an issue with their meal? He quickly calmed himself, realizing that the dishes he prepared had undergone system checks, making such incidents unlikely, and cautiously inquired, "What is the situation?" "I don't know. The customer took a bite of your Longjing shrimp and started shouting for the chef to come over." Anshin couldn't stop him. Yang Qiong relayed rapidly. "Let me check it out." Su Zifang extinguished the flame and hurried to the dining area. "By the way, what does the customer who ordered the Longjing shrimp look like?" he asked Yang Qiong along the way. "He seems to be in his 30s, older than you, dressed expensively, brought his own chopsticks and spoon. He must be a connoisseur." Yang Qiong summarized the situation. Su Zifang felt reassured with a clearer picture. "For this customer, our chef is busy preparing the subsequent dishes. Please convey any concerns to me." Upon entering the dining area, Su Zifang immediately heard Chui's voice. Across from him stood a man wearing a baseball cap, his head bowed, obscuring his expression, yet his voice was notably insistent. "Get your chef out here, right now." "Sir, are you looking for me?" Su Zifang approached politely, signaling for Chui and Yang Qiong to carry on with their duties, indicating he would handle the situation. "I'm looking for your head chef." The man, upon seeing Su Zifang approach, wore a disdainful expression that was almost palpable. "The chef who prepared this Longjing shrimp is certainly not someone of your caliber, a mere assistant who has only been in the kitchen for a few months." Since the other party had no intention of conversing respectfully, Su Zifang saw no reason to be humble. Standing tall, he replied deliberately, "Indeed, that is I." After speaking, he revealed a perfectly composed smile. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Zifang, the owner and chef of Silent Food. The Longjing shrimp you mentioned was indeed prepared by me. May I inquire what brings this esteemed customer to me? Is it truly you?" The man's expression was still rife with skepticism. "You may ask them if I am not." Su Zifang gestured towards the nearby diners. "Huh. Su boss, it's the first time I've seen you out during service hours." "Long time no see, Su boss." "Su boss, do you need our assistance?" "I have been rather displeased with this arrogant fellow. Thank you all for your concern. And I apologize for the disturbance." Su Zifang smiled and greeted those around him. "Tonight, we shall offer a 10% discount across the board." The restaurant resonated with cheers for Su boss's generosity. "Now, may I ask what you wish to discuss? Do you know Chef Chui?" "I do not." Su Zifang shook his head. "Then who did you learn to prepare the Longjing shrimp from?" "I found the recipe online." "Is there a problem?" Su Zifang felt some impatience rising as he faced these unwarranted inquiries. "I hail from the South, and my culinary skills were honed under the guidance of my school instructors. Whether you refer to learning culinary arts or academics, I am unfamiliar with what you speak." "Impossible. How can this be?" The man stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself after hearing Su Zifang's words. "If that is all, I shall return to my work. Yang Qiong, please be vigilant. If anything seems amiss, contact the authorities immediately." Su Zifang instructed Yang Qiong quietly before returning to the kitchen to continue his preparations. Moments later, Yang Qiong entered the kitchen holding a printed menu, walking directly to Su Zifang's side. "Su boss, he has left." Yang Qiong did not mention a name, but everyone in the room understood who she referred to. "It is for the best." His peculiar demeanor was hardly that of a good person. "Did he leave without incident?" Su Zifang asked, puzzled. Had he summoned him for such an elaborate reason only to depart after inquiring about a name? "No." He left a parting remark. Yang Qiong hesitated. "What did he say?" Zhao Xiaoman was the first to voice the question. "He mentioned he would return." Su Zifang felt a strange sensation. He could not shake the feeling that the man would indeed reappear. But who was Chui? Su Zifang typed the name into a search engine, and the results left him momentarily stunned. Chui, son of Jiangnan socialite Chui Ruoli, apprentice to renowned Linzhou chef Pei Jubu, T. King Pei's private kitchen. A distinguished master of Hangzhou cuisine, previously the executive chef at Lu Lu, specializing in dishes such as Longjing shrimp, Westlake vinegar fish, 8 treasure tofu, and egg yolk ribs. Upon reading Shui's profile, Su Zifang's eyes widened. The surname Shui and apprenticeship under the Pei family kitchen hinted at a veritable treasure trove of intrigue. Could it be that I have underestimated this? Is there more to the Longjing shrimp video than I initially thought? Su Zifang resolved to devote time to further research. After all, in the pursuit of culinary authenticity, delving into historical materials was only prudent. Chapter 56. Stir-fried eggs with Chinese tune. In the following days, Su Zifang found no opportunity to revisit the video, and the young man inquiring about Shui did not reappear, leaving Su Zifang's curiosity simmering. However, due to the influence of Gourmet Hunter, the reputation of Silent Food Sword, even garnering praise for Chui's integrity in sourcing ingredients. Zhao Xiaoman and Yang Qiong's daily shares of dishes in their social circles ignited endless longing among the food enthusiasts at Jingling University, especially after learning that the staff meals were crafted from the restaurant's surplus ingredients. Some even offered 100 yuan for a chance to replace Yang Qiong and Zhao Xiaoman during their shifts. This prompted a sense of urgency for the culinary duo, compelling them to make their presence felt during lunchtime. Su boss, it seems we could profit more from selling part-time positions than working for you. Yang Qiong turned her phone screen towards Su Zifang, the title indicating she was perusing a popular thread on Jingling University's online forum, offering 10,000 for a part-time position at Silent Food, negotiable. Wow! Is my establishment really that bustling? Su Zifang was taken aback. You might not know since you're not at school, but our university has given rise to a silent food purchasing service. What do you mean? Students without classes come here to pack food for others and earn a small fee as a runner, Yang Qiong patiently explained. Why don't they just order takeout? Su Zifang's question fell off. Was he not aware of whether his establishment was listed on any delivery platforms? However, Yang Qiong misunderstood, continuing, after tasting Su boss's culinary skills, how could they possibly settle for prepackaged meals? Isn't that right? She added, pulling Zhao Xiaoman into the praise. My father prepares special meals for me, so I'm fortunate. Zhao Xiaoman gazed at Yang Qiong, solemnly reinforcing their friendship. Boss, can we place an order? While the trio engaged merrily, a voice suddenly interrupted. Turning around, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat entered through the door. What would you like to eat? Su Zifang refrained from immediately agreeing, as the man might have a peculiar request like banana and durian. Stir-fried eggs with Chinese tune. The visitor did not request anything particularly unusual, opting for a relatively home-style dish. I apologize for the delay, but the season for Chinese tune has passed, and they are hard to find. So Zifang explained. No need for you to procure them. I brought my own. Anticipating Su Zifang's response, the trench-coated man opened a canvas shopping bag and pulled out a handful of Chinese tune. A friend knows I enjoy it and specially sent it to me, but I'm not very adept at cooking. He paused before adding, mainly, I fear poisoning. He truly is an honest man, Su Zifang thought to himself as he accepted the Chinese tune. Please wait a moment, I will prepare it for you shortly. However, eating stir-fried eggs with Chinese tune alone can be rather rich. Would you like to accompany it with a staple dish? Our fried rice is exceptional. Yang Qiong's salesmanship was as impressive as her fried rice skills. All right, then I'll have a bowl of plain noodles to warm me up. Very well. Pleased with her successful pitch, Yang Qiong promptly delivered the order to Su Zifang, in the kitchen. Su Zifang began washing the Chinese tune. Stir-fried eggs with Chinese tune is a quintessential Beijing dish, yet its flavor has made it popular in the north. Su Zifang had enjoyed it a couple of times each year during his childhood, but as prices soared, Chui ceased procurement, and Su Zifang's memories of the dish faded. Now confronted with the Chinese tune, he felt an unfamiliarity. The Chinese tune the trench-coated man provided appeared fresh. He wondered where it was sourced from at this time of year. As he reminisced, he began to pluck the tender shoots. The water in the pot was already boiling, and he blanched the freshly picked Chinese tune sprouts for a few seconds, removing them when they turned a vibrant green and plunging them into cold water to cool down. This step was crucial, not only to enhance the palatability of the sprouts, but also to eliminate any toxicity. Fresh Chinese tune sprouts, due to excessive nitrite levels, could lead to food poisoning if not blanched properly. Yet, Much like certain individuals in Yunnan who consume mushrooms, or those in Guangdong who indulge in pufferfish, there will always be people who disregard food safety in pursuit of culinary delight. It would be a cause for celebration if a year passed without reports of poisoning from Chinese tuna in northern hospitals. After chopping the blanched Chinese tuna sprouts, Zifang cracked 3 eggs, whisked them together, and added cooking wine, salt, and the chopped Chinese tuna. Mixing it into a batter that in a heated wok with ample oil, he poured the egg mixture once the oil reached a temperature of about 70. The techniques for cooking home-style dishes are generally similar. Zifang lifted the wok, swirling it to ensure even heat distribution that as the bottom began to set, he swiftly flipped the contents, while showcasing his skills. He also drizzled a spoonful of cooked oil over the mixture and broke the almost solidified stir-fried eggs with Chinese tuna into smaller pieces. The buff from Gourmet Hunter remained potent, as the unique aroma of the Chinese tuna mingled with the fragrance of the eggs. Mere inhalation of the scent conjured vivid memories of springtime from Zifang's youth. When the essence of spring reached its peak, Zifang decisively turned off the heat, effortlessly lifted the wok, and transferred the cooked dish onto a plate. The stir-fried eggs with Chinese tuna, a delightful blend of tender yellow and tea green, slid gracefully into the dish. A plate of stir-fried eggs with Chinese tuna. Rated B-. The system's evaluation relieved Zifang. As long as there was a rating, all was well, that he had feared that after such vigorous effort, the system would label his performance an F. The plain noodles were a familiar recipe. Having just boiled them in the pot, they were now perfectly cooked in less than 30 seconds. Zifang retrieved the noodles and plated them alongside the stir-fried eggs with Chinese tuna. A truly spring-inspired dish. Service. Zifang called out to Yang Xiong that in the dining area. The trench-coated man watched eagerly as Yang Xiong brought out the dishes, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse of the offerings. Once the plate and bowl were set before him, he inhaled deeply a few times, swallowing hard. It smells divine, just like how she used to make it. He then stared longingly at the plate. Making no move to eat, it was Yang Xiong who could no longer bear the silence, prompting, "Sir, your noodles will clump together." Only then did the trench-coated man reluctantly withdraw his gaze, lifting a strand of noodles to slurp down, followed by a piece of stir-fried egg with Chinese tuna. While eating, tears streamed down his face as he offered praises. Even Zifang could not help but send a packet of napkins to Yang Xiong. He feared that if the man in the trench coat continued to cry, the subsequent patrons might assume it was the inedible nature of his cooking that brought him to tears, thereby jeopardizing their business. "Thank you, boss, for allowing me to provide you with such a spectacle," the man in the trench coat said as he accepted the napkins, expressing his gratitude before returning to the task of tackling the meal before him. Although it was merely a simple dish accompanied by rice, he approached it with exceptional seriousness. As the man in the trench coat departed, a notification popped up in the system. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and Zifang was too preoccupied to pay attention until the lunch service concluded, at which point he finally had the opportunity to review the records. Congratulations, host, for collecting the story of Yangshan Noodles 1. The Yangshan noodle recipe has been updated. Zifang looked at the notification, gasping in surprise. "It seems that I've been rather excessive lately,"